The fact that you don't have my stream page as your home page whenever you open your browser.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
It's not online right now for me. I'm watching some other Asian.
Well,
He's not even that Asian.
Been replaced.
Where's the real
Hey,
Asian? There he
Where's
is.
the real Asian?
There's my Asian. My great Asian. My
Sometimes the Asian got eye followers.
My best friend.
The best Asian.
The
The
best
Pacific.
Asian?
He's on the island, maybe.
alright, so you can have seamless co-op on the bottom right the whole time. I'm just gonna fucking refresh that every once in a while.
If we freak out, sorry guys, we got ND&D.
We're ending session early today.
Maybe.
I jest, but you know.
I don't think
It's
Hannah-
been 3 days!
Yeah. Give it
I
up
wouldn't
for
mind.
day 3.
I have a question for you guys.
Oh.
24.
Isn't usually the DLCs for Souls games are usually harder than the actual main game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You start all over when you go through the portal or something like that.
Just hearing
They
people
hit you with
complain
a
about
brick,
being
and
harder.
then they hit
I
you
feeling
with
this
another
is probably the first Souls
And then you
game.
have a wall, and then you have a house.
And then you get hit in the head with 2 poke nuts.
I feel like a big problem Elden Ring has is it's just like, haha, here's a 7-hit combo that'll just insta-kill you. So it's just like, I kind of think
Okay,
Elden
hit.
Ring in general is still probably my least favorite, especially after replaying Sekiro recently. I gave so much shit to Sekiro, but Sekiro's actually really well made.
Yeah, it's a good game, isn't it?
Good game.
It's good game.
Great
Isn't it
game.
harder than Elden Ring? Because Elden Ring I felt was super easy.
The greatest game. Yeah, it's pretty good.
I feel like Elden Ring is just like it's more annoying than hard. Like again, 7-hit combo on Margit, and it's just like, oh yeah, it's really funny that like this is very fun. I'm enjoying this. Waiting for every.
That a second
fucking
guy?
to, like,
That guy.
kill.
When he showed up the second time in the fields, I almost shit my pants. I was-
Ah! There he is.
Well, that's also another reason I kind of don't want to buy the DLC. It's just like, oh boy, I'm gonna fight green fucking draconic tree sentinel this time. What a fucking brain breaker! I can't even believe.
Remember,
how differently
ulcerated
colored
tree
it is.
spirit. He's back.
Yeah, it's for
Oh
the
look,
20th
it's a
time.
dire wolf. It's like a wolf, but dire.
What if we had more wolf?
What
Somehow.
happens is 3 wolves.
Put together. We gave it boobs.
Although I think the thing I'm sick of the most is like the multiple boss health bars. It's just like, yeah, it was funny. It was like, it's cool if you do it once, but if every boss is doing it, it's just like, give me the full fucking health bar, you fucking stupid fucks.
Man, you must say, hey, Kingdom Hearts 3 ever played that game?
Most
Not
JPRPGs, actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say just most of them.
Trying to think, like the limited pool of JRPGs I've played, I still feel like they're pretty reserved in it. Whereas like Elden Ring, it's just like every fucking fight. It's just like, whoa, you didn't see this coming. It's like, kinda did. Not that special.
I
Okay,
switch
think-
tabs to you. Oh yeah, okay. Don't look at my other browser tabs.
Uh-oh.
I was watching Oni Plants.
Oh,
alright.
Puma.
Right.
Give me a hypothetical now. Don't do it.
There we go. I can finally fix my power armor.
Congratulations. Alright, we're getting started.
Be gone, thought. You're not a thought, Gronk. I'm joking.
Yeah, it is. Alright,
Okay,
so let's go ahead and start with the recaps. 155 all the way back in June 17th. I can hear a guy with a loud car passing by my house in just a few moments. Wait for it, wait for it. There he is. Oh boy! Hope he died in a fire.
Kind of sounds like a motorbike
Well, whatever it is, it's...
coming back
Driven
around.
by a-
If I just happen to, you know, install a bit of piano wire at neck level...
Play a
That
tune.
one movie.
Bling, 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 bong.
That's when you get a call and Randy's like, I'm coming down to your house for a surprise, Adam.
Ooh, I can't wait to be neck high on this road.
Yeah, and I just got a motorcycle. Can't wait to drive it.
Andrew, no. Get down.
Or one of the...
Down,
like
Mr.
a-
Princess, get down.
like a,
Mr. Madam Princess.
like a pedestrian on a scooter or something.
Scooty Puff Jr. or something.
That's a great name.
All right, 1 second. Dan
It's a
started
tongue
off
twister, Adam.
with.
Get ready.
He started off with a King of the Hill gif. Bobby, very dapper. What does it say? I do believe I'll give room service a jingle and have them send up some. I don't. That's a French word.
Etouffee.
That's.
Etouffee.
How about you etouffee off this cliff? All right. 155 Squidio Leones and the League, the Ponzi, and the Peasantry. Is that like a work of literature or something?
It's good, bad, and ugly.
Okay.
This is a cowboy movie.
What do you know about cows? If Doctor, Scientist, Pastor, Archdruid, Chef Bananas needs a comically large smoking pipe to accompany the giant monkey outfit, the League ensures he gets one. The Dirt Wizard dances to a lumberyard. Atop the all-terrain Laszlo mobile, Dauntless assaulted the populace of Hecafates with blinding pace, spidery swagger, and classic aggressive Karenry.
You know what? The only reason
And
that whole
correct.
Beard Hall of Fame came up is so I couldn't add another title. Well, actually, no. Never mind. That added another title, but prevented me from getting another.
The title war continues.
I will be the Grand Poobah by the end of
It's like
this.
we're wearing a bunch of hats. It's like the many hats from Team Fortress.
Stack a
Tower
header.
hat. Yeah.
155, this is Andrews. Much ado about Hecafates. While no soul was sold this time, Kalos and Varus become beholden to new benefactors. The Liug relocates to new, parentheses, old territory in a effort to make contact with La Resistance. The Resistance.
Fucking hell.
All
All
according
you out there who don't speak on French.
All according to Keikaku. Keikaku means plan. The Liug crawls
But it
through
also doesn't, so fuck you, fan subs.
crawls through 500 yards of shit-smelling foulness. That's the length of 9 blitzball arenas, just
Oh,
shy of
God.
half of a mile. I don't think a blitzball arena is that big, is it?
Don't worry, Andrew's got Blitzball on the mind.
I had to look this up.
Why?
Andrew.
Yeah.
No.
So blitzball is just over, or it's like 55 yards, which is or just over half a football field, and the quote is 5 football fields, so just over half,
He did the math.
roughly 9. Yeah.
Dauntless brought the thunder. We may not be classy, but thanks to Kalos, we clean up pretty good. It wasn't easy, but Dauntless managed to act as someone who disregards the crying of children and hates humidity, despite being fire retardant. With Laszlo's help, he invents a new language. Minus the crazy dragon and Laszlo of Arrakis, first of his name, the remaining Liug makes contact with the underground members of the illusory pottery barn. Whenever you type your things, Andrew, do you type League regularly and then have to backtrack to spell it incorrectly on purpose?
No, that is genuinely my gut reaction.
That's how it's spelled, Adam.
That's how it's spelled today.
Idiot, Adam. What the hell? That's how it's always been spelled.
You're an
Can-
Is
idiot,
that not how
Adam.
it's
Come on,
spelled?
bro.
Egypt.
Idiot.
Alright, which one is... How do you spell rouge? How do you spell rogue?
R-O-U-G-E is
Have you
What do you
Pokemon
mean? We
spell
have
right
our
now,
monk
don't know.
Rouge with us.
We have our
Rouge.
very rude monk with us.
The Utafisser as well, you know, he's there. The Wazard.
The wizard,
Wazik?
the anger, you know.
The Ranger, yeah.
We got
They're
the
all
anger
here.
with us,
And the Dryad.
and the ruid. No, and the ruid.
Adam's gonna hurt us, guys. We go up
Why
again.
us? Why not specifically Andrew?
Hold
You
on.
guys have to roll a
I
surprise
don't know.
dexterity
Henry
check.
needs
You
to
all
take one for
fail.
the
You all
team.
fall down
Henry-
the stairs.
That's not
Henry
how to
has
league.
taken
Henry,
multiple ones
Take
for the
it for the
teams.
team.
Next up is Alex, 155. Shh, it's a secret. Varus and Kalos. What the fucking
get-
show is this?
Ooh, gifts. That's
These are
the
our
fucking
secret society
McKell
outfits.
brothers, right? McKellery brothers.
I have no idea. That was
You
a
just
quick
Google the fucking image
I
of...
typed
I
in
typed in secret
secret
club, and
society?
that's what came
Okay.
up.
Yeah. That's what
That's the
typed in,
three
was
most
the first
powerful
one.
men in the world.
Laszlo to children, cat hissing from the mummy. I don't know which one it is. I hiss in
first
your
one.
general direction. Daedalus to Laszlo, also the same cat gif.
It's got high
Basi-
value. Glyph that is.
Basically, everyone in Hecafates, some guy eavesdropping with one of those cup things. Considering how thick the base of that cup is, I don't think that would work.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the fuck? That's a big cup.
Looks like a force field.
Andrew links to names that mean spider, 200 and plus grace in girls and boys. What the fuck is this? Oh, do I
Oh,
dare
pedo
click on
thing,
it?
was it? Like,
You got names like Weaverlin, Spindrella, Webina, Ari. Okay, they're
Shrimpina, no
Oh my god,
way.
imagine naming your daughter Webina. Jesus.
Shrimpina, yeah.
Shrimpina, how do I
Well,
look? Yellow
No, the
man.
male names are the one that kills me.
those are
I
those
think I
are.
think I should
No, look,
have.
seriously.
I'm not reading all 200 names, right?
No,
Are you
no,
pussy,
just look at
Adam?
the male
You a
names.
pussy?
You'll see the one.
Read
you'll
the
see
names.
one.
Stop being.
Is Laszlo on there? Is that on there? Is that why it's on there?
No,
You had an
there's one
entry
in.
in.
The, no, there's one in the male names where I was just like, this is.
You gotta find. He's not gonna tell you which one. Though. You gotta
No,
find.
you'll see it. You'll just
You
fucking
find
know.
Zip.
We got Arachno, Spinnera, Weavon,
Stop.
Tarantula.
Arachno.
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 Fuck. Arachno is not a real name.
Hello.
So
So
I'm
amongst I mean, Silkster? That's a fucking spider superhero.
What's my name's Silkster.
And
That
Frederick is just like
Oh, that's a good one. I
that
like
one's
that
what you
one.
name a pet tarantula.
Adam.
Is this for spiders?
Nah, Frederick
These are
is
for
the name
people.
of my son.
Are
Now.
these for people?
Frederick.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Frederick. That's great. That's a great name.
My name
You
is
gotta pick one of
Spinster.
these for Little Wolf.
I know we had a guy in high school who everyone just called him Spider.
Did he climb on the walls and
We
stuff?
did?
Who the fuck was that?
Adams doesn't remember because he was the
It
spider.
was, we went to
He's
school
the
with
frog
his
kid.
brother, but when my sister went to the high school, he was like there, and you
Yeah.
know the short Mexican bald guy. He was like bald ever since we got there.
No.
No.
He used to hang out with Charlie.
He's apparated a character.
No, he's real.
And he called him Spider. I saw the
No,
frog
the
kid,
brother
I
was
swear I
Spider.
saw the frog kid.
You're
Oh, Frank, you was a frog
someone
kid.
none of us can remember. I don't think he was real. I think
You are the frog
no,
kid,
it's not like we were
Frank.
hanging out with him. It was just he was just that. Well, he was actually went to school with my sister, but
I mean,
I
to be
think-
fair, I only
but we knew his
interact with.
brother.
Yeah.
I think
In Tarantula
involved
with
big high
surgery.
schooler who climbed on walls and shot
I didn't say he
webs.
got-
Damn, I didn't realize Toby Maguire was in our fucking class.
Hmm.
Bully McGuire.
Yeah, we only had half our class graduate too, so I
Why
don't
don't
fucking.
we?
The spider
God,
took
I
him
forgot
out.
about
Why don't you
that.
take a little nice vacation?
Would it have the class just fail? Like,
It was more
Yeah.
than half. There's no way.
I would have been in there.
It was a-
too
it was a-
if I
it
would've-
was-
if I would've- if I would have missed
History or
two more
something?
two more.
if it
2 more
wasn't for my
days.
good friend Adam, Arachno.
No, me and
man.
Adam weren't cool enough.
Fredward or whatever.
Fredward. Fredward is a good one as well.
All right, Dan, stop reading them. You're gonna get ideas.
I'm not reading
for,
it. I didn't even...
You're gonna get ideas for like
Ah,
your
it's
next
I.
character, or actual
Scribbler.
real life child.
Frederick.
Arachno fucking set me off because
Frederick is pretty.
Set
I
you off.
think
It sounds like
Frederick's
a-
pretty good. If you guys are gonna have a familiar next campaign and it's gonna be a spider, I think Frederick's good. I won't kill it off
it's
too much.
fine, like a joke name, but like seriously, it's not fucking Arachno.
Cuck.
It sounds
Okay,
like a
I've
you're
never
the
said
one.
Arachno.
You're the one
I've
that
just
linked
decided he's
this.
not having
Why
fun.
did?
All right, Andrew, you're gun to your head. You have to name
Gun
your
to your
kid.
head.
Gun to your head. You either need to name your child Arachno or Brayden.
Well, like Bread Raiden.
I'd go with Arachno.
Yeah.
Do they look
My
cool?
kid- okay, the thing is,
It's supposed to be back
Brayden,
as
like,
Andrew's wife.
instantly makes my kid a fucking dick. But like, if I name him Arachno, he'll hate me.
Arachno
Yeah, but if you-
Esquire. There you go.
If you name him Braden, everyone's gonna hate him.
No, he'll just
Braden.
be a dickhead. The
What
other
is
Bradens will.
Arachno could be cool though, Andrew.
See, me and Henry
No
have the benefit
one-
of the doubt. I'm like,
okay.
it's a Spanish name. Don't worry about it.
If you fucking
No,
like,
for real.
let's say you're told, like your kid, you're like, oh, the guy sitting next to you, he's out today, but his name is Arachno. Welcome to your first day.
I'd be terrified.
I'd be like, what the fuck? What
Ara-
are we
That's
talking
exactly-
Arachno. And then he comes in, he doesn't look anything like a spider. I'm like, oh. okay.
Everyone would be scared of him. No one would bully him. Everyone would be scared that he's gonna whip out Spider-Man powers at any moment.
No, I
No.
think you would just be merciful.
With that name, I just think you just start puking spiders.
Yeah.
It's worse.
I ate these bugs, and this is what happened.
Don't bully me. I'm about to come.
Come spiders. Jesus.
Oh.
Well, Frederick is a better name, and Threadrue.
Threadrick, that one's amazing. I should have
He's
named him that instead of
He's
Frederick.
ripped out of his mind. He's got the threads. Well,
That was Andrew's thing.
that was Arachnos.
You already did a recap, so I guess you can just
That's
have that as
Arachno's
cherry on
turn.
top. Next one is Henry's 155. Lucio and Kalos. Lucio to Kalos and Varys. Orange-haired woman saying, "Sip the tea, sis." It looks like she can't wipe her own ass with her fingers because her nails are too long.
It's spill the tea, sis.
Spill the tea.
Spill
Adam
the
can't
tea.
read.
That's
I
why they
can't
have
read
the
now.
hose, Adam.
Do you have your glasses on?
No, these are fake.
They're prop glasses, I'll have you know.
Dauntless and Laszlo. What the fuck is that person wearing? Is that a
I have
poorly
no idea.
photoshopped mask and hair over that person? Out of my way, peasants. This is a spider from some animation. It's pretty high quality.
It's Simpsons.
The spider?
Yeah, clearly The Simpsons. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's from the nut,
Uncanny.
that's from the Nut Shack, dude.
Yeah.
The nut check.
You guys don't know. You guys don't know the Nut Shack?
I know the
Okay,
Nut Shack.
Zen, Varys, and Kalos. Guy entering a secret room covered by sound-dampening foam, representing a secret society of pot collectors. And the Resistance and the Learned. That cat. Do you think that's real, guys?
Why is this lively, Adam? It's gotta be real.
It's Live Leak, 2 dogs, and the fact that they're getting hit directly in the face with lightsabers. I don't know if it's real, guys.
I don't know why it says
Hey,
244 hertz in the middle. I don't know what that's
I
about.
don't know what that is, but if you notice, he like does like a little Fuzro Da in like the middle of like
He's
his
also
combo.
that's like some guy's OC. He's a Jedi and the Dragonborn.
Just like bop 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 Fuzro Da, bop bop bop.
That's Adam's Skyrim run. Dual wheel build.
I'm punching
lightsabers.
people right now. I can punch harder than a greatsword right now. Anyways.
And he's talking about real life.
I didn't need to flex on you like that, but anyways, let's continue with the
Yeah, I got some
Ain't no
punch.
bitch, but you know.
pizzazz.
155. This is via Pat. Things Zen would have done. Is it of or have? Would have done?
I would, if I was president.
Because this is in fucking Scrim, you know, and like it never should have come here. Thing is, it should have come here or should have come here. Would have done if he was there. Zen is glad to report to the Crystal Spark family that the quartz crampons are excellent for walking across a river of human waste. Ugh.
If they could walk on lava,
Yeah,
Hot
I would
cacao
argue
is,
that they could walk on
on the poo.
Doo-doo feces
semi-liquid
everywhere.
poop. Yes.
the pee.
If only they could do something about the smell. Dauntless puts on his best Southern Belle impression and sadly loses it during the next conversation. The League the League weighs the pros and cons of murdering children. Did you guys? I thought you were
What?
just like trying to
Very
get.
briefly, it's like, what if we just kill them and walk on?
I thought one of you just decided you can just sleep them like episode 1.
Yes.
What?
This no
You thought
the sleep
murdering would be?
spell versus murdering.
Oh.
Not
Yeah,
not like
but
not
that-
permanently just sleep.
But then,
No, I
but
thought
then
you
Nick
said
was
sleep
like,
with
"I'm
them.
gonna
I'm like,
drown
how's that
one of the
better than
kids."
killing them?
No, that's put them to sleep with the
Ben.
sleep spell.
Do we want to be the group of travelers who are known for like essentially magic roofing a bunch of children?
Yes.
I mean, if Nick was still with us, he would have
Oh
drowned them.
Jesus!
Yeah,
You would have made sure it was near a body of water.
exactly.
But Nick, we're landlocked. That ain't gonna work.
He makes a lake.
Okay, I refreshed the page. Nothing changed.
And he's dying. He's dying. He's not got long left.
I gotta do it. I gotta play the DLC. All right, so let me see. I got 9:26 on the calendar, although it's gonna change very soon. At 11 p.m. that is. I got a couple of things written on this whiteboard, and they're circled. You got Salus, your contact here in Hecafates. You got Dor, the half-orc bartender at the Juicy Gorilla. The Jade Glory.
Aw.
What?
Don't worry, we're going back
I
there.
wish I was there. Oh, okay, we're going back to Gorilla.
And then some of you guys were at the
Was it the Pits?
the PIDS, yeah.
Based off the Ritz Hotel, I assume.
Yeah, sure. I know about hotels.
The Ritz-Carlton.
Rich
Just with more
crackers.
spyware.
A lot of it. But the Obsidian Pids is one thing. You have the Juicy Gorilla and the Jade Glory, all of which are different taverns or inns that you can stay at while you're here in Hecafates. Now, you did send out Salus to gather some information, very Kalos-related-esque. Specifically, you have things to contact the big man himself of the rebellion. Whether or not he wants to speak to you in person or through many different proxies is up to him. He also wanted to figure out anything about Kalos's old friends from his secret organization, not the one that he's in right now, and then the old guy that enslaved him for less than minimum wage, which is nothing. And exposure. Wow, it's close this only place thing. Hold on. Alright, you were informed that over in the PIDS there are many eyes, ears, and sometimes even noses that are trying to eavesdrop on very sensitive information, so what you say here should be kept to a, you know, casual conversation and nothing to break the flow of what people believe to be what is reality. You know, you can't just go around saying, oh gee, I can't wait to kill the gods because they're actually just squids. I mean, if you want to say that out loud, you can, but I wouldn't advise it.
Oh, okay.
Only
Maybe that's
exclusively
exactly what
order
we're supposed
that,
to
yeah.
say, because it's like, oh, okay, they're just crazy. We don't have to worry about them.
Excuse me, room service, could I order,
Every piece of calamari you have.
but you do have 2 of the League members currently at the PIDS. That would be Dauntless and the large and a swarm of spiders. And the rest of you guys were either out speaking with Salus, who is going to be preparing information for you if it's reasonably available to obtain. And besides that, you're kind of waiting about until you get information or the ability to at least contact the Resistance through the most direct means as you can. And then hopefully you can tell them about the shipment. They can intercept it, maybe use it for their own purposes to get the rebellion the upper hand in this thing. Other information that you garner from Salus includes the fact that the head honcho that's not of the Resistance, but rather that of the magically inclined people here, the Tyrant, is currently not feeling good. I wouldn't say it's just a little tummy ache, and his immediate left and right hand men are not doing so well either.
They can't get in the DLC.
Yeah. But in either case, let me go ahead and turn on my fucking AC because I'm melting already.
And it's only gonna get worse.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like 90 plus
Oh.
Fahrenheit.
Yeah.
Fahrenheit.
I saw this thing where they were like,
That's,
people were fighting at 73 Fahrenheit.
That's
Yeah.
like
He opens the window, melts, Adam melts, everyone melts.
I don't want to melt.
You're
I
all
haven't
gonna
pl-
melt.
I haven't played the DLC yet. I can't melt yet.
Kishimi melts.
Let me see. What else is on here? Oh, there was a alchemy shop you guys went to last time too. Other than that, I have here the skeevy waves, but that's from last session. Alright, so you did tell Dauntless and Laszlo about the prying eyes over in the PIDS, so that is information that is known to all of you collectively, thanks to Lolt's network. And besides waiting, is there anything else you guys want to do? It is 11 o'clock p.m. though, so let's take that in mind.
I think for here on out, we are just having conversations mentally, though, like not even speaking out loud. Is that?
Staring at each other menacingly.
Yeah.
I'm thinking we spend the night here and then we pay our tab and get out.
That is experimenting with the croutons and walking on the ceiling.
See a little swarm of spiders in a corner somewhere, like a little CCTV camera right now.
I think we should just, yeah, I think what Varys said is probably the best way. And then leave and then circle right back to the same way that we did. Like walk through poo and then just go back to the
The juicy gorilla we
juicy gorilla.
was after the poo, so we go. It would be.
Yeah, why are we going back in there?
So then, just in case people are following us on their way out, we can flush them out.
Well, yeah, when we leave town, I guess that makes sense.
No, we would leave town. We would go all the way back, walk for like an hour or two, see if we were getting trailed, and then walk back through the poo. So then we can go back to the dirty gorilla.
If you
The juicy gorilla, sorry.
you just want to walk through poo, don't you?
Slandering this man's business. The rubbish, bad gorilla.
We will just have to dress down, I guess, when we come back, just so we don't stand out as, heavily armored individuals. So, me and Dottie, anyway.
Very well. If that's going to be the plan later on, I guess you guys can get some shut-eye. Those over at the PIDs, you may stay there. If you guys want to join them, you did rent out not rent, well, pay for... Well, not yet pay for it, so tab's open.
We might as well return to keep up appearances, I guess. Someone's keep watch though, just in case.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the spider setup, the rest thing that I can sense people that are invisible and all that.
Returning to the PIDs, you are greeted with a hearty welcome. There are still staff about late at night ready to address the clientele. And you can make your way up to your suite, which has yet to be paid, but you have a tab.
Right before we enter, though, I do just want to click on my my glasses, my gem of seeing, just to activate True Sight, just to see if there's any those orbs of scrying or any invisible people just looking at people.
I imagine it was a
Oh,
light on.
creepily like.
Sure. As you snap on your peepers, or whatever the fuck it looks like, by the counter where you guys first checked in, there is an individual propped up in the corner. You could almost mistake it for a mannequin, if not for the fact that it was completely invisible up until now. But there's a person standing there, leaned up against the corner, arms crossed, and just, like, looking back and forth.
As soon as we clear the lobby, I just let
We
Varys
cross within
and
30
Zed-
feet of him. Like, we have to walk by him to go where we're going.
The lobby's not, like, huge, so... I mean, relatively speaking, it is.
That's one of my new passes for level 18. I'm aware of all invisible creatures within 30 feet of me. So.
Well.
I got something. I got something for a level up.
Well, there is a dude in there, arms crossed, just looking around. When you guys walk in, he just kind of looks up your direction, kind of trails you with his eyes for a bit. And then as soon as you guys make your way upstairs, you notice that at the top of the flight, right before it rounds the corner, just before the doors to the suite, there are the people who work here normally, just the night staff, maybe sweeping the hallway entry.
Props up against the door and they're trying to listen.
But no, there's not a guy with a cup against the door. But there is another invisible dude at the far end of the room, right next to an open window. He's leaning up with, like, well, you can't tell if it's he or not. It's a very hooded. Every feature is cloaked with shadowy garb, and one elbow rests upon the window. He's kind of looks out every once in a while, and then looks back into the room. He's just chilling, spying, creeping.
Do they have any insignia on them?
Not that are visible. Their cloaks go all around their body, and comes up to a hood that drapes over the most of the brow. and other than that, it's just a giant lump of cloth leaning up against a wall.
Okay.
Very cloak and dagger-esque. There could be daggers in there. Or maybe it's a flasher.
Pervert that spies on people. Possible.
As you make your way towards the suite, some of the workers here hold the door open for you and bid you a fond evening and a good night rest. And then you can hear them moving away from the door, presumably to not appear to be doing the cup thing. But you're in the room with the rest of your companions. One of them is in spider swarm form, and whatever the fuck Dauntless was doing up until now. Maybe...
Meditating.
Sure.
Zen's walking on the ceiling.
As per usual, yeah. Now that you guys are known to be being spied on by either invisible people, or maybe there's like a peephole in here that leads down into another thing, it would require a lot of homing and healthy dose of... At this point, it's not paranoia, it's completely warranted, but...
I pinged Varus. Maybe we should do like the little bubble thingy,
Which bubble?
like the alternate dimension bubble. What do you think, or would that not help?
I'm actually not sure what spell you're talking about.
Fuck, what is it called? I always forget.
That's
Not
the thing
dimension.
Kalos does. That.
Yeah,
Oh.
or not even pay.
Nah, we could just. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think we have really much to talk about. We're just gonna. We'll pack up tomorrow morning and get out of
I
here.
shrug and I continue pretending to meditate. I guess.
Pretending to meditate, or really doing meditation, who knows? Are you guys gonna do any kind of bubbles, alternate dimension, hotel rooms, geese,
I want to look
I'm not
around
doing
for
a
people.
geese.
You don't want to kill people.
room service?
Yeah. I will do that Sentry's Rest thing. Not the spider thing I got given. It's not Sentry's Rest. I can't remember the name of it. Not let me find it, but I'll be doing that.
Alright. Anyone else?
I'm gonna be looking for peepholes.
Carlos, can you
Ooh.
like make a shotgun trap for the door, like for Fallout, just in case someone comes right through? Just
There's no guns yet.
And then it will proceed to order room service.
Can you make a armless crossbow trap?
Ooh, Pat's got the lore. I like to think that Pat has that thing at the Ren Fair which says "Do not break character" right above his computer.
I love the AR-15 horse.
I went to Ren Fair yesterday, and someone tried to do that to me. It was like first thing in the morning. I'm like, man, it's like.
I was about to say, the
I'm
Ren Fair's
tired.
not open yet, and then I'm like, oh wait, yeah, a few.
You went in
The
Ren mode.
magical man. Yeah.
Should have been
Great
like Miller
word to
or your
bring.
wife, made him into the path of approaches.
I should have. Oh,
You
my
should have
God
done
damn
that.
it.
What were you saying, Henry?
But
I got a 25 for looking for peepholes and not building an armless crossbow.
Wasted 25,
device.
Henry. What the...
yeah.
Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
We should have room service.
You guys can see Kalos for the next 25 straight minutes, basically just pressing his face. Like, if this is the floor, my whiteboard, he's just doing like this to the floor and walls, and just like going really, really in depth, pressing his face up against every corner, looking for peepholes. Some of them that you find, they could just be ventilation shafts, and in fact one of them is, as your face hits up against a metal grate. Now while that is not... It is not necessarily a peephole, but it could be used to spy. So there is a ventilation grate.
We don't
Where-
need free, do we?
Where it goes, you're not entirely sure. and the metal mesh on top of it would be. You would need to be approximating the size of an ant to squeeze through.
Or a spider.
I ping Kalos.
Spiders are pretty big.
Or 200 spiders. I'm sorry, what?
I pinged Kalos to see if he found anything.
Besides this, did I find anything else?
No.
No, that was it. I did find those weird guys when I was coming up, though.
Okay, I pinged him back. Disrupting these may be a bigger indicator than anything else.
I'm not going to disrupt them. I'm just looking for them.
I fart into the ventilation
What
shaft.
if we like pretend to throw a brick at a fly behind them because we can't see them? Let's see what happens.
Oh, look, a fly brick.
It's just ammo shotgun. Boom.
Alright, guys, time to play shit in the corner. Take a corner.
They're all hands. They're like, what are they doing? It's like, so they can't they have to. We'll feel them if they try to get around us.
I mean, we have been
feels
holding
like a
on to those
weird
laxatives for all this time. We didn't think we could use them on ourselves, but
Well, I pinged Kalos. What if we use these to spread this information?
Spread misinformation?
Yeah.
What kind of misinformation are you trying to spread?
Well, what would be useful for your group? I'm playing the role of wealthy socialite.
I honestly don't know. I think we'd get more in trouble, to be quite honest with you.
Oh. Well, what? Okay, on the converse side of things, what is the membership requirements for the rich? Just be rich and don't like
Be rich,
poor
be
people?
powerful.
Ding ding.
Do you want to join the? I don't think you'll be able to join. I think you probably could actually, but would you want to join?
I mean, may as well make use of the advantages we got.
Yes, but we're leaving tomorrow, though.
Okay.
Alice, you want to try for a history check to see what prerequisites there usually are for joining such high-class people?
History? I'm not good at those. +5.
I'm just saying, I'm an archdruid of a conclave. That might bring something. I mean, sure, it's
Yes,
Yeah, but that's a
hillbilly
bit too
stuff.
rustic.
Yeah, but you're not rich, though.
When you
I'm
laugh,
rich
do you
in
go,
culture.
I'm 24.
or do you go,
24?
I'm 24. Yeah. 24.
the kid's calling you out.
No, ooh, you're
Got
really
him.
old.
You're old, Uncle. What are you talking about?
You're 29.
Thank you.
That's the role Henry got. He got even higher. He got even higher.
Ryan, he's 29.
Thank you, children. So, magic proficiency, being able to cast at least some rudimentary spells or cantrips is a prerequisite. If you're able to give proof of some kind of nobility that is not mandatory, but it is, enough to put you to the top of the stack,
Written on my underwear.
and large amounts of disposable liquid income, or in hard finances like property.
I let Daedalus know with that information, and everyone else, whoever wants to join, maybe.
Well, if it comes
I
to it,
am
we
going
don't
to
know.
ask. I'm going to ping Laszlo. Ask the closest thing we have to an arcane expert. Do you know any spells that can? Well, do you know of? You don't. Not that you need to know them. Do you know of any spells that are kind of like scrying, but mental scrying? Do you?
You could read people's thoughts. That's one.
Okay. I then I pinged Daedalus immediately after that. Don't think too much. Good night.
Let me think. There's probably some others, but yeah, it's probably one I could think that's pretty. That's like mind reading. Yeah.
Okay.
Cows make
But
an
that-
anti-mind reading device.
Well,
I would show up in my tinfoil.
I
hat.
could.
I can just cast mind blank.
I feel like that would be
on
as
them.
suspicious, though. Like, in the same way that covering up the peepholes would be kind of suspicious. I feel like, unable to read your mind for some unknown reason. It's almost like you knew this would happen.
Or it's just could be like precautions, but
It is true. I am also crazy.
Bosses is crazy.
so mind blank. I say to Varus is like that. That could be something that would eliminate any mind reading.
Is that for all of us or just one person?
One person.
Save your resources. Let's just not. Let's just get through tonight and.
Are we going to go to other place just to get in contact with the other guy? Is that the whole plan? The Jade Glory? I say to Varus.
Didn't we already do that? That's we talk to the other guy, and then we're going to the. We're moving, right?
Well, you said, or whoever contacted me said that this place is being spied on by the rich folk, and the other places is being spied on by the other folk. So we want to go to the place with the other folk to get a meeting with the other guy.
I think
That was the whole plan.
Was what was recommended to us as we go back to the.
Okay.
Gorilla.
All right.
Are you gonna stay the night then, or no?
Finish the night here.
Very well. Finishing out the night, we're gonna go ahead and grab my blue dry erase. Gonna smudge out this number and replace it with a slightly higher number. 9/27. September is almost done. Before you guys wake up early in the morning, sometime around 2 o'clock in the morning, someone breaches the security barrier from the balcony side. Laszlo would be the first to be awoken by his special magical alarm device. You can alert the rest of the party at your leisure.
I contact them through the network. There's someone on the balcony. Has it got a door?
It does have a door, but it is, like, you know, wooden frame with a glass checkerboard pattern window. So, if you want to break through it, just takes a good chunk of a rock. But the individual, single, has approached from the top of the balcony.
Do they start knocking?
And has jumped down onto the not ground floor, onto the, you know... It seems like they climbed on top of the roof, and then jumped down onto the balcony. And you can hear very gentle three-tone rapping at the chamber door.
I'll open the door.
knock.
I'll have Azure in its regular axe form, just in case.
You open the door, and the first thing you're greeted with is someone shoving a pin that is shaped like an ivory tusk in your face.
Yeah.
Do you respond?
Do I I flash mine, I guess? I don't know.
Sure. The shady-looking individual replaces their pin underneath their cloak, and then holds out a roll of parchment. It has a wax seal on it, and then he promptly hands you a matchstick afterwards. And then jumps off the balcony and glides off into the night.
Ooh, ow, my feet. Ow, ow, ow. You hobble away.
He lands on like those, you know how those iron fences has
Oh
like
my
those...
god.
Let's not think about that. I've seen deers get their balls cut on that.
Oh, okay, all right.
Corey almost died like that once.
As I mentally see that in my head and just gorging out deer nuts, I'm gonna read the thing.
Okay.
You unfurl the seal, and as soon as it is unsealed, the little wax stamp begins to crumble into dust, leaving behind only the parchment and the matchstick. So it is written in a weird type of non-standard common. Are you proficient in any
No.
kind of thieves' cant?
No, but I do tell. I think if I remember correctly, I I mentally tell, hey Zen, over here, please, if you don't mind.
You woke him up. You woke the old man. You scared him.
I go back and forth. None of this involves me currently.
What is it?
I tell him, hey, what does this say?
I take a look at it.
Mind you, mentally tell you to him like, hey, just remember.
Yeah, we're like
keep it-
not speaking at all,
Yeah,
right?
no,
That's like the
yeah,
whole thing.
yeah.
Mr. DM Adam, Pitmaster, Golfmaster.
I'm not even wearing a
Okay.
hat.
He's
I
like,
can,
"The
I'm getting the
controls are
wizard
loud."
hat.
The roll doesn't, doesn't dissipate.
I'm getting the hat.
So,
Getting me mallet.
okay, he's getting the hat first.
Maybe it's for the reading of the letter. Holy shit!
By popular demand.
No one asked for that.
Weren't you? Well, wasn't that really what you were doing? Was secretly asking for the hat?
No, it's a new. We can't call him something like that. Wizard.
So the way that this thing reads, it almost looks like someone's shopping list alongside a recipe for honey buns. But if you are able to look between the lines with Thieves' Cant, it reads as not a recipe for honey buns, but a recipe to make contact with a very prominent individual. So, rather than saying basically the leader of the rebellion, it reads as the sous chef would like to meet you to create a dozen honey buns, but that translates to the leader would like to meet you next midnight.
To bring honey buns.
I will mentally translate that to Kalos.
In the next part of the air quotes recipe, it tells you that due to security concerns, or rather problems in the kitchen, very few chefs will be allowed on the line.
Okay.
And specifically counts that you are only allowed to bring 2 chefs.
2 chefs. I wonder who that could be. Oh,
Pigeon.
I'll pass that along. Like, you know what this means.
And then I light it on fire, and then.
I eat it.
Does it say? Hold on, before I light it on fire.
Oh no!
I was gonna say, you probably
I-
should just eat it.
I tell Zed, does it say where we're meeting?
Does it?
It does. I was getting to that before you decided I'm gonna light it on fire. I eat it and then I burn the poop. Well, extra. Oddly enough, there is an actual bakery, but it's just a front. The dough never rises on Sunday, is what you are to tell the patron. Or not the patron, the proprietor. Let me repeat that one more time. The dough never rises on Sunday.
Ah, so they're closed on Sunday.
Yeah, it's Jesus Day.
Fuck is that?
And then you can eat it. Or burn it. Or you can put
Do
it
it
in
at
your
the same
mouth.
time.
You can put it in your
Does the
mouth while it's
sweet-
on
Then
fire.
light it on
Does
fire.
the sweet have an easy bake oven we could use?
Yeah, we can do the recipe.
Yeah, there is a fireplace in here if you want to just not be a freak.
Well, what if it's a fake fire and it's actually just harvests all the
We got-
votes that people try to get rid of?
Ooh, could be. Are you willing to take that risk?
Eat it. Eat the note. You hear a little spider say, "Eat the note," and then beat it again.
I'm sorry, I had to
No.
deal with the kids. So you said the dough never rises
On Sunday.
on Sunday.
And anyone who is proficient with Thieves' Cant knows that you shouldn't just say the code phrases as their own statements. You should weave them into conversations, so you don't just go around in the middle of it like,
Or, I would love some ivory roses, as you do every time.
Walk up,
Like,
knock on the door,
Here's-
I
say
would
it
like the
out
ivory
loud.
kind, please, sir. Oh man.
So midnight
Next midnight.
Next one.
And then what bakery is it at?
You have to puke it back out and look.
Thankfully, I would say that you would have read it before eating, shitting, and burning it all at the same time.
Shooting it.
Doughy mounds.
Ugh.
Joey
What?
McDollface.
Doughy mounds.
Doughy bagels.
No, I don't know. Just go.
Doughy
I-
mounds could also
I
be a
don't like
euphemism for
bakeries.
big, bouncy titties.
Is it?
That's what I said. I'm like, damn.
already out the
Huge
door. It's like
ones.
midnight.
Is Adam doing that thing where you say the joke the second time, but people hear it and laugh at it? Fuck
No,
you,
no,
Adam.
no, I said it first.
Ah,
I just said that. Yeah, whatever, dude. Just like,
You're
oh,
not the funny guy.
That's cruel.
This is fortuitous, considering my entire cover is. I don't say this out loud, by the way. I'm just saying in general.
Mhm.
My whole
I fucking hate bakeries.
shopping. So
Is the doughy mounds? Is it on the rich people side or the blue collar side?
Blue collar.
Blue collar. All right.
I state we should probably throw in a few different shops before going to that one.
It is gonna be at midnight, by the way.
It's gonna
So
be at midnight. Yeah. So.
Oh, but yeah, don't go there in the day. But
Yeah.
I love baked goods all of a sudden.
all of
I mean,
a
from
sudden,
its
did you
name,
stop?
It's either strip joint or bakery or strip bakery, right?
or
I mean,
or a
listen,
Turkish
street
barber.
bakery
Yeah.
sounds pretty good.
Do you have that in America? Do you have Turkish barbers?
What does that mean?
What the
It's
hell
a
is that?
Turkish barber.
We do have. I mean, there are Turkish people, and I'm assuming some of them are barbers. So
There's like a lot of barbers that are just Turkish barbers.
No, it's only salons and barbers.
It's only salons and Dominican guys that cut
hell
your
yeah,
hair.
my
Well,
fucking
yeah,
barber's
at the
Dominican.
barber, yeah.
No, at the salon, because that's how it usually works. There's just a barber, and then there's the people that do women hair at the while the barbers are cutting.
I go to a salon, and it's only women there.
Adam's a
I
woman.
actually don't remember finding.
Adam, you go to the nice.
You get a little cup of tea while you're
yeah,
having
he
your
gets a cup
haircut.
of
That
tea.
sounds good, man.
No, but they have news in Spanish on the TV. That I can't
And I'm like, what are they
understand.
saying?
Fucking
Mayo. What the fuck?
every now and then
Avocado?
you watch the Spanish news, you gotta like nod, and then you gotta nod
Yes,
like
Dan, I think you need
missed
to.
it.
Dan, I think you need to rework what your idea of
nod thoughtfully, but and then
Hispanic
but
TV is like.
That's
It's not just,
very
it's not just
racist.
fucking mariachi all the time.
Well, I don't know.
That's just fucking racist.
nod
Dan, if you come
thoughtfully.
to America and
Okay.
every Mexican you go to, you just start fucking doing a mariachi trumpet.
I mean, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be impressed. First of all, you're gonna be like, "Oh, look at this British guy." can do the
Culture.
thing."
He's a real life Brit.
And then they hit you.
It's exactly the tea thing. That's why I did it back. It's the same thing.
I don't think Hispanic people deserve that. They didn't even throw the tea.
As long as you don't say tortillas,
I
We're
would never. Henry.
Jalapeno.
Yeah,
Adam,
jala-
get him, Henry.
or frijoles.
Greg said that the other day. I'm telling you.
Yeah, as a joke, but like no one-
Guacamole.
Can I get
Oh,
a
when I have to
a
make
whack-a-mole?
I'll just say, I'll just ask you if we ever go anywhere where there's like proper authentic food. I'll just ask you like, what do you recommend? I'm not gonna say I'll have the fajitas, please. I'll get killed.
Sometimes they just
You-
have pictures because
you-
I don't speak
They'll
Spanish, so I
laugh
just
How many
at you. They would
pesos
laugh
is
at
it?
you. They would laugh at you
Yeah, just
so
ask for whatever
hard.
looks
They think
tastiest.
it's funny. They think it's
I just
so
don't.
funny
I
when
just
people
don't know
try it.
that. I mean, it's got to be endearing, right? It's like at least he's trying.
Yeah.
What's the
Yeah,
worst
that's
way you
what
can
it is.
pronounce Doritos?
Projitos? What?
Hurry.
Oh,
Doritos?
Haritos.
Haritos.
Fritos.
Doritos.
Horny toads. I'll have 10 horny toads, please.
Look, all you need to do is get a quesadilla. You'll be good.
Of
Fuck
what?
you. Fuck you.
Fuck you, get this fucking guy
I'll
out
have
of
a
here.
champagne.
Push him out
As a
the
bunch
room.
of as a bunch of
Champagne,
Hispanic
serving
friends
them.
still calls it quesadillas. Come on.
Wait,
guys.
so Dilla?
Quesadilla.
quesadilla? Is that-
Yeah.
quesadilla?
Quesadilla, okay.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, it's the English way.
Well,
of
I'm not
saying it.
Spanish, so yeah.
It's the
You're
English
not?
way of
Bro.
saying it. Are you
I
sure?
know
Guys,
someone-
breaking news.
Oh no.
Dude, you know what's the weirdest
Greg's
thing
like,
for
you
me?
might be.
You know
Well, I
what's the
just
weirdest
remembered,
thing
weren't
for
we
me?
gonna do cams today, or am I wrong? I could have sworn
Oh.
we said that last week. We're gonna
Yeah,
do
let's
that.
do that next week just because I have the kids.
Oh,
I'll
yeah, that's
definitely do
fair.
it next week though.
All right. Well, does the link still work for the ninja thing?
What were you going to say, Henry? Yeah.
Shit, what was I gonna say? Oh, the weirdest
Quesadillas.
thing for me is I've met one British Mexican Mexican person,
Wow.
and so when I thought when they were gonna speak English Spanish, I was like, what the fuck is that gonna sound like? And it was
He's
just
gonna
Spanish.
say what Dan said as a joke, but for real, like
And it was just
for
It
it was
Julie's,
just
for
regular
Jo-
It's
Spanish. but-
Spanish, but very posh. Like,
yeah, I thought I
What,
was
what do
just
you think
like,
he was gonna be like? Tally away.
yeah, exactly.
That's good.
you guys are talking about cows at the top of the session, but like, do animals have accents in different countries?
Must do.
Ooh,
Must
they
do.
must do. Yeah.
I think. Have you ever heard like a French cat?
Meow.
Exactly.
Dude, so one of the ladies we dog sit for up here has a dog that was rescued from Puerto Rico, and he doesn't really understand English. But if you talk to him in Spanish, he understands. I'm like, no way. No,
Yeah,
I mean, it makes sense.
there's a
But I'm
bunch of
like,
those. Yeah.
all right, what are we doing? Something about wet gorilla's butt.
We're
I'm
gonna
not-
just
we're
finish
gonna
off the
sleep.
night. You finish off the night, wake up in the morning. There is a courtesy morning call at 7:30 a.m. Just a gentle knocking at the door.
Does that activate the tabs? No, don't knock the door.
Boom.
I'd
Shocking.
say
I do make
do
sure
that
to
and
burn the
roll back
letter.
over.
hmm
You don't
Not
really
not eat it. Just burn it and flush it down. Is there is
Did
there
Zip
a
eat it? Zip will eat it.
oh
if you
Zip
have
will
no
eat it.
balls.
There you go.
Sure.
Zip's just like, I'll just do it.
Give
We'll
it to
take
Zip.
for-
Zip. will
I'm
eat
really
anything.
hungry. I'm hungry.
Then it turns out like the letter explodes.
It's got
It's like,
cyanide on it. Like.
It's just
I
nothing but
write a laxative.
carcinogens.
Like.
You take a fireball's worth of damage to your stomach
Mm.
lining.
Well,
A lot.
'cause it just
Antacid
makes
won't
Zip
help with that.
carcinogenic. So if he gets eaten, someone gets cancer from eating Zip.
maybe. But you need to be eaten for that. And I'm not doing any kind of vor here, so next campaign maybe. Alright, gentlemen and princess. On the morrow of the 27th of September, you have the day to kill before your meeting with the Great Liberator, or presumably at least someone who is a proxy for him, over at a unknown bakery at midnight. So you have the day to kill. Is there anything you guys want to do? Any people to meet? Any...
I think the idea was to pay the tab today and like get the fuck out of this place, right?
I think just pretend to go shopping and then not buy anything.
just
and then
window
dip
look,
out.
right?
Yeah, window shop, and then just dip out.
Maybe buy some like moderately inexpensive stuff just to say, oh, we shopped, and then
I was a Heck of Fate's shirt. I
paid
love
the
Heck
tab
of
on the way out just to like not.
I
arrive.
went to Hegafates.
What other shit do you get from New York that's like the sort of the touristy stuff?
the I Heart New York shirt, hat,
Yeah.
or any other clothing accessory? Or both. You can get both. If you wanna
Lady
look like a
Lady
fucking-
Liberty.
I mean, if you go to the Statue of Liberty, they got those little foam crowns you can get.
Are there any landmarks inside Heck of Fates that are adjacent in coolness to the Lady of Liberty?
There's a Temple of Zeus.
Ugh.
I
don't know
want
if
to
you guys-
look at it. I want to look at it at least.
The Colossus of Athens is there too for some reason.
What
That
are you
one,
doing
yeah.
here?
or like the Temple of Squid.
Temple of bitch.
Anyway, how much?
You get struck by lightning. It's like, oh, he said it. He said
But
it.
I think we did hear something knock at our door, so there's that at the very least.
Well,
That was just a courtesy call.
How much is
What's-
the tab?
The tab's gonna run you fine, folks. 750 gold pieces.
1,000.
I angrily pay it.
Learns
you
about
just-
humidity.
It comes with a complimentary breath mint.
I just chomp it like a fucking crazy.
No, princess, don't eat the breath.
I take a breath.
It's covered in cyanide. Ah, princess.
I eat the breath mint and then I kind of like waggle my fingers at them, like, come on, keep them coming.
10 breath mints.
It also comes with a complimentary orange juice right afterwards. If you're a sicko.
And you brush your teeth now.
So, since you're done with the PIDs, you may vacate the area. While you are still in the upper district, you may keep up your ruse by going to various stalls, or rather shops, because
I walk around, or I ride Laszlo around.
Oh, we gotta do that again? Fuck, I don't even think this. Alright.
And occasionally hissing, and I kind of like mentally tell Laszlo, just start flailing whenever I hiss at you.
Okay.
What the?
All right.
What
Yeah.
is happening? I just let Varys know. It's like, what the?
Flail? Would you have flail? Flail how? Like,
Upper body, not lower body.
oh, like lift up, like
Yeah,
rear
just
up.
start,
Just ask
just start like
Alice if
flailing
there's-
your arms and hissing back at me.
Okay.
Was it a lover
And
spat or
we do
something?
this throughout the entire day.
All day. All right. Well,
Whole
That's
day.
like
All right. Well,
standard
you owe me. Okay. Well, you know, yeah,
I
it's
give you
fine.
the mental equivalent of thumbs up.
there are many locations you can visit, and some of them you cannot, due to security reasons. And while you are a very proficient and prominent individual of nobility, there are some locations that they don't allow tourists unless you got the members pass.
Like where?
Well, specifically, the Temple of Zeus is actually only if you are an acolyte. They do request a symbol of your faith, a literal symbol, as in like a. You see some of them wearing either a necklace with a little lightning bolt on it. Some of them have a magical staff.
Some of them have 2 lightning bolts.
You got a
Really
conduit
strange.
of Zeus, don't you? Godless, I say in your network.
Yeah, but that's more
This
of
is
a
true.
item. I think that's what we got over a while ago, where it's just like people just use it as names for things. It's not like, ooh, this is an item from actual Zeus.
Like
type of thing.
I mentally tell
I
you.
don't
we
expect every
actually-
every Jesus follower to have like this is Jesus' leg. Like I have it with me. It's my
every
type
Jesus-
symbol.
One of those
Yeah.
Jesus followers.
You wouldn't get it, guys.
We don't actually have to go to the temple. I mentally tell you. I just
Alright, no problem. Where do you want to go?
There's the only arcane university on the continent is located here. You must be
This tool to ride the ride.
students and faculty and staff. Well, which
Are you
includes
saying that for this university we can't just barge in with all our
What
weapons?
the
and say,
hell?
Professor, we need you to make us potions.
You're not gonna let me take my spider inside? Fuck you. Fuck you.
Would I know a secret way to get in there since this was my old stomping grounds?
It could be there, it could not be there. It's been quite some time. And reasonably speaking, it only gets you so far in terms of actual in-depth into the actual campus facilities. Some of the ones that you went to would have been just to get from like dormitory to the exterior wall, mess hall to exterior wall, janitorial closets. Water closets,
So did you go there? That is just where you went.
No, this is where I was
indentured.
yeah, this is where I was,
Slaverized.
this is where I worked as a blue collar.
Probably shouldn't go there then. It might raise, although you look a little bit different. So
Yeah, let's avoid that area.
certain smells and such. I don't know how magic works. They might be like, "Oh, I can smell the Kalos." There he
No,
is.
the schmelly smell.
And there's also the palace of the tyrant.
Oh, hello, tyrant. You're ill, right? Fuck you. Ooh.
Let me
Guys,
slap you across the
got your
face with
medicine
my
right
axe, bitch.
I don't know. He might be a cool guy. I don't
I
know
got a
all
couple.
about.
I got a couple of grenades cooking for your ass.
Oids, meet this, buddy.
I just mentally tell the guys like I have no plan whatsoever besides to make a scene. So wherever you guys want to
Make
go,
a scene?
make
What
us
kind of
move
scene?
in that direction.
Well, let's just do some window shopping, buy some potions.
That's about all the scene we need, right?
Yeah, that's
Buy
exactly
some silk
it.
and pastries, and or buy some.
DM, is there a nice pastry shop that I can
Let's
show
just
the
get
guys?
drunk.
I want to look on the directory for someone called Arachno. Do they have residence in?
I think that's you.
There can only be one. Right.
That should be your alias. Arachno.
It's awful.
That's not terrible. Yeah.
We'll get you a mask.
I don't need a fucking mask.
Well, you know what your
He's wearing
identity gang.
the Dune thing.
Yeah, I'm in my full Dune getup. You can't see my face.
There are not any designated pastry shops, but it is more like a cafe. Kind of French style outdoor patio cafes.
I'll take one. I'll remember where they sell pastries, and I'll take the guys there.
They are overly expensive, but nothing that someone who frequents Starbucks isn't used to. That being said, I don't go to Starbucks, so
As
isn't
we are
it's like
walking,
$6 to $8 for a coffee or something.
yeah,
What the fuck?
I went with my nephews and nieces, and I spent $24 for all of our drinks.
Oh, you're such a nice uncle.
I fucking hated it.
Was it even that good of a drink?
No, because they fucked up
Oh.
mine. They didn't put enough caramel.
They just gave me a glass of water.
They just
Why
gave
is
me
it
a
called
glass of
venti?
water.
A venti is, it doesn't mean large, it means 20.
I just slapped you across the face. And that's it.
Are you Zip right now, or are you Bananas?
I would have to be Zip because bananas would destroy every building he just went to.
It's King
He has a
Kong
natural urge to
incarnated.
climb the Empire State equivalent.
I mean,
But ironically,
does
Professor
Zip have
Bananas
fancy clothes?
is the more like together and calm and
Yeah,
he's the
the
socialite.
kooky
ironically.
guy.
Yeah.
Zip's the weird one who doesn't fit into society.
He wants
Professor
to eat
Bananas,
notes.
Standing, yeah.
he's got a monocle and a pipe, and he's into local politics.
So affluent.
If I spin this thing fast enough, it messes with the green screen.
Should I just like turn the corner, get dressed, and be turned into Dr. Bananas? Or is that too suspicious, you think?
Probably.
As we are walking around, though, DM,
Already
I
got
do
the
just
giant
want
spider.
to activate my monocle of True Sight, just to
Mhm.
make sure, just to see if there's any, one, invisible people, and two, an invisible person that's following us.
Invisible people. Those are... What was that documentary called Invisible People? Wasn't that the thing with the Coney 2012 thing? Oh, it's Invisible Children. That's what it was.
Was it the one where the guy was jacking it in the streets of LA?
Yeah, that guy.
Memorable.
Jacking it,
Jerking
smacking
it,
it.
working it, smashing it. I love it. Alright.
You turn on your monocle, and you look around the area. There are many nobles dressed fancily for their morning breakfasts around the cafes, the shops, and whatnot. Occasionally, people who are slightly underdressed, but they look like the workers around these areas, transporting goods to their respective locations. And occasionally, some guy staring at you in between an alleyway with his arms crossed, thinking he's invisible, which he is.
Alright, I just clock that guy and just...
In the
Let-
face?
No, I just clock him like, oh, he's right
Oh.
there, okay. I'm just gonna let Varys and Zen... I'll let everyone know. There's a guy following us that's invisible, but following us.
Just don't look him. Don't go out of your way to look at him.
Don't think it, don't say it. Don't think it.
Shut up, that movie's terrible.
Pee-pee poo-poo man.
Called that.
Improve the movie.
It would
improve
improve the
the
movie, honestly.
Yeah.
That fucking
Beep,
piece of
boopy,
shit
boopy.
movie. Alright,
I can't
It
take
makes everything
everyone
better.
serious.
Makes it better.
it would be better if it was not that stupid ass fucker. It's not even intimidating, like his normal name. Alright.
His real name is Pee Pee Poo Poo.
Yeah, if it was that, I would take it a little bit more seriously, honestly. The monster coming to kill you for that would be so humiliating.
Pee pee
Yeah.
poo poo.
And they check the records of the people who were like killed by him, and it's like right before his moments of death. No, it's the. Alright, you're gonna. You guys gonna watch that
Yeah.
movie, and instead of every time they say it, we just dub over it
Dub it.
ourselves.
Pee pee poo poo.
What movie is this?
The Bye Bye Man, that really
Pee pee poo
shitty
poo
horror
man.
movie.
Pee
Alright.
pee poo poo man.
Alright, so, you guys spend the greater part of the day just perusing around the area, doing some window shopping. The shady individual, who has been cloaked in invisibility, has been following you for quite some time. At one point, you lose track of them as a result of them dipping behind a building, and then there's a brief time of approximately 30 to 45 minutes around noon where you don't see any kind of people immediately spying on you in a hidden location. Obviously, people will just stare at you because you have Laszlo present, but those are wayward glances and not long, hard stares. except for the exception of children in the area who will point and ridicule. But if you can get over that teasing, then I guess nothing really weird happens. And it's around 3 o'clock. Sorry, not 3 o'clock. I said half an hour later. So around 12:45-ish, when you clock another invisible person. They are trying to, like, stand amongst a crowd of people. Like an Assassin's Creed hidden thing, yeah. But they're just, like, they're taller than the crowd they're in. So they're just staring from over their heads at you guys.
How
Yeah.
tall are these people? What the hell?
Well, the people that they're crowding around are, like, adolescents. So...
Kind of creepy, dude.
You're just
gonna
looking.
Scratch myself just a little bit while they're staring. I can't tell where exactly, so I'm just scratching all over just so they get the message.
What does that even translate
What
to?
kind of message?
You know, Adam.
I got the hives.
And then as it gets closer to like 1, I tell the guys, hey, we should start heading out. And then we should start heading out so we can circle back in time for this meeting.
Exiting the upper echelon of the city, you make your way down through the streets, back into the blue-collar district, so to speak. The crowds around here are much denser, worse off in dress quality, and generally speaking, are a bit more down to earth. Some of them have already seen your presence, so the second or third time they're seeing this large spider creature being ridden by a red dragonborn princess is not exactly as cool as it was the first time. So generally speaking, many people know to stay clear, and even go so far as to part ways when you are trying to move along the streets. Whether it's from reverence, fear, or some other third thing, who knows? None of them are coming out and saying it. What destination is the League going to?
We weren't going to the Juicy Gorilla. We were going, what, a little ways out into...
Little ways
woods.
out to the woods, see if that person is still following us, and then circle back with like drabbier clothes.
On the way out to the city walls, you do pass by the Dolly Mounds. It is a very popular bakery, seemingly run by a couple. One large bearded man who has his beard tucked into a net as to not get it into any of his pastries, and a very, very lovely couple just operating the bakery stand. You wouldn't know it from at first glance that they were operating some sort of front for the resistance. Or maybe you would, because the resistance is made up of humble people of the soil, so I guess it would be appropriate. But then that would mean you could suspect everyone of being a front. But then if you suspect everyone, then no one is. Anyways. Vacating the city. Exiting the exterior wall. There are different gates you can go towards. You did come in from the southern gate. There is a very lesser used one that faces east. It's lesser used because there's a swamp out to the east, so not many people will traverse through there for obvious reasons. And to the west is a leading out towards Borka Ridge and that freshwater mountain stream that trails down from that. So there is a decent amount of traffic coming from there. About 40 to 50% of it is boat traffic. Not large ships, but just anything that could reasonably fit into a inland freshwater stream. And you have those options to vacate the city from. You want to go to the swamp, the poo-poo trail, or the stream, or the river.
The poo-poo trail, I think.
Oh boy. You've trodden this
Wait,
path
actually,
before.
You
before we
didn't
do
even
that,
have to
before we do
ask him.
that,
He
Wait,
was.
wait, wait. We don't actually leave through the poo poo trail, right? We just pass by the gate that's near the poo poo trail.
It's still the middle of the day, and we had trouble getting past people working in the poo poo trail at night. So would we want to go back that way and have to deal with, oh, here's some workers doing their thing?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought it was like the gate that was near the poo poo trail. But we'd be actually walking out from the poo poo trail?
Well, it leads in that direction. It's not like as soon as you exit the south gate, bam, bam.
Poo-poo.
No, but it's like exiting from the south gate. It's another like 2 hours to get to the trench, so it's not just get out the south gate, bam. So, but it's in that direction. Reasonably speaking, if you're trying to catch the person who's tailing you, some trails might be more efficient than others, who knows? So, which gate are you going to exit from? South, west, or east? Again, east, swamp. West, river. South, trench.
Do you want to go west and then circle around?
And
back
go to
the
south? Yeah.
Go west, young spider.
I just veer west immediately and hit a wall.
You're going the wrong way.
I was told to go west.
You cross the city over to the west gate. There you can see around this time there are some merchants coming in and out. Some of them appear to be very salty, if it might be. Sailors of the kind. Denoted by either their attire, the visible tattoos of seafaring related tattoos such as anchors and sea maidens. Sometimes it's just a fish.
Tons of seagulls.
But the goods that they're bringing in, while none of them are like, oh hey, that's the one that has my spider thing on it, because obviously it's too soon, they are bringing in some cargo that is presumably from overseas, judging by the exotic nature of the containers, or some of the contents of them that are just spilling over the lip that you can visibly see as they're entering. They are handing the guards papers of what is presumably some sort of merchants guild, allowing them easy access through security, and able to sell their goods within a short time span. There is a kind of an open market where merchants who don't have a designated stall can just sell their shit right as soon as they get into the city, but you guys are leaving through that gate, so maybe some other time. Out the west gate, you don't have that much resistance of people trying to hold you in. It's only when you're trying to come in that they ask for your credentials. So leaving the city is not that big of a deal. As you pass by other merchants, some of them friendly, some of them don't even give you a wayward glance despite the giant spider, and another one that gives you a little tip of his cap. But as you exit, Kalos flips on his monocle spectacle thingamajig to check out for the
How many
doohickey.
uses do you think that's been? Because I've only have 3.
You probably would have used at least 2
2?
already.
Alright, cool.
Because one would have been one early at the day, another one would have been when the guy disappeared, and then I guess the third one would be now.
Okay, alright.
Go ahead and make a perception check. While there is less of a crowd around here, there are a lot of line of sight breakers. Houses, trees, crowds of people, large wagons that go taller than the average person. Maybe they're just
hold on.
hiding underneath a person's horse by cradling it
Getting-
from the stomach.
I'm getting my dice roll out of her cage. Hold on.
If I just shake...
18.
Thank you! That was 18, right?
Yeah,
She,
she said
she,
it
she,
well.
she peeked the mic, so I couldn't
She
hear.
gets really close to it.
Well, you should get one of those socks. That you just put it over it. Helps with...
That doesn't
do
help
have-
for me in the
slap
pigeon.
the
I'm
child.
like Dobby. What the hell?
Yeah,
Well, it helps
the
with
bar
it helps with popping from hard P's and T's and some peeking.
Dobby has a sock. Now he's free.
I don't
to roll
know
dice for you anymore.
about this Dobby fella. He sounds like
Some Game of Thrones.
I'm
Yeah,
a slave.
that's from South Park, right?
Dobby gave
Yeah.
Master a sock.
Henry knows.
Can I
He
try
knows.
Is your like child doing a Dobby impression over there now? All right, so 18. You look around, and unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your perspective, you don't see any invisible people trailing you.
See visible people trailing you.
No. But yeah, there's currently no one tailing you.
Okay. We just go in circles, go towards I guess towards like a
What
dead
time is it about now? A little past
You're just
noon?
about to hit about 1 o'clock p.m. So you got, another several hours until midnight. Now you might want to come back into the city before that, obviously, because coming in at like 11:30 p.m. would be kind of inappropriate.
Yeah, let's
We can course
Cheap
correct. Get,
posing.
Go
Yeah,
out,
I
you
got
could have a
course
those,
picnic.
correct, put on drabby clothes.
want me to turn on.
Stop riding
You
the
want to
spider.
activate the stealth and get everyone to somewhere a little less conspicuous and make our persona swap?
Yeah, sounds about right.
Okay, we will. I will deploy the. I'll deploy the. I don't know what you would call pass without trace. A cloak, a shield.
It's some kind of aura or a field of some sort.
Mhm.
Well, if you're gonna stealth, now's the time to do it. Varys will take you guys away from a little bit of off-road, maybe a gaggle of trees. That's not what you call it.
Cornucopia.
A bush. I don't know.
An assortment of tree.
You mean a faggot?
A murder.
Of sticks.
They
I
are
don't smoke
sticks.
cigarettes, sir.
Business of ferrets.
There we go.
Isn't it? Hold on. I think if I heard it somewhere, it's
a
a group
bundle.
of pandas is called a disappointment.
Dude, that's fucking hilarious.
Group of yeah, a group of pandas is called an embarrassment or a sleuth.
They're like wearing
So
masks.
embarrassment
Whoa.
it is.
Well, alright, so you guys will come away from the road from a little bit, switch clothes so that you don't seem as ostentatious. Is anyone
Remember,
here?
stop riding the spider.
Wow, he's changing on top of Laszlo.
I suppose I'll just have to become a swarm of spiders.
You could. But once everyone switches clothes and you are in drabbier gear, relatively speaking, you're gonna do a loop around, heading down towards the southern area. Now, eventually, when you go in that direction, there are a couple of things that begin to open up, such as there are several areas where the trees have been felled. Not the lumber yard you guys teleported to, but just a couple of them dotted around the area. There's just not one lumber yard. There's a couple, so they can get the nearby trees, chop them down, and get them turned into civilized wood, if you can call it that, I guess. But as soon as you get around the area, some of the trees lose density, relatively speaking, and some of the workers around the area, farmers, peasants, and the like, do crowd the area, but you have decent enough attire to suit their interests, in the sense that you don't look like an easy person to beat up, and you're not nobility, so they don't immediately hate you. Well, outwardly appearance noble, I should say. You have a princess with you. And, what's the deal? What are you gonna do for the next, 11 hours? Or less?
So we're not in the gates yet. We haven't gone down the Poo Poo Trail.
No,
I
there's...
thought we were gonna dodge the Poo Poo Trail because it's the middle of the day and we had people working in there at night, so it's like it's gonna be
Oh,
not as
okay.
empty.
So, I'm sorry. How are the gates patrolled during the day? Are they like ooh, look, it's these guys again. Will they notice that it's us?
Well, any of the gates that you're trying to get in through, they do, take a good look at your face. You're not sure how long the guard shifts are. Could be somewhere between 8 to 10 hours for all you know.
But we're not going through the upper stuff. We're staying back to the lower.
Well, even getting through the lower gates, depending on how you present yourself, like the merchants coming in from the west, you guys kind of just came in for the south. Didn't give you that much trouble coming in from the south. And you didn't really have like a huge caravan with you. You were just walking. So, in that regard, it wasn't that big of a deal. And you haven't even seen what the swamp entrance looks like. Just full of swamp people. I don't know. So, you got some time to kill.
One half orc. He has a little hut. He has a pet donkey. In the...
Mhm.
Gotcha.
Oh, I don't get that joke. Could you explain it? in
Attention,
the
all fairy tale creatures.
Lord.
I like how someone used that to
I think the tyrant probably would be Lord Farquaad.
well,
Some of you may die.
that's a
Whatever he
risk
said.
that I'm
okay.
willing to take.
Yeah. My lovely princess, Fiona.
There was a captioned image of Shrek addressing all the things like, attention, all fairy tale creatures, and the caption was me talking to a room of LGBT people.
It's a good cover.
Adam, it's still June. Come
Yeah, well, what does that mean?
Well, no one's talking about that. They're talking about Elden Ring, so it shows how priorities are. LG this, LG that, Elden Lord, baby. That's what it's about. Yakub as well. Where's his month?
I gotta find this clip
Does your
from
group have
demo
a
from
month?
yesterday.
Andrew, resident knowledge base of Yakub. Does Yakub have a holiday?
All holidays are his.
Oh, holiday. on
Magnet
Yakub.
Day. Maybe Magnet Day.
It's
gotta be a Magnet
World
Day.
Magnet Day.
World Yakub Day, aka Magnet Day.
Is there anything specific you guys want to do before you circle back towards the city, or are you just gonna kill like 7 to 8 hours in the farmlands?
I'm not from here. I don't know any of the tourist spots.
There's no tourist spots.
Is there any
outside of
farm equivalent of Lady Liberty out here?
No,
Is there any lovely
it's a scarecrow,
land?
I guess.
I'll just look at a scarecrow.
There's a
yeah.
famous scarecrow. Look over there. Look, it's
The
famous.
scariest crow.
Yeah.
Well, they had the scarecrow that made to dress like the tyrant, so
What does he
it's
look like?
topical.
Does he look like Lord Farquaad?
Well, no, he is a full-blooded elf, so in terms of height and
Somehow 3 foot.
yeah, somehow it's fucking 3.5 feet tall.
He's 2 elves in a trench coat.
But he does take on an elven figure. His hair is very well coiffed, and is kept relatively short. His attire is that of a nobility, and now, well, they're not going to put noble clothes onto a scarecrow, because that would be a huge waste of money for them. Yeah, like fucking half of a month's fucking income
He's
for a
dripped out,
scarecrow. But they kind of just took a burlap sack and then drenched it in red food dye.
I'm gonna be real disappointed when this guy's not wearing a red burlap sack when I see him.
And
Wow.
some dark black pants on the scarecrow. So a burlap sack dyed red and black pants on a presumably elven figure, because they used a series for pointy ears. They used carrots,
Ooh.
or
That's
not
racist.
either that or corn cobs. They could do that too.
What kind
But
of
yeah.
fucked up ears does he have? That corn cobs.
Well, he's not a real elf, so
Just saying.
not really an elf.
Got cauliflower ears. Sounds like.
He's a boxer. He's a famed boxer. Or rugby player.
Around what time do you think you guys would double back?
What time seems appropriate to double back? And we would have enough time to go to the Juicy Gorilla and check in.
What with Door, whoever his name is?
So, like, yeah, with
the guy you
Door.
met.
So, like, what? Probably like around 7-ish? Because it took us what 4 hours to do the whole poop.
Is there a known curfew for the city gates, like, cause that you know of, or that you that
No.
was ever in place?
It's typically around dusk.
Oh, there you go. Dust.
Campaign.
Dusk. Okay. I could name the next campaign Dusk, but that would be terrible because it would sound
It
too
sounds
much like the first one.
dust.
Yeah.
I think you know what you need to call it.
Poo poo pee pee.
Dork.
Dork, yeah.
Webs, and everyone has to pick one of those names from.
Andrew, what did you pick?
You already picked
Arachno.
Arachno.
Arachno? Okay.
Webithin. Oh. All right. So you're gonna go over to the Juicy Gorilla. There, Door, the proprietor of the establishment. Since you are dressed in drabbier clothing, doesn't give you so much as a stink eye, but does recognize the cut of your jib to some extent. You're gonna rent out some places.
Yeah, 3 rooms again, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Well, instead of like a fancy box that I was carrying in, what would you be carrying me in now, Andrew?
Burlap sack.
A regular burlap sack.
You know, let's just keep the box.
Alright, just tatter it up a little bit before we get in.
I mean, initially
Look,
I got
no
it
one will
wasn't a
be-
fancy box. It's still just a box that says spider.
Got an S on it, like soil
It just-
maybe. Yeah.
it
I'll be
just-
silent. I'm not hissing this time.
It's the weirdest and most. It's like the weirdest and most ostentatious thing, and then when everyone like stops and is like, "What are you carrying? Spiders?" Like they won't ask any other questions because like just a weirdo carrying a box of spiders.
My meal for
There's
later.
that paper bag that says dead bird in it, and the guy opens like, I didn't know what to expect.
Arrested Development.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was expecting.
Okay, good. Sounds good.
Alright, so it is gonna charge you some money in gold for those room keys. Who's gonna fork over the dough?
I'll fork it over.
Alright, so if you're buying
Spider spits out
How-
money out of a bag.
How much dough is this?
it's gonna be
Maybe.
asking for, I think it was like 7 gold a night. Yeah, 7 gold.
So 7 times 3, 21.
Yeah. You should have the kids do that math. See
I
if they
can do math. What would that be? 07. And as I'm dropping the money, I'm just gonna tell him. An acquaintance of mine told me to ask for the salmon with lemons on it. I don't know if you have any left. I'd like a plate.
Right. We'll get you that in just a moment. Go ahead and make yourselves comfortable. We'll be with you in a second.
Thank you.
Ooh, salmon. Ooh.
So, you can go up to your rooms and wait for just a moment for your food to arrive, so to speak. Just give me a second. I'm gonna step away because I really gotta pee.
He's gonna play Elden Ring, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Elden Ring, yeah.
He's lying.
Guys, all right, let's hack his computer.
I know his password.
There you go.
Password is.
I'm in. No, it's just all asterisks.
His
so it
his
looks like.
password is pee pee poo poo. What are you talking about?
Wow. Henry, no. No.
What?
Henry, what have you done?
I know.
He's like the Anakin. What have I done? It's like- I think I'm gonna just paint some miniatures while we do this. Cause
Ooh, are you painting again?
I'm painting crypt ghouls for
Ooh,
Warcry.
nice.
If you know the it's like the fantasy equivalent of Kill Team.
Of what team?
Of Kill Team.
Oh,
I have no
That's
idea.
interesting.
It's like
Kill-
objective based. Like sometimes
yeah,
it's like
it's
just,
one squad.
yeah.
Like
So
two
I've
squad,
got
well, yeah.
I've got crypt ghouls, and I've got I'll put them in the chat eventually, but I've got some cool folks.
That's a painting nice.
Yeah, I just think there's a lot of time in these sessions, and I think I might, if I'm not actively rolling stuff, it might be worth
Mm-hmm.
doing a little
need a-
bit.
I need to get my neighbor to let me use his garage so I can put my 3D printer in there and start printing shit out. 'Cause
Yes.
Ooh, what do you have?
I have an Elegoo Saturn.
Oh, you got resin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to fuck with that shit quite yet. I don't have the space for that. Yeah, you better get ventilation.
Dude, I try to put it in like this one closet in my house.
It's
Fucking
toxic fumes.
it fucking
Henry
talks it
passed out on the
up.
floor.
No, it's more like the guy that stays in the living room was like at like midnight was like, "Hey, I'm feeling kind of woozy, and I think it's that thing." And
I'm
just
gonna
like,
die.
You gave him like 500 doses of cancer,
I'm like,
probably.
yeah, that's probably it right there.
He
If you
doesn't
hear any
have
Filipinos
microplastics
singing,
in him,
it's
he is.
karaoke time.
Ooh, it's karaoke time.
Dancing Queen.
Filipino queen. Let's replace the words.
Filipino queen.
My dad, no, my dad doesn't like to sing that.
What's his tune? What's his favorite
His
song?
dad's not cool enough then.
He likes singing usually
Tom Jones?
Barry Manilow.
I knew it.
And some other classic R&B stuff.
Pitbull. It's Mr. Worldwide.
I don't think his music is considered art. Is it? I don't know what he actually. What's...
Reggae. He's just singing reggae down
He says
there.
Dale a lot, right?
Sure.
Is that like Let's Go?
Oh, you mean Mexican Voldemort?
Yes, I do mean Mexican. I mean him.
Alright, so are you guys gonna relax around here for a bit? Or do you want to run back to the city before night falls?
Oh, I don't know. What are you guys doing?
Dude, was that guy following us?
I mean, I'm probably not gonna be allowed in the fucking meeting anyway, so. I don't really
Yeah, Spider Layers is gonna not be there. I'll be too big probably. But what I will do is I will cast.
is the
I'll
go-to
cast
anyway?
Foresight on. I cast. I'm assuming it's gonna be Varus, right? And Callus.
Yeah, I think so.
I'll
And then
cast Foresight
probably
on
should bring,
on
Zen
Varus.
too.
Me?
'Cause
Oh
Zen
no,
can
it was only
talk
two
to us,
people
can't-
allowed.
Well, who's talking?
It's
Well,
I
Callus
would
is probably gonna do
imagine
most
it
of the
is
talking.
the
I'll put it on Callus then. Yeah.
PD people in the organization.
I'll put it on Callus. You have Foresight once more.
Wait, doesn't it last for 24 hours, right?
8 hours.
What time did you Oh wait, no, but never mind.
Another day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Foresight's 8 hours. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I'll cast it nearer the time. You know when did you about when you, I'm gonna go now, and then then I'll put it on you.
Well, I'm just gonna be waiting downstairs by whatever for my plate of salmon and lemon. Whatever that code phrase means.
Kill you.
Kill whoever says this code phrase.
You wait downstairs at a table all by your lonesome.
Happy birthday to you. No!
It's that zip. It's his birthday, no. And soon after, you are brought an actual plate with salmon, and lemon. And they place it in front of you. It smells delicious. And the proprietor gives you a little head nod, and then he... actually, make an insight check.
Okay. Come here.
Pretty fast poison.
He stifles his laughter. Oh, they actually ordered it, the mad lad.
I'm gonna eat one jelly bean.
Only one.
Mm-hmm. I've only been eating about 3 to 4 of these a day.
Oh, he's gone up to 4 now. I
3 to 4. I gotta get through this before. I don't know. Yeah, they're not gonna spoil or anything. They're fucking jelly beans. Probably
Alright,
last the World War or something.
20.
Thank you. Was that natural 20 or total 20?
You're welcome.
Well, total 20. Dirty. Dirty 20.
Got it. The guy who gives you your food, door, he motions by flicking, not his teeth, like taking his pinky and then like picking his teeth with it, and then he looks down at the food. You surmise this to mean I hid something in the salmon.
Oh, okay.
Don't swallow the whole thing whole.
I eat my salmon whole
Don't
eventually.
Scooby-Doo the salmon.
Zip comes down, sees his
There's a
salmon, tries to
hammer.
eat it.
There's a hammer in the cake.
No, I'm just gonna carefully eat my salmon and see what he left on it.
You eat the salmon with a fork and knife. While it is delicious and the lemon acidic nature and the tanginess of it mixed in with the seaweed taste of, not seaweed, or sea taste of salmon, is quite delicious. Occasionally as you cut through the salmon steak, you feel something dense in the interior. It feels like a small metal core of some kind. And as you continue to eat around it, eventually you, like a salmon-based archaeologist, rather than dirt, you reveal it to be some sort of rudimentary key.
Does it match any of the keys that we use in the establishment?
As soon as you get some meat chunks off of it and reveal it from underneath the steak, you notice that, so the head of the key where it gets put into the door, you know, it's got the little notches in it, and then on the far end of it, it looks like it has some sort of crowny thing on the end of it, like a crown that you would wear on your head.
Gallus puts the key on his head.
Okay. Just look at it.
And you swallow it.
I don't know what to do with this information. You said it has like a crowny bit on top. Does it have any writing?
No, it just has a key with thing with it. What do you do with the key? Please don't swallow it.
I don't swallow it. I put it up my.
Alright, well.
Prison ass.
Prison ass.
Everyone's got an ass in prison. Yeah.
I take my dish back to the kitchen and say, "Sir, there," very loudly. There's a key.
There was a secret society key in my.
This server gave it to
in my
me.
code word.
I ordered the mashed potato.
They gave me the fuck me eyes. I don't know what that was about. Like, you just read the whole situation completely wrong.
I'm just gonna leave the play and go upstairs and look for if the key fits on any of the doors.
There's a number of doors here. Obviously, 3 of them are the ones you rented out. So if you look at the hallway upstairs in your mind's eye, there are a total of 8 rooms. I hear music. Oh, that's karaoke. I'm like, I thought I turned something on in Tailspire, but no, it was definitely not. Because Celine Dion is not on Tailspire yet.
We almost got her. They're talking to her.
But as you go around, 3 of them are presumably guest rooms. They have little shapes and symbols to the corresponding keys that you have. And on the opposite side of the hallway, while there are some rooms, there's a single room on the far end that does not have a designation via a room number that is an alphanumeric. It is unlabeled. And there's a large on it.
Your mic cut out there.
There's a large what? Dick on it? Oh. I put it in. Not my dick, the key.
Thank you for designating that.
Just in case.
I put the key in my urethra. Alright, sounding rods aside, it fits like a glove, and the lock disengages.
Guys, I'm going into a door. I actually tell Varys, hey Varys, I'm going into this weird creepy door. Just in case if you don't hear from me, you know where I'm at. And I go
The
in.
big creepy door?
Yeah, the creepy door with the padlock on it.
I completely blanked on whatever this was from last session that you were told to do, so I'm this is me having a memory lapse is what this was too, even though my character was there for that conversation.
No, it's the whole salmon lemon thing. No, you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. All right. Well, now you know that I'm going into a creepy door with the padlock.
See a salmon or something?
You open the door, and you're surprised to find that it does not lead into a room. You almost step forward, but realize that this is just a large shaft going downwards. It goes so far down that it definitely goes beneath the ground floor level, and then even further beyond that. And there is a rickety ladder that leads downwards.
Okay, I go down.
You climb down, and each step you almost have to catch your breath as the creaking of the wood almost feels like it's going to cave under your weight. Each step taken cautiously, but at the same time with some reasonable amount of haste. So eventually you climb down, and the air becomes very damp and dank, moist, if you will. And by the time you get down to the bottom, you are touching, it feels like stone flooring that is a little bit of a layer of water, about half an inch. So there's a splashing sound as you touch down.
I'm assuming it's really dark.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna put on my aviators.
Your aviators reveal that you are now in a round chamber. Almost looks like the bottom of a well. However, the location of the top of the well would make it very inconvenient to grab water from. And the close proximity to the trench would mean that a decent amount of seepage might make the water around here mildly septic. So, don't drink the
Drink
water.
up. Drink up, son.
Is there some sort of? You said it was a circular room. Is there some sort of door or anywhere? Is it just?
Not at your immediate behest.
Can I look for one?
With your special eyes,
My regular eyes.
perception.
Okay. Hold on, my dice roller is dropping the dice. Hold on.
Drop in the ball, more like. Take that, child.
You said perception, right?
Yeah, sight-based. Oh no, I gouged out my eyes with a spoon on my way down here.
What?
Refreshing. Okay, still not updated.
20?
No, it's 21.
Oh,
Tell.
21.
Thank you. Didn't pick the mic this time.
I've taught her mic etiquette.
Whoa. With
Right.
Mike.
Around people called Mike.
Mm-hmm.
This is how you speak to them, okay?
There are several things around here that do not seem to be in the right place. For some reason, there are unlit torch sconces at different intervals, almost like a compass rose. Why would they have torch sconces down at the bottom of a well?
What time is it?
It's like 7 o'clock.
Okay, I have time then.
I guess there's nothing in here. Bye. Like,
I'm gonna go to each sconce. I'm gonna go to the north one, I guess, first.
Okay.
And then, is there anything that leads to a door? Or is it just the sconces unlit torches?
Just the sconces. No torches, just the metal thing that would hold them.
Oh, there's no torches at all, too?
Nope, they're completely barren, dark metal torch holders, essentially. But they're all bereft of torch.
Well, I have torches. I have 10 torches. I don't know if this is a good idea, but I'm gonna light every single one and put them on each sconce.
In what order?
Oh god. North, south, east, west.
As you go over towards the north one, you light a torch and put it in the sconce, and immediately it gets... This fire gets sucked out of existence.
Okay, what happens if I go to the south one first?
More sucking.
More sucking.
Yeah, more sucking.
I'm assuming if I go to every single one, it's going to do the same thing.
Well, you go to the north one, suck.
Suck.
South one, suck.
East.
Suck.
West.
No suck.
No suck. Okay. Okay, so west is good.
Mm-hmm.
Then south.
Suck. And then it extinguishes the west one.
Okay, go back to the west, light it. No, east.
No suck.
Okay. Then
As soon as you light the east one, the torches go from a regular color fire to blue.
my favorite color.
And you can hear some weird shifting sound, like someone rubbing two large boulders together. I don't know if you've ever done that before. I'm sure you have. But realistically, it just sounds like a stone door is being relieved from its frame, grinding downwards, causing the water around here to go sloshing inwards. You realize that in the floor beneath you, there is another hatch going downwards, now be draining all of the water in it.
I'm gonna go down that hatch, but I don't like to be alone, so I'm gonna take out Mini Zip, wind him up, and put him on my shoulder. That's my homunculus servant.
Mm-hmm.
And just go down.
The water comes now up to your ankles in depth. There is a loud sound of it being drawn by gravity towards a deeper chamber. At this point, you surmise that you are at least, from the top of your entrance that you initially came in from, a minimum of at least 50 feet. So, and presumably, if that was ground level that you were just at, sorry, not ground level, beneath ground level, in this well-shaped thing, then beyond that is another 10 to 15 feet. So, definitely subterranean, but not deep enough to be like, whoa, I'm hitting gold. Or diamonds in Minecraft. Something. I don't know what elevation. Any Minecrafters? Wow. The sluice downwards eventually leads out into a series of very narrow stairwells leading downwards and ending at a metallic door, vertical bars that allow the water to get through but prevent most large solid objects from passing. It does look like a door. As you can see on one side there are hinges and a handle facing you.
I'll try to open it.
It feels incredibly rusty, but despite all of its resistance, it does swing open, and it doesn't immediately just collapse into the water. There's a resounding creaking sound that is almost deafening as the metal on metal creaks against each other and scrapes. As you do so, you can see that there's a faint light at the end of this tunnel.
I'm gonna pat little Zip on the head, still on my shoulder, and keep going.
As your footsteps fall, this loud sound of your footfalls in the water make it basically anyone on the other side of this thing is going to be knowing that you're coming. So elements of surprise have been essentially tossed out the window if you were going for that.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually you get to the end of this hallway. The light itself is a magical stone that glows a very faint, dim light. It's not quartz, but it is some sort of other luminescent stone. Inset into the wall, and you can see that it sharply banks left towards another door.
Do I recognize the the gems? You said there were gems, right?
Magical gemstones. Just used a
Oh,
light
they're
cantrip
just
on them.
okay.
It's just a light
Gotcha.
cantrip.
Gotcha. Okay, just keep going then.
The door before you has a series of small, kind of like a doggy door on the bottom of it, and one of those slidey things at eye level, so that if there's someone on the other side, they can open the slidey hole without opening the door entirely.
I guess I squat down to the door and knock on it.
You can hear someone approaching by the footfalls also hitting water on the other side. The slidey eye port opens, and you can see that someone is glancing back at you. How was your meal?
It's actually quite delicious, actually.
Good.
Never had salmon around this parts.
The key, please.
I give him the key.
You reach through and present him the key. Gently picks it from your grasp and then closes the slidey door before you can hear latches on the other side being undone. Eventually, it opens up and you can see the individual before you is a very scraggly elderly man. He kind of looks like what you would see in any of those fentanyl-reddened cities. Yeah. He's not doing the fucking hunch thing over, but it does look like there's a large crook in his back. And probably hasn't seen the sun for quite some time, judging by how pale his skin is, and probably hasn't washed, judging by how disheveled his hair is. This way, please.
Plus, he lives in the sewers. Yes, of course, I'll follow him.
So what brings you down here this evening?
Just trying to see any type of information, if I can get any.
I see. We denizens down here hear many things from behind the scenes. Is there any kind of particular thing we might help you with? Now take in mind there might be a price.
Yeah, of course. Just looking for information for a name.
Good. Those are easy to come by, and the cost is usually relatively low depending on who it is. Eventually, the fentanyl addict eventually leads you out into a wider chamber. The chamber itself is pretty well furnished. You wouldn't judge it by this guy, but it's filled with very high-class artisanal furniture, portraits of a very, very high mark, if it were graded, like a painting of some sort.
Plus minimum.
Mm-hmm.
And even has very nice exotic animals that have been turned into rugs, either hung on the walls or the floor.
Any gorillas?
No, gorillas, no.
Phew.
It's like
A rarity in these parts.
one of them appears to be like a two-headed stag, another one is like a brown bear.
Headed chimpanzee.
No simians, nor primates. The individual pulls a chair away from the desk and sits behind it, and addresses for you to sit in one of his artisanal stools. Artisanal.
I sit on the artisanal stools.
My autistic stool, please.
My autistic stool.
The individual, this sewer-dwelling person, creaks open a drawer and presents 1 to 2 cigars, depending on if you want one as well.
Yeah, I'll light up a ciggy.
This room's going to become quite smoky in just a moment, but it's all for the best. Now, breathe deep. He takes a long drag, and then the amount of smoke that emanates from his mouth is disproportionate to the amount you would expect from a cigarette. It almost looks like he's got like a fog machine in his body and is just going... The room completely fills, hotboxing everything and coating you and your clothing with high-quality cigarette smoke, which, I don't know if you like that or not, but that's something you can clean off later.
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly, it all becomes drawn back into a singular source, and the room has now changed now that the smoke has dissipated. You are now in some sort of large emporium of some kind. Underground, above ground, you're not entirely sure where you are anymore. He could have teleported you or maybe just dropped an illusion. But this is kind of like the showroom floor of a Costco.
Oh,
The big wieners, the hot dogs you can buy.
Yeah, always $1.50. Yeah.
Oh, it's $1.50. The fucking pizzas are amazing, and they're like $10 for a whole pie, and that's fucking cheap.
In this economy?
This economy, damn right.
The individual who is smoking is now no longer... Hold on, let me just lower my desk. It's gonna squeak for a bit.
I'm letting fucking rip.
Squeaking. He is now no longer a fentanyl addict. He is now a well-dappered gentleman in a well-fitted suit and tie and top hat to match. A long cane decorated with many jewels is held in one hand and a half-smoked cigar in the other.
I guess I don't need to light this one, or else I'm gonna be tripping even harder, huh?
That one you just may smoke regularly.
Okay.
It is imported, so enjoy it while you can.
And then I'm just gonna take a quick look around and do that whistling thing when you're like, wow. And then in deep speech, I'm gonna say, wow, this is a huge place. And then go back to comment. Where are we, if you don't mind me asking?
Storage facility. Repertoire of information. Library of goods. All applicable titles.
Okay.
Osco.
Our organization, at certain levels, does warrant a certain level of panache, and depending on how much coin you bring in, a certain amount of prestige. Now, you were asking about information.
Yeah.
How might I illuminate you?
I'm looking for the either whereabouts or in order to get in contact with an old organization that I was a part of back in a couple years ago.
I see.
Unfortunately, it seems that the name isn't as much worth as it was when I was in the group.
A bit of irony on your part?
Yeah, I went from having the trust of the people and being called the trust to apparently not being trusted anymore.
I am familiar with such a name. Now, I am a man of great deals. What are you willing to pay for this information?
I have gold. I have coin.
I suppose that will do. How much are you willing to pay for this information?
To be quite honest, that just depends on how deep the information goes. If the information is crystal clear and I'm able to find the person that I'm looking for, well, I'll pay a nice sum. But if it's just surface level information that I can...
In the most literal sense, and in the figurative, there's nothing surface level about where we are. Or
Yeah,
what
clearly.
I know.
Okay.
And I'm quite flexible with prices.
I'll slap down 100 gold. If there's anywhere to slap, I'm assuming we're standing actually.
You are standing in the
Okay.
Emporium.
Do you have a place where I can place the gold that I'm about to give you?
I do. He has a comically large merchant's scale. Almost looks like you would have like like a Wheel of Fortune size thing.
Mm-hmm.
Each cup is approximately the size of like a barrel used for aging alcohol, and then the large metallic frame of it is just like stupidly big.
Is there any etchings on the scale, whether it's the barrel or the actual mechanism itself?
It has notches to determine, like, how much it's tilting when one side goes up or another. One of them is kind of looks like it has a heart icon, but not like the, emoji kind. I mean, like an organ. It looks like a heart. And the other one has a bag that is spilling with gold coins.
Okay. I'm just gonna put 100 gold into it then, into the barrel.
You place your coins into one side of the scale. You can see it dip slightly, but then almost as if it is resisting, goes back to a neutral stance where both cups are the same height, even with the gold in your side. Seems an appropriate amount.
You say inappropriate or appropriate?
Inappropriate.
I'll drop another 300 then.
Again, you see it jostle to one side, and eventually you can see that it levels out, and then the weight of your side with the money goes slightly beneath one of the tick marks, noting that it's heavy on your side.
Okay.
And that just means that I need to reciprocate my end. You can see
All the money.
Take it all.
You can see in the opposite cup of where you put your money, there's a little hatch. Kind of like those teacup saucer amusement park rides. The little door that can open out. The individual, whomever the fuck this is, opens the hatch and steps in, and despite his size as a humanoid creature, apparently he is about as the same weight as 400 gold coins, because the scale evens out, and he sits down and just looks at you. It looks like this is going to be a fair trade.
Am I gonna get you in the deal? Like...
Nothing of the sort.
Okay.
But the information is kept within here, and he points at his own head.
Okay.
He hands you a knife.
Do I
Start cutting.
Alright,
Get it out of me.
do I hop in the barrel as well, or
No, but you may stand there and listen. Is there anything you'd like me to start with?
their downfall?
I see. So, is it safe to assume that you were a very prominent member of this court? This trust?
I was... No, not really. I was more... Eventually, I did become a higher up, I guess you would say, but in the beginning, I wasn't.
And the way they went about their business and presented themselves was very under the table, but was always working for a greater good. At least the closest thing akin to a motto would have been. But people can be bought, services can be paid, and loyalties can shift. Oh, someone's dropping something downstairs. Karaoke's not going well.
It's competitive karaoke, Adam. You wouldn't understand.
I wouldn't.
Dropped. They got shot because he didn't sing the song well enough.
How
Snipe.
dare you?
Very high.
Sing the Macarena better.
It's more of a thing you dance to, not so much a
Yeah.
thing you sing along with. You would know that if you were
What?
a Macarena.
Oh, right.
A Macarena. Like
Exactly.
Macarena doer? I don't
You
know.
were a macaroni. You would know.
If you were a macaroni, exactly.
Your organization fell like so many others. A weakness within your ranks caused the whole thing to tumble down. A slight crack in the armor allowed an arrow of the opponent to slip in unguarded, eventually leading to a grievous injury, of which I'm very sure you are familiar with.
I can speculate who it was.
Now, their internal motivations are unknown to me. What I do know is what, he points to the other side of the scale, what they were dealing in. A trade, if you will. Not necessarily a fair one, as we are dealing in today, but one they couldn't say no to. Against their morals or otherwise.
Do you know who was the person that got, I guess, want to say corrupted into?
Compromised.
Thank you. Who got compromised?
Whoa.
There are names, but not necessarily truthful ones. I'm to understand that there were many code phrases, code names, and secretive things, even amongst individuals to one another, for secrecy, privacy, and security.
Yeah.
Very good.
Very much so.
Someone doing a scratch card back there?
Now he's playing. My nephew's playing the X Defiant game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fine.
Wait, why does it make that sound?
She's shooting.
Oh, as a gun. I thought that was
Yeah.
like, it sounded like a scratch card.
No,
Really, really fast scratch card.
Or like one
They're
of
gonna
those
get the
funny guns.
McDonald's meal nuggets. That
That's
they need.
exactly. That's exactly what. they're
Henry's
trying to
so
explain.
cruel. He just makes them do scratch cards, which he knows doesn't have money in them. Well, that's actually pretty cruel. That's a joke.
But to illuminate you on the identity of this individual, a fair woman of elven descent, hair the color of autumn leaves, and a demeanor that would be willing to get anything done regardless of the cost.
It's just. It just let my head sag, knowing that this was probably coming.
Don't be so downtrodden, friend. They are not lost, merely in suspension.
What do you mean by in suspension?
Let's say you have a goal to run across this room from that post to this one. And in the middle of your run, an unknown hand plucked you out of the air and simply held you there against your will. That is what I mean. So she is not lost, merely suspended by an unknown hand of greater power.
So that means that for now, I can't find her? Is that what you mean? If I go looking for her, I'm not going to find her?
Even if she wanted you to be finding her, the greater force would only allow you to see her if permitted to do so. In the best case scenario, even if you were to, how do I put this? In the same way that you siege a castle, it creates quite a ruckus, giving enough warning for someone on the interior of the castle to vacate through a secret hatch. So going loud is ill-advised. Subtlety is something that we cherish around here in the first place. And if you're able to remove those puppet strings before the puppeteer is able to vacate the stage, then you might snip them. I'm hoping my metaphors are coming across.
They are. I've been dealing with so many metaphors.
Apologies.
past
Sometimes
year-
I cannot speak plainly for my own safety.
Clear as mud.
No, I get where you're going. Metaphors have just been my life for the past couple of months, and
Well, then it's just more icing on the cake, isn't it? A
It's
cake
more
that is
like-
at this point probably 60% icing.
yep,
I don't like icing on cakes.
me neither. I like the cake itself.
Well, once we're done with this conversation, maybe we can imbibe. But, getting back to your point. The puppeteer in mind is something or someone that you may lay hands on, but do proceed with caution as they suspend their puppet over a tub of acid. That one is not literal, by the way.
Or a tub of icing.
Literally being held. Okay. Would you be able to tell me the puppeteer's name?
An individual of great renown and prominent educational purposes. Teaches others to whom he wants to teach, and leaves others to their woeful ignorance, due to their low status, or maybe even lack of funds. Around these parts, there's a prominent university. There are many well-educated men and women around those parts, and in order to even contact them, there are many hoops to jump through. But, if you don't want to go the hard way, the long path, there are several shortcuts through these woods. I am familiar with them as a sort of architectural genius that I am. It will push the scale over to a different direction, however. He points towards the money cup. Give me money!
Give coin!
Give me gives.
Are you
I
dicing?
drop 1,000 gold.
Oh ho ho!
My fucking scale, man. It's too much money.
Yeah, I suck you.
The table. No, whoa.
You are well funded, I see.
It's more that I'll do anything for this person. So,
Ah, I see. Birds of a feather, as they say.
yeah.
Now,
Say something.
it has been quite some time since the fall of this organization. Things may have shifted. Are you prepared to deal with those changes?
Now I am, yeah. Both mentally and physically.
I will allow you a moment to collect your thoughts before I reveal some of my facts. Would you care for some cake?
The earth is
Sure.
actually flat.
And then everything can go according to cake. Wait, no. I made the joke already.
All according to cake, right, guys? Okay, please clap. I have a soundboard for this.
Pizza.
Starve him out, starve him out. Don't
No, I have a.
Don't
I
give
have
him the
a
jacket.
sound-
Oh,
Wait,
he's
can
using
you make
dead
the laughing
people.
more aggressive?
What was that?
Can you like increase the laughing, make it more aggressive?
Aggressive? I mean, I can change the pitch and the volume.
He's got a load of minions laughing for him.
Increase the speed.
I don't think I can do that. Hold on. Guffaw? Guffaw! Haha, and I could just play them.
Louder!
It was already at max volume. But it's according to whatever
Deafening laugh.
to whatever sound I have on my TeamSpeak here. It'll scale it to that, but I think it'll blow your guys' fucking ears out. I'd prefer not to do that if I can help it.
Sasha's hideous laughter.
In real life. There's
Gary's
a
guffaw. There you go.
there's a man of high prestige, one of the professors at the university, goes by the name of Professor Tacitus.
I'm sorry, Professor what?
Tacitus.
Oh, motherfucker.
He is
Yeah,
very
This?
none
How
of
do you
us
say
know
that?
that name.
You say, is it
I
Trath?
can't
or
believe it. I knew it.
Tacitus.
I don't know what you're saying.
Do I have a filter on?
Pathodist? Pathodist? What?
He isn't Thomas.
Pathological.
Spell it out.
Yeah, I don't know how you're saying it.
It's
It's Tacitus.
I made it fucking work.
Tacitus Altherio.
it's spelled Trassidus.
Oh, could you put it in the Alan Wake 2 chat? I didn't. I'm sorry, I can't understand the word.
That one. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
That
Is
one.
that right? Okay.
Oh, you got package?
I appreciate the Biden
Biden helps with everything except for the economy.
and his
Ice cream.
the stocks of ice cream. Yeah, he's buying it all. He's eating it all.
All the ice cream, kids.
Now, this person has many goals that align with the more affluent of society. And sometimes the puppet master's strings go into many different groupings. The attendance of this individual in different homes is not always a good thing. And for whom he does not carry any goodwill towards, he is willing to remove them from the scene of the stage by any means necessary, but not always to a lethal extent, as blood trails are sometimes hard to cover, and the consequences of such a thing are sometimes too much for one stomach to handle. On the other end, if your fingers are caught in a vice, sometimes you'll be willing to do or say things that are not in your best interest. For example, a pet dog, a sibling, a loved one, or even something more individualized. Many of us are very keen as to what our likes, wants, and needs are, but not necessarily why. If, say, this puppet master was able to find the source of these things and play them like a harp against another person's will, you could get them to do all sorts of things.
Do you have any of these strings that you can play against him?
My strings sometimes get tangled amongst the crowd. This professor has sometimes gotten to places that are in my neighborhood, and I'm not a fan of the harp.
Played us like a damn fiddle.
I will provide you, thanks to your generous donation, a series of tools to help you get along your way. How you use them is up to you, and you're a smart lad. So I'm assuming you'll be going throughout this process with panache, a certain level of zeal, a head held up high, and certain tone of voice. He gets out from his cup and goes over to a nearby shelf. He waves his hand, and almost like a revolving room, the shelves spin, and eventually he stops it with just a motion of his finger. Climbs up a ladder, kind of like you would have in a library to reach a higher shelf, and grabs a series of objects in a wooden crate, and carefully brings them down. With a snap of his finger, emerging from the floor, almost as if he is doing some kind of like earth molding, a stone pedestal at which he places the contents of the crate one by one. None of them are pigeons.
Damn it. Are you sure?
I'm sure. No dead pigeons. Or live ones. The first object he puts onto the table looks like a graduation cap. The second one is a large textbook. A third one, a key. The fourth one appears to be a pair of spectacles, the kind that pinch the bridge of your nose and are held there by nothing more than friction. And the last object is a blank 6 by 5 inch canvas.
You must eat all of these.
No.
I'm sorry, can you repeat 2 and 3? I got a graduation cap.
Graduation cap, a large textbook, a key, a pair of glasses, and I forget one.
The blank.
The blank canvas. The 5 by 6 inch canvas.
The Funko Pop.
And you said the third one was a key?
Yeah.
Like an oversized key or a key?
It isn't
Key.
like, yeah, it is like one of those comically oversized key of the
The
city.
key
kind of
to the
thing.
city! Like one of those?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's about 1.5 feet long.
Wow.
Oh, dude, Kalos is gonna banish the Heart of Darkness and use the key. What the fuck is Kingdom Hearts for? How does that work?
I don't know.
I'm not the
Is it the Heart of
weeb.
Darkness? I just know there's darkness.
Get Kirsten on the mic. Didn't she play Kingdom
Alan
Hearts?
Wake
Chat,
ripoff.
Inquiring minds must know.
About what?
What does
Yakub.
Kalos need to do now that he's got a keyblade?
It's more like a key short sword, if
You gotta
anything.
find Mickey Mouse, right? That's the plan.
Stab Michael Mouse, yeah.
Does he pick the rod, the shield, or the third one?
The shield, rod, or isn't it just a sword?
Yeah.
I don't
Or
fucking know.
just a key.
Do you walk away?
They sound like such shit games.
Whoa.
They are very popular, Dan. You
Well,
can-
two
Look, Woody's
kids.
gonna beat Chaos. It's okay.
Oh, okay. Is that what that is?
With one gesture of his hand, it looks like the individual here is gesturing for you to do something with the objects.
Eat him, eat him, eat him, eat him, eat him.
My
I'm
natural response in jest.
Does the large textbook have a padlock?
No, it has a cover.
I'm gonna put on the graduation cap.
As you put on the graduation cap, you feel like something is changing.
Could have eaten it.
Yeah, I think he's right.
You look down and you notice that your hands are changing to a different skin tone. Also, it looks like they're aging. Almost as if
Becoming a crack addict?
it looks like you're becoming a different person.
Oh, it's some polyjuice potion.
You ate that, you'd have had
Right.
inside change.
He gestures for another object.
I opened the textbook.
I eat the key.
You pick up the textbook, and it feels incredibly heavy in your hands. But you open up to the first page, and you can't help but notice that everything in this thing is blank. Suddenly, you can feel in your brain, almost as if someone is shaking your head violently. Your vision begins to get dizzy. And suddenly you blink, and the context of the book is suddenly revealed to you. It is written in a language that you're very familiar with. It is the deep speech.
Huh? Okay.
The
Well,
Mysteriums
what
are
is it?
seeds.
What does it say?
You flip through the pages, and it appears to be a series of names. Some of them are just random people you've literally never heard of. And you keep flipping through the pages, realizing that they are alphabetically ordered.
Arachno.
No, Arachno is not here.
Your first name.
Aaron is first, actually, because it's two A's.
A Arachnid.
You flip through the pages, and eventually you see a couple of them that stand out to you. Many of them are people you would have known through your indentured servitude. They may have been students or some other faculty, but it seems to be some sort of ledger that has a lot of people's names in here. Some of them you recognize, most of them you don't. But it's safe to assume that it has a minimum of at least the people of the university and beyond.
I'm gonna find a name that I recognize from the university and speak their name out loud.
You speak their name aloud, and you can notice that as your hands are cradling the book, your visage changes to be that person.
Oh.
He gestures for another object.
I'm gonna put on this. I'm assuming I can't do anything with the key,
The key.
right? I'm a pick up the key and
It's a suppository.
wave it around.
No,
Put it up my bum.
please don't.
What are you doing? No, no, no! Don't do that!
No, don't do that.
You pick up the key, and it feels incredibly light in your hands. The contrast of the book being very heavy, and the key feeling very light. You feel almost like a weight has been lifted off of your shoulders, as if you... the same kind of anxiety that you would have like if you had an assignment due at midnight and it's 11:50. But the anxiety of that being lifted off your shoulders by just holding this key. He gestures for another object.
I put on the spectacles. I take off my aviators and put on the
Why don't
spectacles.
you do like multiple objects at once?
You pick up the small spectacles. They touch the bridge of your nose, somewhat uncomfortably at first, but then they get to a particular tensile strength at which it's not cutting off the circulation of your blood in your nose bridge. You look around the area, and everything seems to be like a negative in a photo. The color contrast is either reversed or incomprehensible to your regular human eyes. And you look at the individual before you, and you can't help but notice that he doesn't look like the way he does normally, a very dapper gentleman in a suit and top hat with a fancy cane. He resembles that of a very decrepit individual. His skin is sunken so close to his face that you can almost see the outline of his skull, and his lips are incredibly thin, covered in scars, and his eyes are very baggy, almost bloodshot red all the time, and have a fiery intensity to them, almost rivaling that of, like, an angry barbarian. But he has a calm demeanor about him at the same time. And he gestures for another object.
The last one, the can. I don't know what the fuck to do with the camera. I just hold it up to like my eyes, I guess, and just wiggle it back and forth.
You hold the canvas up before your eyes. Under normal circumstances, it is blank. But with the special spectacles, it changes to be that of a mirror-like consistency. You are looking back at yourself, but as if someone watercolored it. But it changes in real time with your movements and facial expressions. Now I'm sure you're wondering what these are for.
They kind of piece the first, second, and fourth, but the third and fifth I'm kind of stumped on, to be quite honest with you.
While I understand you may not be a fan of further metaphors or speculative comments, vagaries, those items will present themselves when the time has come. It will be subtle, but please keep your wits about you.
I think I'm running out of that, but yeah, I'll keep it on. I'll make sure to.
Your mental fortitude will thank you by the end of this.
Thanks. Should I'm gonna ask you this directly. Should I do this as a solo mission? I do walk around in a group, and these items only seem to be unique. So I'm assuming this is a solo mission for myself.
I will not tell you how to do it, what to do, and what to do should you accomplish your task. I will tell you, however, that you should be doing this with as much assistance as you can reasonably draw upon. The people that you are trying to cut the puppet strings of are well funded, well knowledgeable, and have their fingers and strings in too many pies. Unless you deem yourself to be omnipotent, at which point I don't think you'd be having this conversation with me.
No, yeah. I don't even know if the gods are omnipotent at this point. Let's look at him.
He
see if-
twirls his cane, almost as if you just slighted him somehow, and turns away, gets back into the cup, and then all the money begins to pour out of it from one end into his palm, almost as if it's like a fountain drink. He cups it in one hand, closes his fist, and all the money has suddenly disappeared. He opens his grasp once more, and you can see that his palms are completely empty, almost like he's doing a little parlor trick. Now then, is there anything else you could ask of a humble person such as myself?
I try to mentally send a message to Laszlo. Hey, is everything okay up there? Does he get the message?
Your message comes to a halt. Neither of you are able to communicate at this time.
I'm just doing little spider power slides in the room.
Well,
There's gonna be
a giant spider guy.
I'm assuming you can't tell. Can you tell the future by any chance?
my shelves have many things upon them. Past and present, definitely. The future. Who's to say?
You are. You're to say, Adam. No.
I'm gonna be participating in a large battle
Hmm.
soon to come. Before
Do you need my
December.
strongest potions?
I mean, if you
I've
have
seen
any.
that bit. I broke the fourth wall. I know the YouTube.
I've seen into the future. I've seen.
You are not.
I've
ready
seen the
to
bridge scene. Wait!
handle.
Don't do it!
Don't do it.
And I think I'm over my head on this. Do you have any recommendations on how to proceed on a large scale battle with beings and people that are very, very much way over my head? I mean, I used to be the hand, I used to be the servant of the professor that you gave me. And I've come very far, but I'm still a child at heart, and I don't know what I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. I think I'm doing the right thing. The battle's probably going to save millions.
Allow me to
And
tell you this then. The heart of a child sometimes has the best moral compass. If you believe you are doing the right thing, maybe listen to your inner child. That's to say, though, a child is not suited for war. You may need to grow up sooner rather than later. What you
If
deem
your
to be
friend the
your
Sphinx helps you with
priorities.
that.
No
Your-
more Funko Pops, right?
You have priorities. If I was to place them on one side of my scale, would be heavily outweighed by the scale of the battle you speak of. Time is ticking. Can you afford to do so? Interacting with these things?
that's don't know. Don't know if I should save the love of my life or go for just put all of my eggs on the basket of the war. Inner child says go for the love of my life, but the grown up in me says what's one person over the whole planet?
I will not tell you how to deal with your inner turmoil. You have many friends. They might give you better advice than I. However, there are some things that you cannot juggle. You may have to deal with things through the medium of another. You have recently enlisted in a very secretive and reasonably powerful organization. With enough influence, maybe you can do a couple of things on the side without having your hand in the pot. Or, you may listen to your inner child. I will warn you, however, exposing yourself may cause one side of the war to be tipped off to your presence. I hope that is crystal clear.
Yeah, it is.
Good.
I feel like I should be asking you more questions.
I have plenty of answers. But do you want to know the answer to everything? Or would you rather there be some nuance in life?
I look at him dead in the face and I say, "Are you one of them?"
He gives you a grin that is incredibly discomforting. It is a smile that begins to creak up to his eyes, but then it goes even further beyond that, almost like his face is now bisected by his own smile. He takes out the other half of his unlit cigar, and he kind of dabs it with one finger so some of the ashes fall away from it. I'm nobody, as long as I want to be. And then he lets out another puff of smoke from the cigar, at which point the room fills up once more. You are then placed into a different room. The initial one, where he initially puffed the smoke of cigar. It is now, however, barren of all furniture, and nothing more than to leave the way you came.
We asked the wrong questions.
Genie, can I have another wish? No, 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 no!
Oh no! Oh man.
I'm gonna go back the way I came, go back upstairs.
You gotta do a fucking snake eater. Like you gotta climb up the
right?
fucking ladder.
It's like go back to the room where
Oh, you
everyone's
smell
at.
like poo.
You can see for some reason there's a series of spiders Tokyo drifting around the interior of the room.
Why the hell not? I raise you that, Adam.
I think I just met another one, guys.
Oh, what was this one's name?
I didn't get his name.
I got a name for him.
Yeah? Yeah, Dan?
I don't just say it's fine. I know.
Masquerading, or
He's doing what?
was he masquerading?
Oh, I heard
as a
something
dog?
else.
Masturbating.
He was jacking off down his hole and he was asking me the
He
questions.
was jacking off.
Jacking it in San Diego.
He's playing Call of Duty and I was asking him
Right.
questions. X-Defiant or whatever. So.
Yeah, but yeah, that was interesting. Turns out I tell him the whole story of how my girl probably betrayed the
Ooh.
trust, is being held over a vat of acid, and is being
Literal vat of
pulled.
acid or a metaphoric vat of acid?
I want to say it's a real vat of acid, probably.
I did say it
Assume-
wasn't. I did say
assume
it was
is.
not
No,
literal.
no,
It was not literal.
Adam,
I mean, you know what? Keep your head canon.
a literal vat of acid. Or
Yeah, there's also a
He's
fucking
tied up on the train tracks.
what?
mustache
There's no train.
twirling villain.
Unhand her, Dan Backslide.
I do have a way of getting in, but the issue is
Getting in. What will that serve? You.
serve the whole plot overall, nothing. Serve personal use, most likely my backstory.
Babe, I got a bang. I'm gonna die. Is that
You say that you literally say that. Yeah, I have to do my.
I gotta
loyalty
bang
mission
my
before
babe.
I go on
Or
the
else I
suicide
don't
mission.
get the black suit, alright?
I mean, listen, if you guys want my full lore,
I don't want your full lore. I don't need to know your full lore.
I was born in a log cabin.
Ah! Fades away. No.
if you guys
Fades out
want me to have the cool outfit at the end of the game, then you might have to. But,
Also,
you
he
know.
will die at the end of the suicide mission if he's not loyal, so.
I don't know what you're on about.
It's called
Is it Gears of War?
Gas Erect 2. No, yeah, 2.
Gas direct.
He got it, guys, he got it.
That game you guys love. That had
It's
a weird
pretty
ending.
good.
On the third
It
one,
is
right? With the
alright.
different colored rainbows.
Hey,
Yeah,
man.
when they're
This
like,
guy.
That's not even that bad.
they're like, hey, we're not gonna leave it at an ABC ending,
Ooh, pick that one.
and lift
Oh,
it
it's a
as an
different color.
A,
You get-
ABC.
This time
ending.
Callus has a blue hat instead of a red hat.
Or the space assassin who sends you emails taunting you.
That's pretty scary. I'm gonna get you.
Haha, you couldn't beat me, haha. That's basically what it was, so.
But you realize the context of every time he beats you in a fight. It's like he's a little bitch.
Is that
He's the-
Garrus?
He's that game's version of the Sphinx, is what he.
Yeah,
is,
then you
like-
Yeah.
him with your fucking Omni tool and break his ninja
Omnitrix?
sword. Omni tool, thank you very much.
Ben 10 is out there.
Yeah, I get it, Dan. It's Ben 10. You like Ben 10, I get it.
Yeah, I get it.
Alright, so with that information in mind, and your meeting coming up in less than 4 hours with the Resistance, or La Resistance in the subtitles, is there anything else you guys want to do while you're here at the Juicy Gorilla?
Contemplate life, you know. The huge.
So what's the time? Is there a timetable for your thing on its own, or is it just however much you have? We can do it at any time.
It's more like do it anytime, I guess, but the time is running out.
I mean, we're here now.
Yeah,
Obviously,
but
let's prioritize this meeting with the other guy first, and then tomorrow we can, if we want,
here's the other thing.
start on this.
If I feel like if I go, I'm weighing out the odds here. I really want to do this and go, but here's the thing: if I feel that if I do go, what I'm going to end up doing is revealing my hand of what
Ooh.
to. It's a turmoil right now. I don't know who.
Would that mean that that could possibly jeopardize the whole shipment, the whole
Yes.
people extracting out of the city to not die?
Yes.
Maybe don't do that. That's my call. Doesn't seem very just heart being the heart. If you save the world, then you can get the babe afterwards.
But
But if you
I'm
save the
I'm
babe,
losing.
you might not
Sorry,
save the world.
I'm gonna have to pause here. I'm losing the train of logic. How does following through on this like jeopardize anything we're doing in the long term? I'm sorry. Maybe I like because I was like I was kind of stepping in and out for that for a little bit of that, but like I'm missing the train
Oh,
of
from what
logic.
Carlos just said, it seems like it could really shake up the hornet's nest, and then it could jeopardize other things that have already been put in place.
Oh,
By the sounds of it.
What things though? Like, see, you're talking vaguities, and it sounds like
Well,
maybe
they don't know.
maybe
They
I
don't
was,
know. They don't know that a fucking gigantic force of Feywild people are going to be coming to storm the fuck out of that city.
but we don't have that. None of that has to come up if we're just going to save one person.
No, but if it was like a hornet's nest, you shake it.
If anything, it's
The
more an
hornets are going to be
issue-
angry and on alert. Whereas they're like, oh, gee whiz, I love universities and crystals. And then, all of a sudden it could be, wow, there's something. Am I along the right train of thought there, Carlos?
You are, but here's the other side of that coin.
I mean, if anything, we're more in danger. Like in the next meeting, which is well, I thought was the intent, is going to reveal more because we kind of have to the guy who's. But
Well, here's the other thing. When it comes to that professor, I feel like he has to do. He's the man that basically taught me how to do everything that I know how to do with enchanting. So I feel that he is probably on the inside of that portal device. As I say that out loud, I stop myself and then go in the mental note to tell both of you.
I was speaking in mental. I'm not.
Oh, you're speaking
I'm
in
not.
mental.
I've said I'm not speaking out loud.
Alright.
I'm a little spider still. So.
And he might be able to reveal some weakness to the portal that he's probably has his hands on because he was he still is the utmost of when it comes to anybody of enchanting.
But then wouldn't that then beneficial to follow this lead for both ends, both the personal and the macro version of what we're going for? Again, I don't know if you actually know this for a fact, or you're just speculating, but like if this was hypothetically if this were true, isn't that the reason to go after this guy?
For that's mostly.
We're not going after the guy, right? We're going after the girl.
Yeah, but the guy has the girl, and while getting the girl, we might get some information.
Or that guy might drop the girl on acid, and then
Metaphorically speaking, and literally.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I mean, if this conversation later on goes well, you could be like, well, I do know that there's a possible way to get this guy, and then you know, like what Barris said, maybe.
All right. Well,
I think getting the more information on this big main meeting might. I'm easy for whatever you think will be good. Go for it, but
Go for
there's a lot of risks, but that's it's going to be the case.
If you're going to be on that boat in that's going to go punch the meatball. Talking in metaphors.
I don't see a metaphor.
We're a little out of our league.
Whoa!
I clapped.
Out the loud. I mean,
okay. If you don't come back from that, who's gonna follow up this lead?
It's gonna save my babe.
Yeah. All right, we're doing it. We're doing it. All right, let's go. Let's go to this meeting.
I'm not saving the babe now, dude.
We're going now.
Right. Before I proceed any further, you guys vacate this room. Who am I giving foresight to?
I think me.
Is it gonna be you? Are you gonna be doing all the talking, or is Varys just gonna just be a?
I mean, we're both probably.
I'll take it.
Talking.
I'll give. You
Callus
get
just has a little bit of an edge because he knows a little bit more about.
All
the
right,
local
you get the
politics.
charlatan's mask to borrow and foresight.
Oh my god, I'm capping out, guys.
Ooh.
Wait,
Swap
no.
someone out. Then.
No, I'm not because Dwarven Juggernaut is not on, and Gem of Seeing is not going to be on.
All right.
because-
So put that on
Would
for
you say
now.
no cap, Henry?
No cap
It's
is,
this guy.
but I
Yes.
am using. I'm the same. I'm at 7 because I'm using.
Right. So you've got 20 charisma.
Yeah.
And you have foresight, which means everything is disadvantage against you, and you have advantage on everything. So.
And I got my +5s and my D6. I'm good, guys. All right.
And we've got that other thing, but Adam doesn't need to know about that.
Oh right, yeah.
That secret
exactly.
thing that we didn't tell him.
A secret thing that the DM doesn't.
No, it's not that.
Shut up.
It's
not that,
You
like-
tattletale.
You fucking loser
Oh.
over
Loose
here.
I have
lips
no idea what you're
sink
talking about.
ships.
Who you possibly have in the game.
Oh, he doesn't know.
Exactly. It's
He
like
doesn't know.
I opened the
didn't tell
console
him.
command and spawned
Kill
in.
Adam.
Whoa. Dude, why my head exploded on stream?
I would fucking feel so bad.
Yeah, you should be. I'm
you
dead.
really wanna do
You killed me, Dan.
All right, so, you still got a couple of hours until midnight, but we can just skip ahead of that if you want to.
Can I go eat food? Yeah. Make food and
Oh yeah, it's about to hit 3 hours too. Actually, yeah, that was a good time. Right before the big meeting. All right, so we're about to hit 3 hours. In life time is 1:09. 25?
Half
Yeah,
past?
yeah, that's good.
No, 25 is less than
past.
half.
I need to cook food.
You need to bring.
Well, I'm not
in-
even going to be at the meeting, so yeah. It's
You need to bring one of those mini portable stoves into your room. And
myself
there's this
alive.
Asian guy that I see cooking.
rocks.
No, he cooks inside of his truck,
Okay.
and he eats ramen 90% of the
sounds nice.
time. So he probably has really high sodium.
Is that what Gronk does?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Well,
All right,
I'll see you in a bit.
25, please.
Thanks.
When I went to San Francisco, I almost lived on a houseboat.
Oh,
That was fucking
like
awful.
like the Zodiac killer.
Are you trying to say
yeah,
something?
like
He was never caught. We don't know that.
No. There's like a they show
Self-report.
loads of those houseboats.
I've never seen Greg and the Zodiac Killer in the same room.
I was gonna make that same joke. I'm like, well, you never seen me.
You can just say it again twice. I'll clap.
It'll be funny this time.
Yeah, even Gronk will come back to laugh.
Come back to life.
Mm-hmm. He got killed by not Greg,
Got killed by sodium.
probably.
True though. Holy shit.
All right, are you friends all returned?
Yes.
Pat is muted, but he could just be lurking. Am I fibbing?
We're only allowed like one person else.
Come,
go,
yeah,
so-
but
He's probably not here.
Pat.
am here.
See, I told
He's here.
you, told
I
you.
was luring him at work.
Nah, I did it. That was me.
Mr. Monus, man.
Don't
did it.
say my full name, please.
That's not it.
Well, you guys are calling. Well, my first name's definitely not DM. I'll say that.
It's Jeffrey.
Deanne. Jeffrey, yeah.
Jeffrey Monis.
Gronus. There you go.
Did I guys show you the plaque that has my name misspelled?
No.
Not on stream, but yeah, maybe after.
I got a plaque from the first year that I was a Cub Master. They got me a plaque just to say like thank you for
Thank you.
doing
Yeah.
this, and then they spelled my name wrong.
You couldn't even get your name right.
I got
Which
Sunders.
which
Went
part
to
of
school,
your
got
name?
my
Your
name
first
wrong.
or your last?
My last name.
Okay, I was imagining they fucked up Adams. Like,
They
how
were.
do you...
Well, the thing
They
is,
called
I
him
don't, I don't even go by Adam with the Scouts, so I
You
have
go
I have aliases.
Oh.
Holy shit.
The Pit Master.
That's
Master
insane.
Monus.
You have aliases?
Yeah,
What? After stream, you need to tell me why. Like,
it's not that crazy, but okay. Yeah, but
Vigilante.
instead of the N in my name, they replaced it with 2 R's.
oh,
So
that's
it,
not too crazy.
yeah,
Adam
it-
Monis.
Morris.
Like the Morris dancers of.
Yeah, if you squint hard enough, 2 R's kind of look like an N with an accent, I guess.
Or someone saying it with an accent.
Sure. But alright, let's get back into it, and then I can tell you all of my aliases afterwards. All 3 of them.
Pit Fiend, Pit Lord.
No, I did, like, from high school, there's one. If you can consider it a nickname or an alias, I don't know what you want to call it.
Well, these
I
aliases that
assume you're not
are.
going by the one I called you.
What else would it be besides a nickname? I mean, an alias I don't really go
Well,
by.
I thought you was just like, on all my paperwork and all my correspondence
meant,
within
like,
within
aliases.
within the scouting program, I'm under this name.
No, I
not
do.
my actual name.
They use my alias as my because if you I didn't take a program with me when I got there was an award ceremony like 2 Thursdays ago, and in the like the recipient in the program where it says who's getting what, it says like so and so is getting this award. It has my alias as opposed to my name because I always introduce myself.
It's the Bird Lord.
Oh my god. The Scout Lord. There you go.
That would be weird to have as an alias in the
Scout Lord.
Scouts.
Would it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
that warrants power
yeah, but it's not an actual rank.
to the commoners. They don't
The
know the
peanut butter bars with protein powder. That's exactly what it is. I got that from the cooking sub Discord channel that we have.
Okay. Just get back to this thing. All right, let's get a refresh on seamless co-op. Nope. Okay.
Adam, I've been doing it. It's no.
Dude,
It'd
I
probably
have
be
it.
some-
It's on stream. You don't need to do it.
I
It's even though my
Are you guys just constantly like
refreshing the
reloading it?
page. Yeah.
Did he say that he was gonna release the?
No,
He's working on it.
He's working on it. It's no
Alexa.
estimated date.
Stop.
Alexa, start.
Alexa, fix the seamless co-op mod.
The noise isn't too distracting, though, by the way, right?
Alexa,
It
start up
it
again.
literally only just heard it just now.
No, not that. I'm being the bike.
Oh, I can't hear it.
Good shit.
Did you want
These
it?
extensions. No, I bought
He wanted it to, yeah.
my,
The the paper clip and the either the the playing card or the plastic bottle. So
No, you
it
guys
hits the
can't hear it, but
spokes.
It's like perfect. It's just there's no spokes. It's just a like
Solid
my new
wheel.
bike is just a box with
Pedals.
feet and pedals.
Okay.
Great.
Well, if you're exercising, I'm happy for you. Try a face like that.
Wow.
Although I'm like significantly higher off the ground than my chair, so if I put the camera on, it's just the dick cam.
I'm such higher up than you.
I mean, we're,
You can just tilt your camera, can't you?
Yes.
POV.
I suppose.
Just looking at the stream.
POV,
look
your
at his
Andrew's seat, and then it just fucking.
Even worse.
Alright, so we're gonna wait until you guys would have to rush back to the cities to get in before curfew. And then you just need to wait around maybe like 2 or 3 hours until midnight. And then you can make your way over towards the mountains. Doughy mountains, that is, not the oops. Does anyone want to do anything else before we just skip ahead and
Could I
do everything?
spider drift somewhere in the city?
I mean, I won't stop you.
You can't. That was.
What if I put? Oh, there's a sign where it says like this.
No spider. Spider taps a
Yeah,
sign.
because like in front of one of our grocery stores, there's a sign that says no skateboarding, and then like, what if I just had that, but like no spider drifting?
It's like a known problem.
Yeah.
Wait, is there what the fuck?
In front of Stop and Shop, they have a no skateboarding thing in
oh,
the parking
yeah,
lot.
Is
yeah.
What
because
year is this? This is a problem.
2024. It's there right. It's there right now. I could take a
That-
picture of it.
I think it's because like all the skate like that's a nice because it's flat and even. You can
oh yeah,
skateboard
it's a
there.
good plaza spot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's right next to the fucking stairs where people. There's an elevator that people would do drugs in.
Imagine doing a trick over someone while
I
doing
remember the
drugs.
elevator that smells like shit because people would shit and piss.
Yeah, they would shit, piss, and do drugs in there.
Like that's less
Rock and
important.
roll.
Like oh, these damn skaters. This is
Bang.
fucking
Rock and roll.
1997.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking
I remember because there's the Michaels
He
on the top
remembers.
floor of the shopping emporium there. There was this elderly Caucasian couple who came up to me and was like, "Oh, can we ask for directions?" And I'm like, "Yeah, don't use the elevator though. It's full of poop."
Poopy bappy poopy elevator.
I didn't phrase it like that because that's kind of immature, but like I hinted.
Immense defecation
There's,
occurs in this location.
I just called it dirty.
The
There's a
escalators
lot-
over there don't work, so you're saying these poor elderly people, they have to use the stairs.
You have to climb up
Mhm.
the building. You have to scale the
Oh, your
building.
legs don't work, old man? Well, either that or you get the poop elevator.
Adam was like, "There's a lot of pee pee poo poo in there, so you can't go in there."
Dude, the feces everywhere.
All
You
right.
don't mind pee pee poo poo. This is the place.
Would you rather, at the end of every sentence, you had to say pee pee poo poo,
I mean,
or you have taste buds on your asshole?
Would people know that that's why I'm saying pee pee poo poo
No.
after every sentence?
Well,
Oh,
like
you're
like
saying
like
weirdo.
like
is there
Tourette's.
are there benefits to the other one?
Taste
Probably
buds
not.
on your asshole? No, you just taste every time you shit
If
or
your
fart.
if your mouth gets burned off and you have a horrific face accident, then I suppose
You're not eating through your
there-
asshole though.
there's okay. There's not
I mean,
a place
You
there.
just have taste buds there.
Not like
Okay.
South
If you're-
Park, you eat the
Yeah.
asshole and you shut your mouth.
No, no.
No, it's not like that
If
episode
you're
of
gay,
South
that's
Park.
probably like the best blessing you can give someone.
You just taste
Pee pee poop.
dick the whole time.
Yeah, exactly.
Do they like the taste of dick? I don't know. Any gays?
Adam, had a comment?
Not it.
Not it. Oh, Gronk! Ooh, Gronk! Ooh.
Ooh. Everyone quick say not it before Gronk comes back.
Not it.
It's like we're in middle school.
Andrew's muted on her.
Alright, let's get back to... Well, it's alright. I'm sure he'll come back before Gronk can chime in. Alright, so... you guys want to just wait a bit in the lower district, and you are going to have to make your way towards the Doughy Mounds. Once you get there, you do notice that the upper floor of the establishment is a residential area, so you can see that the bakery owners are just doing things at midnight,
What day
wherever
of
they
the
are.
week is it currently?
Technically, it would be
27th.
it'd be Saturday, yeah.
Saturday now or Saturday as of midnight when we get there?
It'll be Sunday.
It'll it'll turn into Sunday as soon as it hits midnight.
And that's when
Huh.
the shipment goes.
You also 5 hours ahead of Rutash, but not Sanctus. So you're technically in the same time zone as Sanctus. So you can keep it as a 1-to-1. All right, so Doughy Mounds. Now it's only supposed to be 2 chefs in the kitchen. Just to reiterate, who are my line chefs?
400 spiders. No, it's probably it's Callus and Varus. I'd assume, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just confirming that. It's Kalos.
Where would we
and-
be? Where would us lads be? Back in a
Yeah,
hotel?
going in.
You could just be
Debating.
back. You could be back at the Juicy
hotel
Gorilla.
talking about boys.
Debating if you'd rather have taste buds in your asshole or
Yeah, that's
Or have to say
Some
pee
guy
pee.
called Tomar is there to be the Tomar. What if?
talking about some emeralds.
Yeah,
All right,
pissing
so
Corey off.
it's just Varus and Kalos. So you can still communicate through the network. So you're all on the same plane of existence. So don't worry about that. If anyone wants to communicate with each other, it's still an option. So you are now standing in front of the Doughy Mounds Bakery. It is of course closed because it's about 5 minutes to midnight. You can see that the upper floor is currently illuminated by some candlelight. So there's presumably some people upstairs. Hopefully you remember the code phrase.
Varys, did you write it down? No. I got it. I do say in I message Varys, how are we gonna drop this if the bakery isn't open? Are we just gonna strike up a conversation with the owners upstairs and
What's the passphrase again?
the dough never rises on Sunday?
Okay. We'll just work it in 2 sentences.
Okay.
Adam, can I scribe spell scrolls while this is going
You
on?
can do a lot of things.
You can decide if it's either pee pee or poo poo or taste buds.
Scroll of PP. No, but yeah, I'd like to spend the time waiting.
In case we're talking to the guy, I'm still messaging Callus in the network. Remind me, what wording did you use in the message to get his attention in case he is the one who shows up for this meeting?
The pawns.
Okay, so we tipped our hand a little bit. All right, fine. It's fine.
Nice.
Work with this.
Is there a way to get upstairs to the residential area,
Lighting.
or is it just
From the outside, does not seem to be so. You are currently at the ground floor, of course.
do we just knock? I knock.
You knock on the door. You can see that something reacts above. The light source, presumably a candle, comes away from the window as if they're doing that thing with the little... the candle holder thing, and they're gonna come down with the nightcap and the sleeping gown.
Yeah.
You can hear a pitter-patter of someone not falling stairs, coming down the stairs. Coming down the stairs, and you can see a light source from the windows. Eventually, you can hear the locks being undone, and a person appearing before you as the door opens. Rubbing one eye as if to present themselves as sleepy weepy, and holding a candle in the other one. We're closed. We're open at 7 o'clock tomorrow.
You sure you don't have any leftover bread now?
I'm very sure we usually sell out very early. I'm sorry, guys. It's way too late for this.
Shame. I heard the bread never rises on Sunday, so I figured we'd be out of luck if we came tomorrow morning.
Oh yeah, you're right. It doesn't rise on Sunday. We usually take the day off. You guys look tired. Would you like some tea?
No, tea would be lovely, please.
Please, come in and wipe your feet.
Wipe my feet.
Wipe your ass.
Assuming there is a welcome mat, I do wipe my feet.
Yes. There is a welcome mat in the shape of a fat baguette. You wipe your feet and enter. The individual with the sleepy cap and the candle goes over to a nearby fireplace and then puts a kettle over a metal hook and begins to light the fireplace. Gentlemen, please sit down. I'll get the tea ready. Just a moment. If you don't mind, do me a favor. There's a... excuse me. On the mantelpiece, could you just, give the bust of my ancestors a little rub for good luck? I'm gonna be upstairs if you need me.
Sure thing.
Sure. I go buff the ancestor statue.
There is a marble bust of a bald person with a very, very beautiful mustache goatee combination. Kind of resembles Steve Austin.
Just put +5 as you do it, Henry.
Right.
You buff them.
I buff them extremely well.
As you rub the head, the kettle begins to whistle, as if the steam coming out from here is becoming too much pressure. And considering how little that the kettle has actually been on the heat, there's no way that this thing could have actually boiled over this quickly. Then you suddenly hear the grinding of stone once more. Well, once more for Kalos. I guess the first time today for Varys. As the fireplace grinds against the floor, making way for a hidden stairwell behind the fireplace.
Message Varys, you know, this is the second time I've seen a hidden stairwell today. Let's go.
Well, knowing our luck, it won't be the last we see. Maybe not. Maybe today, but probably not in the long term.
You can hear someone coming back down the stairs, and the person, previously adorned in a sleepy time cap and a nightgown, is now dressed kind of like a medieval bouncer. He's dressed in a breastplate, and you can see that beneath his attire of a sleepy gown, which is very baggy, he is actually incredibly buff-looking. I'll close it behind you. Do your business, and then we'll part ways.
Sure.
Do you descend into the dark stairwell?
While I pull on my cool aviator glasses, hell yeah.
Gonna fall down the stairs like.
Ow, oh, ooh, ah, ooh.
Fail every deck save, and it just.
Did
Roll a dexterity
no.
saving throw for every step.
just so I have a mental image, Varys, are you wearing your armor, your bow, your sword?
I would have probably, unless we were specifically told not to.
I'll hit you with another question, Varys. What level 1 spell don't you have but you would like to use in the scroll form? Do you have shield?
I do not have.
I'll
shield.
make that. That's what I'm going to be working on.
I don't know if rangers can get shield.
Well, you can get it in a scroll.
If you can't use it in your kit naturally, you can't cast a spell from a scroll.
Oh.
It needs to be in your kit naturally.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought that was not the case.
It's a little different for some classes, but generally speaking, a spell needs to be available to your class.
Well, I
somehow.
will still do that one, and then Dauntless can have it, because they use that a lot, and then that's just a spell slot they have saved. So I'll do that. Back to it. Sorry.
Shut that spider up.
Right? Shut the fuck up.
Alright.
Stop the spiders. So,
Ooh.
are you wearing your armor, sword, bow, quiver?
I believe so. If I wasn't.
All right. And just for me, I am wearing just peasant clothes, but I do have Azure in his axe form and on my side.
Whoa, it's a boy now.
It's a boy. Him, right?
It's a girl, Nickel. Alright, you descend the spiral staircase, down into the depths once more. Thankfully, it's not as soggy as the previous one. As eventually, you get down to a very defensible-looking door. It's made of iron very few portions of very dense-looking wood that's been reinforced by metal studs. You can see that there's a knocker, a handle, and another slidey eye peeper hole thing. What do you do?
Is it on ground level as it was the other one?
It is subterranean.
I'll go ahead and knock on the door.
The door feels almost, not painful to knock on, but the composition of the materials is very dense, so it almost feels like if you punch this thing hard enough, you could break your hand. You can hear the resounding knock on the other side, and a recipient, jangling with the slidey door. As the eyes come up to it, they warily look back and forth. Been expecting 2 chefs.
Here to cook.
Right. Door closes. Or sorry, the slidey door closes and the actual door itself swings open. An individual dressed in full battlements is presented before you. He's ready to tussle, has 2 short swords on either side of his belt, but he has a special kind of quiver around them that's not intended to be... It's meant to be like a quick draw quiver, so it's relatively just kind of like a latch around his belt, so he can just snap them off his belt very quickly. He looks almost very tense, as his facial expression betrays, and looks you up and down before stepping aside so that he's not blocking the hallway. Keep your hands to yourself, got it?
We're pushing, come on, let's push.
Got it.
Of course.
He leads you down a hallway, lit by a torch in his hand, and occasionally hitting up a few unlit sconces on the way over. Eventually, you're led out into a grand room supported by 6 marble pillars, going upwards of 40 to 50 feet to the ceiling before eventually it reaches the top and is illuminated by an unnatural light source. Excuse me. There you can see that around each pillar there is at least 2 to 3 individuals, all armed and armored to the teeth, ready to strike at any drop of the hat. In the center of the room, just basked beneath a spotlight of artificial lighting, is a very robust-looking dwarven individual. His beard is braided into 3 portions and is black as night. His face is covered in scars that denote many battles and tribulations. His posture is that of an undaunting and adamant leader. The air around him almost feels like, to his foes, it would be a crippling blanket. To his allies, a force to rally behind. Who's pinging in the freaking thingy?
Dan started it.
Oh, Dan, I see. The guy who's ruining my flow of narrating how cool this guy is.
It's all Dan's fault. Fuck you, Dan.
Maybe the mod came out.
No, he just said it's Zen.
Oh,
It's not Zen.
it's not. I'm not there.
No, you're not there, Zen. Oh, you also don't have a black beard.
I could dye it. You know.
You could, but it's not.
He's pretty quick. He could get there, he can get in and out. Probably.
Yeah, just roll around in some
He can sprint there
charcoal.
faster than we could.
True. But it's definitely not Zen, guys. I'm gonna put that out there. Not all dwarves are Zens. Saying.
Really? How
They're
many dwarves did we
lost.
run into when Zen was in the party?
Let's see. Master Gautier, definitely. And some other dudes. At least
Zen
one
ever
other.
buy one of his
Oh.
his knickknacks?
No, I
The
saved
two,
my money.
The 2 twins back in the Iron Bear.
Hmm.
Oh damn.
True.
So there's at least 2 of them.
At least 3. That's 3 total, man. You ever seen Zen and... never mind. I was gonna say someone in the same room, but let me just quickly hit
Kill him and...
Mal can kill him, yeah.
Yeah, Mal can kill him.
But anyways, I was describing how cool this dwarf guy is. While he is not adorned in armor himself, you feel like
He might as well be.
he might as well be, yeah. Shoulders are broad. His posture is very, very, not quite military in terms of his posture and stance, but it feels like it's very disciplined. Every footfall that he takes as he begins to slowly approach you, the footfalls echo throughout the chamber in such a way that it might strike fear into the hearts of those of weak will and denote a very potent presence in others. Suddenly stopping before you, the height differential is not really that much of a daunting thing. He's surprisingly tall for a dwarf, and no, he's not standing on platform
We're
shoes.
not particularly tall, the two of us. So.
He looks you dead in the face before crossing his arms in front of him. He's judging you with his eyes, and every sense, as you can see, his nostrils flare just for a moment. Either that or he's just clearing his sinuses. But in either case, he looks up at the both of you and gives an affirmative nod. He then turns around and then stomps his left foot on the ground, causing every person in this room that is not yourselves or him to vacate the premises by some doors hidden in the shadows, just on the edges of the room. Reasonably speaking, you could kind of assume that it is just the three of you now. He beckons you towards the spotlight that he came out from. There are a series of very short stools presented there. It is not very well presented, as it is just literally 3 stools in a circle underneath the spotlight. But he takes position at one and gestures for the other 2 to be populated by your ass. That's how it is. That is the best way I can say take a seat. I'm also just gonna put this on. Where's the volume on this? Alright. If this becomes too indecipherable to understand, let me know. I am just gonna put on a filter for this. Do you sit?
Yeah.
Or I sit.
I sit there.
You are now all sitting at 3 different points of a triangle underneath this spotlight. It does not feel warm. In fact, it feels relatively cool, this artificial lighting. But despite that, any kind of nerves of speaking to this individual might cause you to break out into sweat. He does have a very domineering aura about him. Maybe that's because of what you know him to be. Could be some sort of squid aura or something else. But oh, there's new filters. This one's called Mega Dan.
Oh my god, Dan's evolved. Do it. Let's see what it looks. Let's see what it sounds like.
Well, I'm not using this filter for Lefidia, so I'm just gonna test real quick.
Testing. 1, 2, check.
That's terrible.
This is what Dan sounds like if he was to evolve.
It sounds just like Dan. Oh my god.
Ultra Instincts Dan.
Actually, Goku doesn't talk when he uses Ultra Instinct, so.
I greet you as a friend. I don't have many titles, but for the purpose of this conversation, you may refer to me as Lefidius.
Okay, I heard the last part.
Yeah, that one's kind of bad.
So let me
The
turn off my
first-
AC to see if it
Put
would
the Biden
make
on. Put the Biden on.
He's another Byron. He's not.
Hey,
He's
guy.
not real Byron.
Already had that character.
I know. We haven't.
Alright, I'm gonna turn my AC off just for this, so that, because it does fuck with the voice recognition.
Adam's gonna melt just for you.
Let me try that again.
I test, check.
Yeah, that sounds better.
All right. I greet you as a friend. I go by many titles, but for the purpose of this conversation, please just call me Lefidius.
Okay.
Might I have your names? Or, if you would rather, an alias? Something to keep the conversation going.
I go by Varus. This is
Kalos Zarvus.
Very good. Varys and Kalos. The information that was brought to me was of very high priority. Not since an old acquaintance have I ever heard of those particular phrases being used in reference to a greater enemy. I have disposed of any onlookers and listeners that should not be having ears in this conversation. Have me to speak plainly and not in code.
Okay. So first off, we do want to start off by letting you know that there will be a shipment coming from Sanctus, specifically from the.
here written. Hold up, let me find it. I found it. All right, I got the notes.
And it all out now. I got.
From
Sorry, Henry.
the Crystal Spark family. They're
Black
shipping-
Bouquet was the name, Henry. I'm writing more specifics.
The
You want me to do this part and then?
yeah,
I,
yeah, go
I have
for
it
it.
right, I have it right in front of me. Okay.
Go for it. Do it.
All right. So the shortest version is that the learned, or at least people they are benefacting to work on their behalf, are purchasing a large shipment of weapons from the Crystal Spark family in Sanctus. It should be arriving mid-December. It's on a boat from the Skeevy Waves Company, known as the Black Bouquet. We think it's in the interest of all parties if they don't receive that shipment. We are still weighing options. We have a couple options in the chamber. We're just gonna making final deliberations on how if we want to stop before it arrives here. But in case we fail, we like someone on your side should know that the shipment was coming. In case, at the very least, as a fail-safe to prevent those weapons from getting into the hands of people who I think we all would agree shouldn't have them.
Do you know the specifics of what the cargo is containing?
It's containing about what is it?
It's a sizable crate.
It's containing diamond quartz.
Diamond quartz weapons. About I tried out the what were the approximate measurements? They were like 5 by 5 by 6. Where the
Yep, 5 by 5 by 6 feet container. They're gonna be leaving most likely tomorrow, actually, 28th. And it's labeled. The box is labeled Rainfletch Packafits. It's a pretty large box, but it does contain diamond quartz.
Diamond quartz is a very sought-after material all across the planet. The individuals who would be wanting to use that would be most likely trying to finish a construction project in the upper districts of the city. Are you familiar with the upper districts construction project?
We have more info on it than most people, but I think obviously
We'd like to hear the information that you have, just to make sure that everything that we have is up to date.
You to me very well informed. If I might peek behind the curtain, to what extent is your knowledge all?
Of all of you and your brethren?
So your findings go down to the deepest roots of the rabbit hole. Am I to understand this correctly?
Completely.
we have
down.
an old acquaintance of yours.
I have many acquaintances.
Yeah.
We have we've been working with
We've been asked to come here by one of those acquaintances. We were deliberately let in on certain secrets to kind of work on his behalf while he's dealing with other matters.
As mortals greatly burden yourself with this knowledge. I do not envy your position, but you are here now. I'm assuming the fact that we're speaking and you happen to track me down, that you are at least not on the enemy's side. Whether or not you're working with us is to be seen. The rest of this conversation.
I think we're very much on the side of free thinking and individualism. Talos?
I also just yes, same thing, but I also just as well fight for the people of the soil as well.
You see a mild smirk come across his face, and he kind of looks slightly upwards towards the artificial lighting, almost as if there's like some sort of metaphorical hope in his eyes as he looks up, and then greets you with eye contact once more.
It is very affecting to know that there are people joining this fray. While, again, I do not envy your position, something about you tells me that you have thrown in with the right lot. So, the construction project over in the upper district, it is not from the eyes of regular people and even some of the elite. The construction itself will end up being one of the worst things for not only this continent, but this planet as a whole. One of the oldest forms of technology, not even feasible by the standards of natives to this planet. That is going to be a very large-scale, interdimensional highway.
We were. That actually confirms a lot of theories that we have going on. We have.
We knew
we've
that. We
dove
just
in
wanted-
through a lot of knowledge from your sides, and so we were assuming that it was going to be a weapons of creation that you guys have brought over.
If you don't mind me asking, but who is this friend, this mutual of ours? I am curious.
The name he goes by now is Scott. I always forget the full name. Scott, is it Scott Rentheld or? This I should probably have somewhere more prominent than in my notes. In my mess of notes.
I don't have it either. I don't.
I have
only
it. I'm
I
just-
only
I'm
have it
going
as
to find
Scott.
Ooh.
I only have it as Scott. Wait, no, hold on. Scott,
Laura guy.
I'm not there though.
Scott,
Mhm.
Scott Rinthel, or
Yeah.
Scott Rinthel, right? Something
Scott
like
That's it.
that.
Renfeld, the current headmaster.
Hammervalian is his surname. But I think that's his actual name.
Scott Rinthel, Hamavalian. Yeah, that guy.
The headmaster of the Solholm University.
That is good to hear his name once more.
He's got never heard of him.
Yeah. He said that there was a few of you, but you guys unfortunately don't keep in touch because of everything that happens when some of you are near each other.
When you are someone of our caliber, your thoughts do not stay your own. In the same way that you breathe, the air that you exhale is not always your own. We're able to read each other's breaths, so to speak. And when many of us converge in the somewhat same location, there is a stagnation to the thought. So we choose not to be around each other for extended periods of time, not only for our own privacy and safety, but many of us have chosen to live our own lives and keep certain past instances in the past. Not to say that our brethren are not on good terms with one another, but there are simply some inconveniences and discomforts that we will need to take into account. So, there are some, though, who have maintained contact and lived through that old system very, very thoroughly, despite the chains of bondage being weakened. Getting back to the construction project, that is going to let in my other side.
The
But I once was, well, we once were. The chains would be strengthened once more, and nothing good can come of it.
Yeah.
And while it is in my best interest to stall or destroy this project, I do not have the means to do so. Manpower is not an issue, but magic power is. The construction materials are impervious to mundane weaponry. Even if I had 200,000 peasant pickaxes, I could not so much as scratch that construction project.
So that actually leads to a question I was going to ask anyway. Do you, before we follow through with our plans to to dispose of this crate, do you and your people want it?
Best case scenario, my people are able to utilize the contents of the crate to turn this war in our favor. Minimum requirements: make sure it doesn't get to the hands of the people who want it. Anything in between will just be the cherry on top.
So, with dealing with some of the mundane forms of communication that I was having, I sent out a book. I was supposed to reach you guys. Did you guys, by any chance, read it so you were able to at least arm yourself in some sort of way that wasn't just the mundane weaponry?
It is something that has been in our archives. Now, we do not have the most efficient of people. On the pages of your text, it is relatively simple, even to the uneducated. It puts into context how these things that were only available to the wealthy and the well-educated could be brought into the hands of the peasant farmer. However, materials for that sort of thing are lacking. But assuming this crate of yours contains a decent amount of it, we could spread it relatively thin and on the populace to give them a fighting chance. We also have no expertise in actual enchanting around these parts. Many of those people would be not on our side in the first place. Even outsourcing to other sources off continent, we're not intertwined in the political turmoil of this country. Getting them here would be difficult, as the customs officers would get to them first, most likely. We want them brought over to our opposition if they could help it. Again, we have the manpower, but not the it's quality or quantity. As much as I would like to help out my side of the war, there are certain aspects of my previous life that I cannot expose, lest they turn away from my guidance.
I don't believe that we caught what you did in your previous life. We know some of your brethren that we have in communications were either researchers, pilots, or navigators. What was your role, if you don't mind me asking?
I did not have the most glamorous of positions. Some people that you might know of such as the ones who are still on their seats of power at the top of the mountain, might have been the captain of the fleet.
Dude, he was the chef.
Dude, he was the poop deck cleaner.
I was responsible for something that is, by any jury or trial or judge, very indefensible.
I'm sorry, you were a judge, jury, and
No, by any judge or jury, my actions were indefensible. You would consider them crimes by your standards.
Leave the toilet seat up? What did he do? Oh my god.
Hey, what?
The suspense killing me.
Onboard eugenicist, maybe?
I was responsible for subjugation of the mind on a large scale. For people outside of our hive, that which you could not destroy by physical means, you could break them mentally. I suppose you would call me not the cutting, not the sheet of papers, but I would enter the mind.
Oh, hold on, before you keep going on. Alec, did you get that last part? I couldn't understand it.
I get the gist of it from what he's saying. I did miss a few of the. I did cut out a little bit some of the
He
words.
was a mind messer.
But yeah, basically he would probe mind. Basically, exactly what he said. He'd subjugate the.
About that.
It was cutting out a little bit though. I understood it.
I am not proud of what I did, but I hope to atone through my actions. As you can see, we're not currently in a petition for us to turn the tides of this war in our favor quite just yet. I have a few pieces on the chessboard, so to speak, but they are not ready to deploy quite yet. But I feel, with your help, and a little bit from my old acquaintances, we can turn this around. We just need a bit more of a...
Well, we do have as well a couple of. We are forming a plan that has two fronts. And to be quite honest with you, I don't know what front you would fit in.
Scott wants to
Illuminate me then. I'd like to see how I can fit into this plan of yours. If it's for the greater good of this war, or something even beyond that.
So Scott wants to go after the master brain. And few other vectors, we've talked to them, and if everything lines up, they're on board. They want to basically head into the astral plane and cut the snake's head off, right at the source.
His expression changes to that of surprise, as you could probably imagine. Eyebrows up, ears kind of tense backwards, and almost makes an oh face. Rubbing his chin and kind of contemplating.
I never thought of striking that far deep into enemy territory. How do you presume to reach this brain? It's not an easy task, and it's not just a ship ride over the seas. It's not even on this material plane.
getting there. You want to go, Callus? You know the science a little more.
Yeah. Getting there will be, yeah, like you say, it's not a boat ride over, but we do have a couple of skiffs in order to at least transport us there. Now, finding the being itself, Scott is working in tandem with other factors from a different plane, specifically the Fae. Once he comes back, he's gonna have some sort of device to be able to, I guess, lead us in the right direction. But using one of our own that we have in our retinue, uh, to give him a boost to finding specifically. We have someone that was touched by the master brain, so we're hoping that his their residual is still on his mind in order to.
Someone who has been touched by the master brain is potentially a liability. Are you sure you can trust them? They could be an agent.
No, he was the way that he was part of a group that had strong mind attributes more than many upon this plane. And so we have seen him, we've traveled with him, and a lot of your brethren don't see him as someone dangerous. And at the same time, Scott wants to use him in order to get us there. So we have no issue. There is no issue on that end.
Contemplating once more.
So you have a working skiff, an individual to the location of the brain. I suppose that means all you need is the power to end all of this.
Yeah.
Well, and then this is where the second prong comes into play. Scott's building up using the Fae to build an army because we know that once we start this poke on the other side, we know that they're going to send the ones on top of the mountain over to sort of counteract our attack. So the second prong is for the armies to distract beings that would defend the master brain.
Which army are you referring to?
A Fey army.
The Summer Court.
Summer Court, yeah.
I see. Scott has been quite busy then.
That was
And
kind of
where is he sending them?
that is part of the reason we felt we needed to talk to you, because he wants to divide the forces of the masters, and one of their strongholds is obviously right here. We're already working with people with my old group. I'm actually one of the Watchers of Spiros. We're working to clear a path of farmers and civilians for this army to move here, but we also acknowledge that there are, farmers and civilians here. So we felt like it was important for you to know that, again, their target is Zeus and basically the upper echelons of the pawn side of things. The idea is to divide forces and just and keep everything as scattered and hectic as possible, while we, Scott's group and us, I guess, we're still while we do the surgical strike on.
When you say us, you're referring to whom exactly?
The strike team and your other brethren. The strike team being us and our group, and your brethren that we've gathered so far?
Group of clones that were particularly that broke off before you guys. They're particularly not fond of the master brain, even less so than I think you guys are. They're also participating.
I see.
Mhm.
I've been out of the loop for quite some time. My time has been preoccupied with this war here, so I suppose that leaves the question of where do I fit into all of this? I am very much enthused by your plan. It seems like many of the pieces are set to topple the king, so to speak. Just metaphor. I do believe that my place would be fighting here still. Is that a safe assumption?
Like I said, we're recruiting
Did you want
people
me
for the
on your
team.
team?
That's for you. I think that's your choice. If you feel like you'd be more use to your people, I don't. We're trying. We're offering. We're trying to make it a point to like explain the details to people and what's going on and kind of let them decide for themselves. We want a stronger team for the strike team, but we also again it's a matter of
Also, other people, not just regular people, but your brethren.
well specifically yes.
Yeah.
We're trying not to. We know that this trip is also kind of a risky one, and even if we succeed, coming back sounds like succeeding and coming back aren't necessarily going to be one and the same, even if we again hypothetically succeed.
So, as much as I would like to join your strike team, my presence is required to hold my rebellion together. If I should disappear by my presence or me losing my life, I don't know if they could handle it. So I must stay here. Don't think that my combat prowess and leadership expertise will not aid you. I will climb that mountain myself, need be. And if your incoming army is as grand as I presume it to be, judging by my very shallow knowledge of the summer court, I think I should be turning my attention to vacating all of the civilians, and I will need to be with them as a rallying force while the army marches on to Zeus and the other Olympians.
Yeah, I have no objections to that. Again, so sorry, I don't mean to repeat the same question I asked. Do you want us to proceed with getting rid of these weapons, or are you going to work a plan to get them in your hands instead? Because like I said, we've got some options. We're just weighing just the pros and cons and just
with your information that has been presented. Before you told me about the Semicard army, I would have liked the shipment to come here so that I might budget and use them for us. But let me ask you this first. The Semicard army, are you privy to their numbers?
I don't. From my understanding. Here's the other thing, though.
Oh, please don't say a lot. That doesn't help.
Over 300,000.
Is it over 300?
Is that an actual?
Is that an actual number? Holy shit!
You'll have to trust me.
Okay. 300,000. From what I remember correctly.
Pull that out my ass. It might be less. Or more.
But here's
If the numbers are large enough that I can also pull out my troops so that they are not in the way, then I would say the shipment should never touch our shores.
Okay.
Because if the army is strong enough, I don't think that amount of whatever's in that gate is not going to be that much of a scale tipper, even if it is quite a hefty sum. But as long as it doesn't get to its intended destination, that's fine with me. I will change the direction of my forces to vacating civilians. Whereabouts do you think would be a suitable location? The army is coming from, presumably, the forest.
Yep, straight from the Pure Toll Forest to, yep, basically here.
Be a bit of an issue, and maybe I should not leave any of my men there. The wildlife and the natives of the southern regions will not be exactly hospitable to a large quantity of refugees. So maybe it is best that I and the rest of my Bible-ready patriots are there to help defend the civilians while the army does its business. I hope that they leave something behind in the week. And then by the time you get back, I will be at peace.
Here's the other thing I did. What we have under speculation, and correct me if I'm wrong, Varys, but we don't know. We're kind of thinking that some of the Summer Court's army will just be staying here and not going back home.
That, yeah, well, it's a concern.
And I know you don't want the weapons nor the anything to touch the shores, but I did just want to bring up that point just in case if that might change the view. You will have hostiles probably most likely staying here back home.
Is there any way of some of the army? I'm assuming they are not a group of savages that will just kill everything on sight.
So so that's kind of the worst case scenario Callus lined up. Scott was directly involved with the negotiations, so we left him with those negotiations getting finalized. So we don't know the specifics of it just right this second, but we have to assume that like that's at least part of that like the intent is for them to leave, and it'll be more a case of going against the agreement for them to stay instead. Like I said, I talked to my people. I convinced them to go along, so the Watchers will be still intact. Hope ideally once everything starts. Obviously, there's only about 300 of us, so we're not going to be able to, force everyone back in if the worst does happen. But like we are trying to, like I said, the whole reason they're moving is because we're minimizing and trying to plan ahead for best and worst case scenarios.
Varys, I don't remember what. I know they were moving up north, but do you remember where specifically they were going to be moving and casting that ritual?
The circle is casting the ritual, but the Watchers themselves, the Rangers, they're going to be moving. They're basically going to be trying to like kind of what Lufidius is going to be doing here. It's just kind of protect the people and kind of make sure that they don't get trampled on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I do not relish the idea of overthrowing one tyrant in place of a hostile standing army. Except the latter is at least not as malicious to some extent.
You never know.
And we may have to cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah.
For now, I suppose I should start making the changes. When about can we expect this army to march? Ideally, it should be before the construction project is complete. According to my spies, it should be done around the winter solstice, the end of December.
We're planning around basically that. Yeah. We can It doesn't obviously have to be as in person as it is right now, but we can, if we have an exact date and time. Again, we're assuming it's basically then before the construction is done, so that we can cut things off. But I think we can. We have limbs and resources if we want to. When we're like when everything is finalized, we can give you a heads up. But that is the target area is for this all to happen. Target time.
Very well. As someone who will be not on the front lines with you, but at least on the same side of the battle, I would recommend all of you that are not of my kin to do a bit more preparation. Right now, let me put it this way. In the same way that you can smell, I can sense outward going thoughts. Right now, you are about very exposed, like a gaping wound. You should do something to protect yourself from my former compatriots. Your minds are open to the blocking where they have looked a tree.
Yeah.
Fortunately,
No, it's something on my mind. Trust me.
we do have
Thinking about it.
one of us can cast a couple of things, but we don't have much.
You'll need more.
Yeah.
When you get down to it, assuming all goes well, and you get to confront the master brain, if you are not well protected, the moment you enter its radius, not even the same room as it, once you are in close enough proximity, if you are not protecting yourself, your brain will die. Even the most well-attuned individuals, the smartest of all mortals, if you do not have any sort of external protection, there is no saving it. Your friend who was touched by this creature was most likely not in person. Am I safe to assume that?
It was more spiritual.
Yeah.
Meeting
Not
it
his
in a
physical
spirit versus in physical form are two very, very different tiers of power.
No, he was not in a very good state of mind when we met him. Is all.
And that was merely in a passing glance. If you meet this thing without the protection that is warranted, there is no saving you.
Do you have any recommendation on any herbs?
Herbs. I don't need to scoff at your recommendation, but that type of question is a bit difficult for me to answer. My kind already have a natural barrier. Those of this planet, all its native denizens, have a weakness.
Now, of all of you who broke away,
You people.
I caught myself.
What do you mean, you?
We know of the clones, the trio of clones. But was there anyone else who was particularly adept at resisting and kind of basically stand out above the rest of you? That was good about not basically separating themselves from and shielding themselves.
The shield allotted to us by the nature of our being is not something that can be easily bestowed upon a mortal of your kind. What I must tell you now is incredibly deep into this planet's history. When first arriving here, The life forms were limited and stupid, to say the least, with a few exceptions. The kind that you know as dragons were some of the first natives of high intelligence that we came into contact with. There are also a couple of them subterranean, and others that are beyond physical reach. They exist on this planet, but not in a physical sense. These 3 different types of beings were the few creatures on this planet that could not be easily subjugated with the mortals that you are. For all intents and purposes, many of them are immortal. The subterranean ones, they resemble large fish-like creatures with tentacles and very round, bony mouths. I'm sure you're familiar with dragons. And the latter one takes the form of arachnoids, spiders, if you will. So, these 3 are the closest approximation to something that is resistant to my people's mental influences. So they will be your best bet. You gain contact with one of them. It's very difficult. Dragons are a very proud race and do not give away their secrets so easily. The subterranean ones are very selfish and are more likely to kill you than allow you to speak a single word in its presence. And the last one are very difficult to come into contact with, where they have no physical tongue and only wish to speak to those you it deems to be precious to them. So, I recommend that before you even think about embarking on this journey to fight the master brain, you take their blessings with you. As many as you can muster. 1 or all, but definitely not none.
What was that third one? Like,
Arachnoids, basically Loth.
Yeah, he's just speaking about the primordials, the most intelligent life forms on this planet before they turn the monkeys into people.
I bet they were like, "What the fuck happened to the monkey?"
So one of them we already have a direct line to, and
the second one was the aboleth that we said. Fuck
Laszlo
that.
has
we had
dirt.
direct contact.
You dick face.
I got dirt in his arena. I can get
Yeah.
him.
And
Do
then
we want to go back to them?
Hey,
though?
buddy, what's up, guy? How you liking that mirror? You want
and then
another
the
mirror?
other ones are dragons.
Why didn't you tell me I look so ugly?
What I
I
look
mean,
like? No wonder people don't want to speak to me.
I just think it's funny. Like the dragon we had the most relationship with isn't even a real dragon, so it's like, damn.
Well, we could always go speak to that bloody like Draco Lich guy. That's he's
Well,
like
this Draco Lich guy is controlled by a master. Remember, that's what
he's just a researcher in the peak.
That's what.
The
Yeah,
one on
but
Sanctus.
he's a researcher. No, he's a researcher of the masters.
No, I don't think so. We'll get that dragon on our side. It'll be fine.
Varus and Kalos, you get a little pull in the back of your mind. Lult is saying, message me when you can.
Okay.
Please leave a message after the tone.
Beep, beep.
My beeper.
Get a.
My
All right,
beeper's going
sexy.
off.
Don't worry about it.
What is that?
We will try to see if we can get in touch with some of these beings in order to lift our mental defenses.
A little more. Not you have. Well, since something a little less grand in scale. Callus, did you have other things, questions based on what you talked to us before? You want to? There anything this conversation can add to that, or do you think we're good?
Only thing is that I did. I know it's nothing, and it's probably just uh I don't know how much it helped, but I was working on some enchantments that I did want to give you guys, and I guess you can give them to your best fighters. But I do have to reach into my bag, and I'm gonna start pulling out stuff. So I don't know if that's the end of the conversation as well. Kind of want to see.
I messaged him. I thought you were talking more in terms of. I was talking more in terms of that thing we were thinking about doing tomorrow. If we
Does that guy hear you doing that?
maybe.
Because I was scared when he was like, "Oh, you got weak minds, exposed minds."
You left your zipper down.
I wasn't sure if you had something.
I'm sorry. I kind of actually there was another thing that we did want to do before we left here and went to go try to convince another of your brethren. I have an acquaintance that's currently let's say in a bad position.
Suspended over a vat of acid.
You could even say that, possibly.
I've come up with the sort of plan in order to get me in there, but I don't know if you know if Xander Tricidius will have any information on the portal that's being constructed. I don't know if he has anything to do with it, or if it's just completely just you, or just Mount Olympus just doing it, or if it's him, if he's helping out. Kind of wanted to know if you knew that part.
I'm just gonna leave the filter off because I turned my AC on, so I'm gonna speak normally.
He's melting.
Yeah, it's quite warm. I can feel it in my gonads.
That's a gonads.
That individual is taking the role of how you'd call a foreman on a construction project of the facility. He is not exactly the most moral of people. And I suspect that he has been influenced by my brethren, physically and mentally.
So he's been
well indoctrinated, yes. And the means of which that he will perform his duties is ruthless and will step over any stepping stone, using people as rocks. He's been promised, presumably, infinite knowledge and life, and most people would be foolish to turn it down.
I turned it down twice now.
The most life, forever.
You're a good kid, Callus.
Am I?
So, with that in mind, I'll be turning my attention to making sure that the civilians are out of the way. I will presume to do so around the last week of November. Give people time to pick up whatever they need to, secretly, so that they can vacate the premises as soon as the signal is given. I hope that whenever that army begins marching, I will have some scouts around the area who can contact me through non-mundane means.
Like you said, we'll try to take care of the black bouquet, but just in case, I would just keep at least a couple eyes on shipments coming in. Like I said, we want to...
Well, depending on how many people I need to have with me when evacuating the civilians, normally I would have a couple of eyes and ears over at every city on this continent. But if I need to bring them with me, I might not have the manpower to wrest control of the ship. Or the shipment, to say the least.
We do have,
Like I said, we're gonna aim to take care of it though. That's
we do
Very
have
well.
theories on what route they're taking. If that helps narrow down the ports that you need to keep eyes and ears out for.
It would be
I
safe
mean,
to
they're-
assume they're coming in from the west.
they're a public shipping company, so it's not going to be, it's not unless they are given reason to. They're not gonna be clandestine about it. And that's why our end that's why on our end we're gonna have to be precise when we deal with it. But yeah, I
Okay.
actually had one more question. You don't have to answer in specifics in case it's like a confidential thing that you want. That's part of. But the sickness that the Mad Tyrant has, is that something you guys are? Is that something you specifically have some extra knowledge on, or is that still, or are you kind of in the dark on it as the rest of us?
That is something that we had a direct influence on.
Okay.
The tyrant is one of my kin, former kin. We have no good blood between one another, and by utilizing my knowledge of anatomy of our people and all of my previous trade, I have infected him and anyone in his cognitive influence, his mental puppets, his right and left hand men. I have crippled them. It is temporary, but it is enough to handicap them for quite some time. The reason why we're having this conversation in person in the first place is because they have been too weakened to try to pry into the nooks and crannies of my various safe houses across the city and the upper half of this continent.
Okay. Nope, just wanted to make sure this.
But it is temporary. I suspect that they might be... It might work its way through their system relatively soon. Sometime before the construction is complete.
All right, we just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to make sure that's something that you were involved in, and not something
Keenly
not a
aware of.
not a trap on their end that they're trying to use against you. So
Definitely not. It is very much on purpose on our end. And it is working very well. But we will not have another chance to well a second time.
okay.
So, it has given us enough breathing room for now. But this is a very advantageous plan for my side, so I have no reason to believe that this won't be the best thing to put my efforts towards.
All right.
Well, if you don't see me on the day of, I wish you luck in your battle, and I will do my best to be as distracting as possible.
Cool.
Or at least save as many civilians as I can.
Okay.
And,
Luck, I guess.
once all this is over, I guess I get to, live my life just as much as you do yours. And,
Sure.
I'm not sure how I can potentially repay this end of the deal, besides just doing what I've been doing this whole time. But it is a
I have-
beacon. It is a beacon of hope.
There's a question that I have for you as well, actually.
I hope I can help.
You might be able to repay us sooner rather than later.
We have to succeed first.
Do you have any knowledge on your old pal that takes the name of Gizmo nowadays?
Gizmo.
Gizmo. He is.
That sounds like a nickname. That's definitely not one of our actual names, nor the aliases that we took upon ourselves.
He used to control the dragon known as Kerm de Veshnot.
Or he might still.
I don't suppose you know what his...
Actual name was?
Yes.
Dominic. Fuck.
That's definitely not his name.
Uh,
That's older notes. No, I just have Oberon and Zelik down.
what the?
Hello, Gangnam. I'm gonna do your style.
I'm gonna refresh this page.
It's gonna be done.
It's not.
Ah, fuck!
It's
I mean,
cooking.
it is cooking, and I'm very appreciative of them cooking.
Are they supposed to release this?
I'm hungry. Well, they're not supposed to do anything.
Nah,
but
there's
it's
no
it's their
non-release date.
obligation.
He's just working on it. And we could just play the game, but not seamlessly.
Ooh.
It would just mean that we couldn't use our horses in the overworld.
You could just play at the same time and then like.
That's
just, you know-
awful.
Ah, I got it. Elio Vicius. Elio Vices.
Close
Hello?
enough. Close enough.
Said-
I'm sorry.
He did it.
It's ELIO space VI space XIS.
Ilovixis.
Oh, it's that one.
You can get that food out of your mouth when you speak to your...
I
You-
got.
Hello,
I got
Squidman.
delivered
I'm eating
chicken.
calamari right now, right in front of you.
If there were chicken people, they'd
You got
be
chicken
mad.
people.
I could have chicken people as the
The
main
chicken
villain.
people.
Next campaign,
The
chicken
Colonel.
people.
is it?
Yeah. Ooh, I can...
Okay, there you go. Just writes itself, Adam.
As soon as you say the name with chicken in your mouth.
Yeah, 3 times in the mirror.
No.
One of our most proficient people in technology. I think you refer to them as a technomancer,
I would just call them an artificer, but sure.
I suppose. Labels aside, his inventions were very much inspired by the life forms, the higher life forms on this planet. So, if I remember correctly, one of his projects was a mechanical dragon, or a mechanism in the shape of a dragon at least.
We've seen that one with our own eyes. Thankfully, it wasn't turned on.
Then it's safe to assume he would have gone to one of the other higher life forms to try to recreate one of those. A subterranean, or maybe aquatic, in the case of those large, squid-like creatures. If I remember correctly, some of his projects can be found throughout the world, as he did not take them with him whenever he ventured to new locations. For example, last time I heard, his mechanical dragon can be found on the other side of the planet, where it is cold.
Super cold.
The most cold.
The next project would have taken him to a location with many underground caverns. This would mean that he is most likely in Gromnil.
Yeah, he's the head scientist of the Gromnil Corps, whatever they're called.
Well, then he is keeping his prestige high while maintaining his projects. And I have no knowledge as to whether or not he's working on something to emanate a creature with no physical form, if that is even within his wheelhouse.
You don't know for certain whether or not he found this subterranean creature you just mentioned.
There are more than one subterranean creature, just like there are multiple dragons. But if he's found one and studied it for the purpose of creating a mechanical version, I am not privy to this information. I have been, relatively speaking, quite local to this area. in terms of my knowledge base for the last couple centuries.
Actually, I do have one question, not directly related to him, but like, as far as like psionics and like psychic powers, like just
Mhm.
to like get an honest, objective comparison, you got one of you guys versus one of those underground creatures, like say an aboleth. What is the discrepancy or disparity, or if there is any, in potential ability or potential power?
If we were to put you in a cage, who would win the
Are
cage
you
match?
trying to ask me if I was to be fighting one of those creatures in a one-on-one duel?
Not
Would
physically,
win?
because they're psychically. Like, what's the?
I see. I would say using a glass of water versus a saucer. My people's psionic abilities are a tall cylindrical glass with a narrow neck, very concentrated in a small area, as opposed to a large saucer filled with water, shallow but spread across a wide area. That is a very crude metaphor for how we use our psionic abilities. So, in a one-on-one confrontation, my people would win. But those creatures use their psychic abilities in a different way. They cause great influence in the area around them. Living creatures within their proximity slowly become acclimated to a different state of mind that is not as intrusive as the way that my people do it. And because they are a native to this planet, they are a bit more in tuned with the people they subjugate. So it feels more natural, and the process of being mind controlled by one of those things is incredibly subtle.
Yeah, no, I imagine. But that's
Whereas from our people, it would be as simple as blowing out a candle, wherein that person's own cognitive functions would be snuffed out, presumably even eaten.
Yeah.
So, did you presume to fight one of those things?
It's gonna sound like ridiculous after I just told you we saw your old companion's dragon, but we also met one of these actual creatures too, or at least indirectly spoke with them. So
I see. I would recommend that next time you're able to, if you are able to make contact with anyone who is able to do the equivalent of a physical body check, but a mental one, I would recommend that all of you who are exposed to that thing get checked up on. There's a good chance that is trying to probe into your brain. The very means of subtle influence.
Just message Varys, and I know Lol gets it first.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think she's probing our minds?
I mean, you went through that whole ordeal when we got out of the cavern that time, so
That was bad.
that was fun. We'll like I said, we'll have that discussed. We'll have the discussion, but I will say, if we are set on going after our inventor friend, I have half an idea about how we can.
Fucking, I got yes. Okay. Back to Lephidius. Is there anything else that you want to know from us on our end?
Well, you've already dropped a decent amount of very, very precious knowledge on me, most of which is very welcome, and for the most part, I must thank you for your efforts that you're putting towards freedom of the mind. It is something that I've cherished for quite some time alongside my other brethren who broke away, and call it a creature comfort, but it is something that none of us want to give up easily, but have not really had the gumption to strike out to the extent that you and Scott and the rest of my brethren are. So, Well, I do feel like I'm not committing as much as you are in a direct sense. I suppose I'm doing my part. Starship Troopers.
I was just about to say. I ain't fucking doing
Odie,
shit.
that's a terrible movie.
I fucking love that movie.
The little kid comes out and says, I'm doing my part. Okay. But for the most part, I understand what I'm going to be doing in the future. For the next couple of months, it's going to be quite the journey. And I hope that come the turn of the new year, I can thank you all in person. And the rest of your company as well.
Are you not here right now?
Well,
You
we're-
said
the
in
three of us
person.
Again,
Well,
like after the battle.
We have,
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
and we
I'd
have-
like to make sure that you guys come back alive.
we have 4 absentees too. So in person could also mean, all the people who aren't here. All right.
Well, let me
Alright.
give you these. I start plopping out. I plop out 2 long swords, 2 leather armors, and a half plate.
I will see to it that my most proficient members are able to wield these tools of war. Just to let you know, they will be going towards a good cause. He stands up from his stool, and he stamps his foot on the ground. Some people come into the room, pick up the items off the floor, and promptly get out again. He gestures towards the door and holds it open for you. I hope the next time we get to speak, it will be over a hefty drink.
We'll need it if that day comes.
He gives you a nod, not the kind that means like, yeah, I'm gonna see you again soon, but it's just knowing that it could be a one-way trip. But he doesn't want to say goodbye just yet.
Mhm.
You exit back into the bakery where the proprietor is waiting next to the fake fireplace. On your way out, he closes the door behind, and he does not give you any free bread. Just
Does he
putting
give
up.
us the tea at least?
He does have the tea ready, yes.
Hey, there you go. Fuck you.
It has been steeping this whole time that you've been talking, so it is incredibly bitter.
It's a bakery, not a fakery, Henry.
That's
Come
true.
on.
What do you call a tea place?
A tea room,
A
typically.
teakery?
Tea room, typically.
A teakery? No, just
Dude.
Dude, I'm saying.
Dude. Not cool,
So-
bro.
You exit out onto the streets past midnight when all the little good boys and girls are going to sleep.
Apart
And
from this little spider.
then you may go back to your allies, or you may stay here for the evening. Not evening, night. But in either case, we are going to be on the 28th of September. The shipment is going to be going out sometime at the crack of dawn over in Sanctus. So now starts the countdown timer before this
Alright,
thing
here it is.
arrives.
Then starts that clown of a conversation of, all right, what are we gonna do? We didn't make up our mind. What are we gonna do?
But we're not. He's not helping. He's.
We're going
no,
to
that's
go
what I'm
out
saying.
to the shipment and push it somewhere else.
Well, we've got the Dread guy. We've got Zen. He's got all of the Dread pirates. He's best friends with them. He's pen pals. He's met them all, right? You know, great
Yep,
friends
that's
with
why I've been
them.
doing this
Well,
whole
Well, here's actually here. I'll be I won't. I'll be a little. I won't be as
You'll be Lil Varus.
Wait, hold on.
I don't know. I
before-
don't know what word I'm trying to use, but
You'll be
basically,
Frank.
I won't be as like drastic, like a less drastic version. We just have to decide whether or not we want to go with the necromancer plan today. That's the only thing we have to decide.
Necromancer or pirate?
If we decide,
I think
pirate,
we
or
have
if
much more sway with pirates. Oddly enough.
And by we, you mean Zen.
'Cause if
I
that's the
know a
case, then
guy
that's
that-
got to get to. That's got to get to the coast. That's gonna take some.
Do you? This is gonna be weird.
Hello?
Oh
shit.
Laz,
Yes.
can you get a message out Actually, no, it wouldn't work anyway.
What do you mean?
We would need I was gonna say if you can get a message out to our friend in Anupolis, Roden, to set up a link to let us know once that boat gets to the coast to
The
where
Rajal Landlock?
yeah.
Okay.
But at the same time, he'll need to. How is he gonna let us know? So it wouldn't really work out.
Magic?
You know what I mean? Yes, but how is he gonna get it back to us? How is he gonna let us know? He might not be able to do.
Screams
magic.
really loud.
That?
No, I'm kidding.
Ah! You could get some magic stones, right? Get some
It'll take me 5 days.
5 days.
5 days.
Maybe you could just go buy some.
Yeah, why don't you? Can you message Igith to find out if he has any messaging stones?
Sure. Yeah, I'll do that.
Or we can do that.
I can do that.
It's 1 o'clock in the morning, by the way.
I will
so-
wait until I know the time zone. I'll wait until the morning.
I'll do
and
it
ask
right now.
Wait, guys, wake up!
There's the fucking Lemmy waking up in bed.
yeah. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I'll wait until they're open for the day, and then I'll message them. Yeah, I can do that.
Hey, cool.
And then for the other guy, then you could buy them, and then I could swing by and we can drop them off. But then you can
Yep.
ask them stuff.
Exactly.
It's either that or we'll need to.
Contact the other dread pirate for once he knows that there is a ship.
Yeah, well then, yeah.
Is that how that works?
It's just it's the thing with there has to be that. But if the Loki angle might be a good one. But what was I going to say? It's gone up my brain.
Are we back yet? Are we back at the hotel? Or are we still walking?
I'm in my brain
Are we
palace.
having this conversation in part?
Walk and talk.
So
I don't
here's
know.
the other thing. Me and Varys need to talk to Lolth.
I think
You
she's
wanna-
something to share with us. So
Yeah.
maybe that's what we'll be.
Let's-
Get all of us in person, then
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah. So let's go back, and then we'll
Ooh.
discuss.
Guys, I threw up.
Juicy gorilla time. Hey guys, look, there's Spider-Man on this can of cola. It's totally Spider-Man. Look,
It's me.
it's
Oh look, it's Spider-Man with 2 swords on his back.
yeah.
Nice.
I'm not sure why he looks so angry.
It takes me 8 hours to learn a spell, or to write a spell on a scroll. So, how much time would have passed during their conversations and time waiting?
Well, the hour.
If we got there at
Or
like
what's it
7ish and
called?
we were waiting,
Well, if he's got there at 7,
It's 1
and it's
a.m.
like
now.
1 a.m. now,
I've got a little bit
that
more time.
means.
Yeah, I got some time.
Can we do the math?
Henry.
I'm sorry, I wasn't even
Ooh.
paying attention.
If it's 7 o'clock when you guys got here, and it's 1 o'clock now, how many hours did Laszlo get to scribe scrolls?
All of the hours necessary. For
All
him
of the
to spread
hours.
scroll-
Yeah, no. He's 2 hours off.
Ooh. But yeah, I was thinking, I've read this up, guys. Dan speaking here, not Leslie. You some of my voice. I can make spell scrolls for those that are within the class that can cast those things. Then you don't have to spend spell slots, and it could be used. You could use those slots on other things, and all it is just a little bit of prep time. So, what do we all like using? The shield spell. Another one I might start procuring, although it will still use the component, but like protection from evil and good, because aboleths hate that shit. Because then you can't get woo-wooed by them, and they have disadvantage against you. So I might start spending some of my time doing that. What say you, fellas? Does that sound like a good plan, or should I not?
If you've got the downtime,
Do it.
You better use them. They'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna use the spell
I'm
version."
just-
I'm gonna wait until
I'm not-
after the meatball
mean-
fight.
I mean, what are you gonna do instead? Get worse at fishing? Varys does the little.
Ooh. Oh my
Shots
god.
fired, yeah.
Wow, we waited this
Whoa.
long to start jabbing.
Jesus.
Keep jabbing.
Totally.
I have no emotions as Leslie, so
He turns away and just
Lolth is like messaging you, like you said there, it's given me so much work to settle him down. Like I've been
Why would
snipping
you
overtime
say
now.
those things?
Mentally, he's on the cliff.
I gotta
It's like
fucking
how
kill
much
him.
we
I'll
see
fucking
with-
kill him, bro. I'll fucking kill him. I'll use him as bait. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa.
I'll chum the waters with your guts.
Yeah.
Laszlo's vanity has been rambled.
I'm just saying, if anyone wants to play a fisherman character who, whenever they kill someone, they use like fisherman-based one-liners.
Ooh.
Looks like you're sleeping with the fishes.
That's the only one you got, and it's just
the
like,
only
yeah,
one you
yeah,
got.
yeah,
I'm
Wow.
not letting
yeah,
you off the hook.
Just like run out of them later and go into like golf or something. I guess that was a hole in one. It's like, what?
Oh, saw a beached whale. Tell your mum I said hi.
Jesus. Yeah, no, it's a pretty good vicious mockery theme. I'm just saying.
You're fucking dead, retard.
I like that one.
What was the fishing pun in that one? Fun.
I was asleep last night.
Alright, so you guys can reconvene at the Juicy Gorilla. I still loathe the fact that I randomly generated that name.
Well, you shouldn't have randomly generated.
Well,
you shouldn't have just.
You could have come up with that yourself, Adam.
if I was
Roguelikes
just
suck.
if I were just to make all the names up on the spot, all of them would sound like Biden.
Every lake land.
Stinky cup.
Yeah, it would just be all the things that are on your desk. Medicine cup, city,
Red jelly bean.
blue jelly bean. There's a lot of jelly beans.
Actually, there's no blue jelly beans in this, oddly enough.
E-number bean. Okay, so yeah, you guys are headed back in the room. I'm writing shit on a scroll, and then you say, "Hey guys, yeah, what would you say?"
Hey guys, it's your mom.
We would give you the rundown of what we talked about.
In our mind network.
Yes, I
Yes.
would.
Okay. Wow.
What? No.
Cool stuff. I say out loud. Hey, man in the
If you
booth.
are paying attention, you don't have to.
I'm gonna ask you every question.
Oh, the rat in the corner,
So
that's
is-
actually just a
is-
polymorph dude.
My
To be fair,
okay,
we all do it sometimes.
is
but
Mr.
majority
Gizmo? Is he just recreating Primordials? Is that his like little
That's-
project?
yeah.
That's pretty fucking cool.
Right? Dude,
But
this
if
is
you-
why I
if-
want him on our team, bro.
Hey, but
Come
yeah.
on, bro.
I got a very good idea. I think I may have mentioned this to Varys a long time ago about how we get them on board. It involves the crystal.
It involves your. Okay, keep going. Okay.
Not my mum. Before you finish the eyes.
We get him addicted to drugs and then become his dealer.
We can say you can eat the crystals that you've been looking over. You can eat them, and
If
then we
I
can eat.
put
And I
my
lace
mouth
it
on
with
your
laxative,
penis.
and then no, we could use the crystal that preserves and use that as like a. We'll let you have a look at it, and further your needs.
What happens if
and
he's
your
just
We
like-
not need it though is the question.
Something
What?
interesting you mentioned, though, that the gentleman you met with tonight was the mind guy, for lack of a better
the
phrase.
MK Ultra Squid Man.
But this,
Oh my god, he totally is the
I
MK
would love
Ultra.
to talk to him about the idea of introducing like a mind virus into the big brain. 'Cause I wonder if that's something he could help with, like intrusive thoughts or whatnot.
Wait, you want
okay,
us-
okay.
I'm just gonna, like,
get up.
I'm just gonna keep ignoring this question until like he actually finds a way to implement it and it works, and then he can like he can laugh in our faces. But like,
What do you
Until
mean?
then.
It's not a. Hey, no idea is stupid until it's proven not possible. Okay, I think it's cool.
I want to give them mind cancer.
I don't
first.
see you thinking how to destroy Fat Meatball, Barris.
I was gonna shoot it with my bow.
Ooh, I'm joking. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it could be like a feedback loop. You could pretend to be a bigger meatball in space, and he could be like, "Whoa, what the hell, bro? I'm not having that." And then you get him.
love to figure out a way along that line if we can figure out a way to replicate what happened with the incident. Like if there's like some kind of obviously like we know it was the accident that cut everyone off, but if we can like find some way to replicate that.
It's got a kill word in its brain.
Not live. Ah.
I mean,
Eagle.
worst case scenario, if we found a way to do that, like yeah, all the gods on the quote unquote gods on this plane of existence, they'd still be alive, but like they would.
Kiss my shiny metal antiquing.
Pottery laced ass.
Because my thought.
But yeah, that's like some point around that. Like, it could be used
thought
to.
that I mentioned to Kalos though, when we were leaving, is we find out if this guy, going back to Gizmo, did he ever find his aboleth? Because we
We know the location of one.
We know the
But
location
I
of another
won't
one.
tell.
Not unless he
Ooh.
joins our cool club.
I'm not Stu.
You know.
Alrighty, so what now, gentlemen?
Lol. Adam.
Well, it is just me and the cave filter, so.
What up?
Hey, big leg,
Big
sexy.
mama.
Hey, big leg. Well, you fucking.
Hey, big mama.
Hey,
I
hey,
think
one
sexy
leg.
legs was what you were going for. But
Big leg.
that was
Nah,
exactly
big
what I was
leg. That's a rolling a one.
Hey, big
Charisma.
sexy
Hey,
lady.
big leg. It's like, oh, wow, that's really wooed me.
You say that to a person with elephantitis.
Oh, God.
Alright, so, in your mind web, all of you simultaneously contact Lolth. She opens up the web so that you can hear what she hears, which means that it's just basically playing telephone. So, if you say something into the network, like if Laszlo says something into the network, like 5 seconds later you'll hear it again through Lolth speaking it to you, so. But now it's kind of an open network as opposed to a string in a cup.
It's kind of like we're in a channel, right?
Yeah, some kind of...
Alan Wake 2.
It's kind of like we're on Discord or something.
something like that.
Music was banned from your channel. Oh, no.
Kalos, this is why you can't put on those weird memes, man.
She did not like that meme.
I am very much interested in the plan going forward. If you don't mind me being so intrusive, I've been listening on everything.
No,
We know that's kind of
it's
the deal, wasn't
assumed.
it?
we signed on the dotted line.
Yeah, we actually read the terms of agreement, so it's yeah.
You read the terms of service.
There's a terms of service?
So then, based off of the conversation you just had with Lufidius, understand that what he refers to as primordial beings, including myself, the dragons, and the underwater basement dwellers,
Who shall not be named.
Got him. Nice job, love.
I would recommend
I like to suck ass.
that despite you wanting to go into this battle with as many advantages as you can, I would highly advise ignoring any of the boons bestowed upon you by those beneath the waves. I have already given you my protection from them, and call me jealous or otherwise, but you need not their blessing.
They're kind of a dick.
No, you're big sexy. Don't worry.
I would, however, recommend consider seeking out the aid of a beneficent dragonkin.
Maybe we can find that one that robbed us.
Beneficent.
Evil. There is a lich dragon, but maybe that could just be a part of like what happened to them.
Children, please understand, not all of them are evil. Some of them are just recluses and wish nothing more than to be left alone.
They're weirdos. Kill
But Mom, we don't know anyone. We only know the bad ones, Mom.
Yes, that just means you need to go out and find some good friends. Now go out and touch grass, honey.
I've touched grass.
Touch
before.
sand is all we have. We know there's loads out in the sand.
But
Go
where
there.
can we find one, Mom? All of our friends are just, they're just our friends. Okay, I gotta stop.
I don't like that bit. I don't like that. It's creeping me out.
Know this well. Dragons come in very many forms, sizes and colors, but predominantly colors. Those of the chromatic kind are typically very ill-willed towards mortals. I would recommend you seek out a boon A metallic dragonkin. Silver
What if they don't
or
have
gold.
skin? Okay.
Wait,
Hold
didn't
on.
we-
Let me whip out my index of all of the metallic.
Do it.
Hold on. I found nothing.
Seek out a boon.
I would recommend that of a silver or gold dragonkin.
Write that down.
Okay.
It should be
They
three
might
numbers.
be of benefit, and look for the oldest one you can. Reasonably speaking, they are just as immortal as myself, in a different sense.
I got a bit of a theory, a game theory maybe.
Is
Wasn't
that-
there a certain dragon that we may have witnessed Eternal Night? Were they maybe a silver dragon?
No, he was a white dragon.
What do you have? What else do you have in the index?
What was the dragon that
hold
helped
on.
the weary travelers in Sanctus?
That one was blue.
Blue? Okay. Okay.
I'm just saying, what's south of Rutosh? What do we know? Varys, what do we know of silver dragons?
What does Varys know of silver
Or
dragons?
gold dragons?
Can you people,
What do you mean, you people?
anyone who is not asleep, history check.
Okay.
So Gronk, you cannot make this history check. I'm sorry.
I'm using my.
I'm
D6
adding
also.
my d6 as well as a good
I'm
shout.
adding your d6 to my.
I got a 4 on my
Jolly-
d6. My Jolly Bees.
I don't have Jolly Bees, alright?
23 for me.
Oh, you're saying he has Jolly Bees, huh?
I got
That's wasn't me.
a 24.
Alright, so. The Lady of the Desert was an adult silver dragon.
Fuck. Okay, it wasn't blue.
No.
The
The other
lady-
one,
The Lady of the Desert.
that was Chekatiden.
Is that the
Sand
one?
lady.
Is that the one that just helps you if you're fucking dying, or
Mhm.
is that the one that? Okay.
That's the one that helps people. The other ones were chromatic dragons, and will just
Okay.
beat the shit out of you, and rob you, and then piss on you.
So all, we
All
gotta
in that
do-
order.
It looked like we're gonna die.
We're gonna die.
I'm gonna die. She heard that phrase. It's like, well, best swoop in.
You could also just venture out and find a brand new one, because there is a class of dragons beyond adult. If you want to find an ancient one, or God
Great
forbid,
worm.
if,
That one. That would be cool.
Howdy, sir.
I-
My name is Zip. I've come from
Did
the.
we...
hello,
Did we ever get
dragon.
the type of dragon? The one that
What?
was like, this is the guy who's like hiding in human form. That like he has a human, not if not a human body. Like
We
a
didn't
human-
get him, no.
Didn't find out what type of dragon he was. All right. Now we can.
It's a
wait,
5-hour
wait.
difference between here and Rutosh, right?
We're 5 hours ahead.
Why don't we just message Scott and ask him if he can go over the notes, see if. I'm
Summerwatch.
sorry, not Scott. Summerwatch to see if Scott had any.
Is there any? Are there any like silver? I mean, what does silver do? Is silver breathing bad cold stuff?
Well,
I
the
think
idea is that
it's
we're not
what
going to
blue
fight them.
does,
so.
but
No, no,
close
no.
for
I'm just
more.
saying it will help me determine maybe where they roam
think-
and live.
I think it is cold, yeah.
Okay, maybe there's a fucking big dragon in
No,
Militosh.
I think
I don't
it's
know,
lightning. Oh wait, no, I'm asleep. Never mind. Just kicks it. Wake up, my ribs.
Can I have Varys think
No.
about dragons?
Would that be a nature check?
Yep.
Think about him.
This I'm using my d6 for.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Oh, now
That's-
he uses his d6.
That is not a great d6.
He gets to
but
use it when he wants, Henry. Don't be a stick in the mud, or I'll have to read the
Yeah.
copy pasta at
that-
you.
Yeah.
That's a +1 for my d6. So
Awesome,
I'm
awesome.
rolling it. I'm still rolling at advantage.
It means he can never roll lower than a 1.
+5, +5, +5, sorry.
Okay, so that means +2 plus.
I like to think that like Kalos just like jumps across the room and just like
Frantic.
and then just like slaps Varys in the forehead.
Think
And-
about it,
Ooh.
Helmy, come on.
Oh, you know what? I don't
Dude.
mind.
He
'Cause
doesn't mind. Ooh.
I don't mind that's because we might need this roll. I rolled a nat 20.
Ooh.
So that
Adam's
total-
like, sorry, no, you did.
That total with the +5
I'm not
and
gonna-
my bonuses,
not
that's a
fit that.
+8, so 28 is the total
Hmm?
comes
What
out
was
to.
that?
I'm not going to use the thing.
Mhm.
That's not the thing, but yeah.
You know, the thing.
You don't know what you're talking about, Adam.
He's pulling his cock out.
You don't know.
Okay, so specifically on silver dragons, they have a cold breath weapon. So all of you were wrong.
I said it was cold.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
No,
I
he
did.
didn't.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
No, that was a
No,
child. That was a child. But
Fake
they
child.
but they also have a cone attack that just paralyzes you. So, none of you said that one, but I didn't expect you to get that.
I said they had two.
My
breaths,
trainer
but I
thought was
sorry
like
for
Militosh
screaming
is
about spiders.
Militosh
So-
is really cold.
They
Big
do
dragon.
like certain biomes are going to be those that are tropical, subtropical, and temperate. So generally speaking, that's a lot of them. But they also have needs and wants that are quite selfish in the sense that they really, really like being like the knight in shining armor. So they like to live around people, even if it's not one of their favored biomes. And best case scenario, you can find one just walking around as a dude. And you could even probably like get one to help you with something if you frame it in such a way that it is a very gallant and chivalrous task. You just need to appeal to their like
To the ego.
Persona.
well, it's not really a persona. It's like legitimately like they really
Their
like
values,
being, yeah. So you just need to appeal to their knight in shining armor mentality.
Do we try to get robbed?
Should we try to get robbed?
Maybe. Good work. I don't know, but what more do you know, Varys?
We make it a
Darling.
total fix job.
I mean, that's the environments. We know some places that describe that. We already remembered one that we were aware of, even though we never met them. Unless that 28 gives me, here's the exact location of one right now.
And he's so ancient. Like,
I just happened to
He's the most
psychically
ancient.
intuit.
of-
I'm very
Exact-
old.
my
I'm very old.
my primal awareness kicked into overdrive, and it like oh,
It
I
course
know.
corrected your brain. Like,
Well,
actually,
Varys just having a seizure on the ground.
yeah, it's working, guys.
What do you do?
Well, they
Completely unrelated.
typically don't have too many overlaps in Silver Dragon territory. Even when one is hidden amongst a humanoid population, it will be well known to other Silver Dragons in a sense of this is his turf for being the White Knight of an area.
My lady, get down.
His or her, I guess, in the case of the Lady of the Desert. So you're not likely to find another one in her territory. So Sanctus might not be the best place to look for one if you want something older than adult. If you're looking for an elder, or God forbid you're going to go for the big bucks and look for a great worm, there are certain ones that have gone so far in one direction, not the band, of being a largely chivalrous person that they're probably just like ask for the most famous good guy of a region and there's like a 50% chance that's just a dragon in disguise.
Guys, Torok is
I don't think this doesn't sound
Well-known
like
good
Turok.
guy. Yeah.
Or it could just be a really nice guy.
Semi, but not really related question. Are there silver dragonborn?
Yes, it can be. All normal dragon colors, chromatic or metallic, are available for Dragonborn PCs.
Gotcha. Okay.
Alright, well, thinking about it, is there anyone... Alright, the one that comes to my mind is that water liberator guy from Sanctus.
Who was a squid? We found his body.
Okay, so
He's
he's
dead.
dead and a squid and also not a dragonborn. So that's that
Yeah.
right off the bat.
Well, he doesn't necessarily have to be a dragonborn. He could be.
Or I'm sorry, a dragon.
They'll just take
He's a-
humanoid forms.
We can always just bait him out.
I mean,
Okay,
like
he's dead.
we as we've seen, Like,
Ooh, I'm gonna beat up this orphan. Someone come stop me.
as you've
Oh,
seen,
well, I
you
could
know,
turn
the,
into a green
the
dragon. I feel
defectors,
like
the
that would
defectors
have
like
me.
elves and dwarves, because they're longer lived, they don't have to change their faces as often.
So we're going to Gromnil to get Gizmo, and at the same time get an Elder Dragon. Let's do it, baby! Hell yeah!
And a pigeon.
And a pigeon.
A great pigeon.
Dude.
Great elder pigeon.
It just blows up the planet.
I'm trying to think of places we've been of like local legends of like, whoa, he's just such a swell.
Scott has something. Have we exhausted Scott's entire archive for dragon stuff?
I don't think we ever touched anything about dragons. That's why I kind of suggested we should hit up Summerwatch and be like, yeah.
That would ruin the fun though.
Okay, do you want to?
Yeah, it kind of does. Yeah.
I like the dartboard approach.
I have a couple. I don't really have. I don't have any complete ideas, but I'd have to think about it. And I don't know if we want to concentrate on Kalos.
What are the gold dragon? What do you know about them?
I love
Do they fall in the same boat?
gold. Yeah, they're all gold member.
They're all Austin members.
Nice.
Yeah, baby, I'm a dragon.
I'll just let it lump in with your previous 28 because it was dragon related. So, let's see.
Actually, you know, this has come up a couple times, like dragons disguising as people. What,
Mhm.
like, is there some like resource for that, or can they just do that?
What-
Magic.
No, it's part of their natural physiology. They can as naturally as you breathe, they can morph their body.
Okay.
I was gonna say as naturally as you fart, but I decided to be
As
mature about
naturally
it.
as Godless farts fire.
So
Fire retardant fart.
gold dragons are also not knights in shining armor, so to speak, but they are more likely to be. How is the best way of saying this?
Politicians.
No. They're the ones that are most likely to give you quests.
I'm just gonna put quest givers in
Any quest givers?
Main characters?
Well, no. If anything, the
They're the
silver
ones
dragons
who-
are the main characters. The gold dragons sound like they're the wise old NPC who says, "Go here and find the sword."
Yeah, and they don't even. They can do it in their usual form, but they also can do it in either humanoid form, or they might take the form of a talking animal.
What is with this weird heroism fetish they have?
They long live. They get to look at society
I mean,
and find
compared
like
to
where they
the,
want to.
I'm the king of the mountain, and you should all bow to me fetish. Basically, all the other dragons have.
I love gold.
Mm.
My Vinky was a key. Anyways, but yeah, that's metallic dragons.
Do we know any prominent speaking animals? Other
yeah,
than Dr.
you're
Zip.
wrong.
Everyone,
Dr. Banana
Dr. Banana.
That's something you're not telling us.
starts shaking Zip. Give
Oh,
us a gold staff.
What do you
Do
know?
gold dragons have similar climates, or are they acclimatized to different? Like if the tropical, subtropical, temperate is.
They like warm climates, but again, their preferred climates can be overwritten by what civilizations are close by. Because you can't, if you live in a fucking desert and there's no people to give quests to, you're gonna fucking freak out.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait.
Daedalus is their
But we'll
birthplace.
go. So like, I'm gonna prefer warm climate, but we'll go where the work is.
This has given me pause. Now, we know that the Twin Ravens, the Iron Bears, and the Singing Worms are run by squids.
Mm-hmm.
What about the other two? What if one of them is a gold dragon? I mean, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I'm still torn with the Bone Eaters. I feel like they know what's going on in their
It sounds like, if anything, the Winter Wolves would be.
well, isn't like the Bone Eater's leader? Isn't he like a mystery? And what's like the whole shtick with Bone Eaters? Helping others?
What's the deal with bone
Hey,
eaters?
okay. Laszlo, I will dispel you of that right now. I was told point blank if the guy dies, check his pockets and then just pretend like he fell down the cliff or something.
Didn't you meet the leader of the Bone Eaters?
I met a ghost.
I'm not ruling it out then.
I'm not. I think.
I think it's a good way of going, but we would just have to.
None of
find
us
a
joining the
Bone
Winter
Eater.
Wolves has
I
kind of
th- yeah, I
come
was
back.
gonna say, I
Has
think
come
the-
back around to like, man, we actually know absolutely nothing about that clan.
I think the Winterwolves would make more sense for both, like, just dragons in general. It's perfect cover for, like, hey, do you want to live out your fantasy of being a hero, and you want to live out your fantasy of telling the hero what to do?
Let me send you on quests to
Yeah,
help
it's
people
like
do
some
such a
weird,
thing.
like J.O. Crystal charging it.
But is it going to be an? Oh my God.
It does create an infinite loop of like the gold dragon
Yeah,
giving the
infinite
silver
pleasure.
dragon, and they're just circle
God, they're
jerking.
working together.
Yes, so true.
So a
That's
silver dragon
aside.
secretly infiltrated in a gold dragon's fucking scheme, like.
Well, no, they work
Overlord, I
together.
also have another world building question actually.
Mm-hmm.
So if silver dragonborn do happen to exist, do exist in the world, would that mean because of their climate? Would that mean a silver dragonborn clan would most likely be somewhere in the Volatile Isles? If
Let me think.
I'm trying to put a color to the random blank spot in Varys' backstory where.
So, with the way that Dragonborn are, they're not the direct offspring of a dragon and a humanoid. So you can't just have a humanoid-sized guy impregnate a female dragon, or God
Not that
forbid,
type of campaign.
or God
I'm
forbid
not-
the other way around. How does it
Well,
fit? Don't ask me.
Basically, I'm not so much saying, oh, let's find Silver Dragonborn and that's where the dragon is. I'm just saying,
Make-
like, I'm asking the very much a broader and just more general question: is that where Silver Dragonborn clans would be? I'm not trying to intuit that. I'm just. Would that
Unfortunately, since Dragonborn are humanoids and not classed as dragons, it wouldn't help from your passive, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
Because they're not direct descendants of
So I think my
dragons.
my follow-up question isn't so much a role question. It's I've kind of speculated, and it hasn't really mattered, so we haven't like written it down. Like Varys, we tried to. I think we put the placeholder that Varys learned his dragon stuff in Volatile, not in Dominus. So I'm trying to figure out what kind of clan, because like I'm gonna be honest with you. Up to this point, I was using Bronze as like a placeholder because that was that character I almost played as instead. But also, it's like we literally haven't said one way or another. So I'm trying to like suss out what.
So
clans would be?
with Dragonborn clans, so like for, I guess the biggest point of reference would be Godless's Red Dragonborn kin clan. With other coloration, there are vestiges of the respective dragon's personality traits. So Red Dragon being very, yeah, being a chromatic red is very power domineering and money grubbing, is pretty on point. Silver Dragonborn, if there were to be any clans, I would say that they would still most likely be in tropical areas. So the most tropical are the Volatile Isles and the Eye of Zosha. So
hypothetically, for a clan to actually take time out of their resources to teach an elf stuff about dragons, they would have to fall into that category that they would think, oh yeah, we don't consider ourselves completely above all the races.
yeah, definitely.
Okay, so I will put that down as the hypothetical dragon clan. I don't think that's going to actually matter, but I just want to have something written down.
Sure.
Yeah,
So-
I'm sticking my guns in the Winter Wolves. They're a bunch of perverts.
Alright. Well, if you do want to investigate into the Winter Wolves, since none of you guys are members, just know that they do not have a primary head town location like the other clans. Obviously, you've been to all of them at this point. Winter Wolves are the only ones that are... There's no set location.
Doesn't track.
So, like, Bone Eaters, Ostia, Singing Worms is Muir Skull, Iron Bears is Ardsfell, Twin Ravens is Solholm, Winter Wolves, no hometown. And the highest rank is Fenris.
I'm gonna Lolth. We're obviously trying to rack our brains about silver and gold dragons. Do you know of any on the continent where you reside, or nearby continents? Any rumors in your years?
I suppose if you were to refer to me as a primordial being, many of us are attuned to one another's general locations. For example, the guy in my basement. The aboleth.
Oh no, she said it. Oh.
Actually, well, we finish your thought and then I'll.
But to answer your question, some of the lesser ones will go beneath my gaze, as for the most part, they would not be exactly large enough to warrant me looking into them. Now just take in mind, I don't have eyes and ears everywhere. My webs only go so far, and while the continent is ripe with my webs, there are some locations that may be beyond my sight. That being said, I was listening to the conversation, and Douglas, feel free to pat yourself on the back.
I was fucking on point.
The
Worms are in fact Men in Black.
no, the Winter Wolves. The leader of the Winter Wolves is a very, very old gold dragon.
Oh, gold dragon.
Yes.
He's the quest giver, man.
Any prominent silvers in the area are, relatively speaking, whelps compared to him. I would highly advise that while I understand that none of you are members of that clan, you should try to play nice, because the individual who is the top of the food chain there is very much ingratiated into his role as the head of the Winter Wolves. So play along, and everything should work out just fine.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense now.
Hey,
It's
we know
almost like
you're.
there was a side quest that we were supposed to
Well,
do
no,
a
because
while ago.
that means that Damien is actually a fucking dragon. That's
No,
his
he's not.
grandson.
No, that's
No.
Damien
Stormcrown.
is the
Stormcrown.
Stormcrown's grandson. Like complete
Yeah.
opposite of what we're looking for.
Damien
If
is
any-
a C-word.
If anything, he might be besides being a racist, he might be a low-level squid. Because the crown is blessed by Odin, right? Which is
Let's.
the
Like I
squid.
said, we can.
Well, that would potentially mean that the gold dragon is in with the squids. Unless he's so.
Or he's just so in his role that he doesn't...
I think
yeah.
you gotta.
I
When
think
we met
that's...
I think you guys gotta keep in mind when we met Damien, he was just a member. He wasn't a. He was literally like a parallel to us, like a recruit, the same way we are. He was not.
Well, you
some,
ever play Pokemon?
He was not some big shot member, like the Winter Wolves. So like we, generally speaking, unless his family had a long history with that clan, we can't. I wouldn't assume.
You're a dragon. You're a squid. You're a dragon. You're a squid.
I don't know if the Stormcrown has a long-standing relationship with the Winter Wolves, but like if it doesn't, that means we can't assume that he reflects on the membership.
Yeah, well, you mentioned that this one is like ancient, old, very, long time standing. You said the others are whelps.
Relative to him.
Do you know of any silver elsewhere?
On my continent? No.
I have a hunch there could be something to the south. Would that?
Why?
Well, Militosh isn't it like way colder than?
Yeah, but if you think of it like this, if the Lady of the Desert, for example, on Sanctus, is like looking for people that are in dire need of help, what if you go down there, oh, I really need help, and then I'll save you. A big dragon comes and saves you as a person. It's really cold. Maybe not. If they go with people, then might not be. I don't know.
Let's put.
You know,
Let's put finding the winter. Let's learn a little bit. Like I said, we'll have. Once we're settled here and we're ready to head back to Rutash, we'll put that on the agenda too. Learn about the Winter Wolves, their clan leader, and see if we can't track him down. And if we're really not satisfied with that, we can try to track down a silver dragon. Whether that means looking at the archives.
I don't know. Does the boon differ? It's like
I don't know if my knowledge covers that.
I don't even know what boons a dragon could give out. Maybe it's items. Maybe it's all sorts. Interesting stuff.
I don't think it's a literal thing. Like it's probably they will help.
Okay. What about one that doesn't have any skin? I don't know what boon you could get from that.
You also lose your skin.
Oh, a skinless spider.
Can I turn into a dragon? Give them a boon? Can we just cheat?
Oh, what you say?
Can I just turn into a spider and cheat? I mean, not spider, dragon. Just give it to you guys.
You're not gonna give me a boon. Here, have a peanut. Wow.
Since we're on we briefly touched on the topic of the aboleth. When we came back from our last encounter with him, we didn't see him. Like Lufidius mentioned getting a checkup. Have you noticed, since you're kind of in our heads, have you clocked anything that we should be concerned about as far as
are you taking over our minds?
Psychically compromised, or was when you cleaned out Kalos that was kind of the worst of it, and we were clean other than that?
Lufidius's warnings are well established. Contact, prolonged or even short, the aboleths down below is detrimental to the mind. However, I am acting as your vanguard against any kind of low-leveled mental influences. To corroborate the idea of giving you my boon, aside from what I've already bestowed, I would require a bit more. From what Lufidius is referring to, the attacks on the mind and brain that would leave you nothing more than a vegetable, I can certainly help more than I have already. It will not be something that is so easily done as I have in the past.
We're not going to transform like Laszlo.
What's wrong with that? As a good thing, there's no downsides.
That is not what I'm referring to. But for the most part, please consider only receiving 2 out of the 3 boons from the primordials. The third one from the aboleths will be too much of a cost.
That guy's an asshole anyway, so it's all good.
But you don't think we're at this moment? You don't think I mean in the present, like you don't think the aboleth left anything on us?
I have been maintaining vigil and making sure that any wayward strands of their influence are eaten like a bug in a spider web.
What would their influence be?
I mean, I thought we saw it with Kalos.
The urge to purchase, I don't know.
The urge to be a dickhead all the time.
It varies between individuals and what stage of the indoctrination that you are currently standing in. But for example, you would eventually want to start hoarding things and eventually want to bring them towards your new master. You become incredibly irate for no reason, and your skin will eventually begin to ooze slime.
Kalos.
Why are you looking at me for that?
I'm checking. I don't mean that.
And the walls will ooze green slime.
So slime skin is a ways away, though.
That
Yeah,
is the
that's probably like
final
last.
thing.
Yeah.
You'll become hypersensitive to sunlight as your skin becomes like glass. And you cannot live on the surface anymore.
Do you get paper bones too?
Might as well be. But please consider only receiving 2 out of the 3 boons. I assure you it should be more than enough.
Speaking of boons, what can we do to attain your boon?
I would
The
request
other
that you
ones are-
return to where you received your boon initially. While I do not have a physical form, my presence is strongest in my children's strongholds. Presumably around one of my altars, the one at the top of the tower.
Okay. Would it provide further enhancements to what I already have if I am to take this boon?
It would be something that you can all receive, not just you. And I
Okay.
assure you it would be
Be so
very much
selfish,
worth it.
Laz, Jeez.
I'm not.
I-
no, I'm just saying. I'm half a spider. Like.
I will forewarn you that there will be sacrifices to be made.
I
And-
swear, if you tell me to give you a part of my soul,
Nothing of the sort, Kalos. I'm already aware of your current situation, and right now your pockets are empty, metaphorically speaking.
Situations.
True. But, to get specific with this, I will require a flesh sacrifice.
Barris, time to go.
One for each person. Specifically, they need to be conscious and alive, and their brain must be intact. I will be using the threads of their brain to make a helmet for you. Not a literal helmet, but one to help with psychic influence. But it does require them to be sacrificed. So find someone you don't like, or what have you. I don't really care. Something that won't leave you with moral hang-ups. Please.
so hardcore.
Very badass. Yeah.
But yes, they will be rendered nothing more than a meat puppet. And while they will still be alive, they will be, for all intents and purposes, dead. I will be using their consciousness to form a helmet around you. So, their sacrifice will be for the betterment of you and the whole of your peoples, and their sacrifice won't be in vain. But I need one person each. And they must be of higher intellect, so no rats, please.
Laszlo's just like, damn.
I was gonna get 15 squirrels and just tie them together.
You know what this sounds like a good idea for? You could always gather extra people.
Hey guys, we're doing a recruitment drive.
Recruitment
Come
guys
on,
want-
didn't
and
you?
they all
My
get
friend Laszlo
sacrificed.
Hill just teleport you somewhere to the
Teleport you to a boat
to
in
the
middle of
recruitment
the
room.
ocean.
To the recruitment room. Yeah.
To the recruitment room. It's in
Don't
the middle
worry
of the
about
ocean.
the
And then,
about the table that you have to lay on and the dagger that's right next to it. Don't even worry about it.
I actually don't even know how I sacrifice. I probably just throw them in the water.
Gotta make him sign an
what I-
accord.
You just grab them by your
No, I'm talking about the souls, not
grab
the.
them by their throat. Grab them by
Well,
their underwear,
first I
and
have to
just
make
keep them
someone
to
sign
the
the cord, and then they have to sacrifice people.
I would also, with the boon of the dragon, they might be giving you a very lengthy, considering what you are asking for, they might give you a very grand quest. So you might be in for a journey with them.
You know, we have a couple of months for this. Do you think you have like what, 2 months left? Jesus.
2.5.
Can we get multiple boons? Like, can we? Do they stack? Can I have a brain shield and a dragon boon? Is that possible?
No, that's what Lilith said. She recommends 2 of the 3. Like you can get
Okay.
there's the aboleth, there's her, and then there's the dragon. She recommends hers and the dragons, and not the aboleth.
Okay.
Should we get them in certain orders? Should we get the dragons first and then yours? Should we get yours and then the dragons?
Well, If we go with Lulz, we need brains, and so we need to
Look, guys, no
We need to
offense,
figure
I'm
out how
not
to-
down with whole brain stealing.
We're not
Sorry.
stealing the brains. We're stealing the bodies that they're inside.
We're claiming the brain.
We're taking the whole
Mhm.
person, realistically speaking.
Yeah,
We're
there-
murdering
nothing goes to
everybody.
waste.
They're not
I mean-
dying, they're just getting their brain flayed into threads.
I mean, I have no issues with this if it furthers the cause. So it's just like finding the right
Yeah,
person.
but normal people are kind of the thing we're trying to help. I feel
Yeah,
like
we'll just go get
Well,
some
get some
some
bandits in the
crazy
middle
some
of
crazy bandit orcs that are nearby.
Orcs aren't people.
No, we know that they're very bad folks out
No.
there.
Alright, so 2 immediate quests have presented themselves for you. And realistically speaking, it is kinda mandatory, or else your brain will get fucking fried as soon as you get anywhere close to the master brain. It is the equivalent of upgrading your ship in Mass Effect. If you don't do
We're
it, you just
upgrading our
fucking lose.
brains.
I understood that reference.
Thank you, Alec.
He plays
Unlike
the game.
Dan,
I play.
who
I
is
have not
so
played it. I've
well,
not played it.
what's
How have
stopping you?
you-
It's not like you're
not
not.
played-
It's not like you're playing Elden Ring or something.
Oh,
Ooh,
fuck
Punch a woman in
you.
that game.
Okay, alright.
All right, the way
Okay.
the way I'm
Jeez.
working, the way my brain, my
You
my
don't work in at full
prioritization-
power. You gotta get an extra brain on top of that brain.
I think next thing since we're here is we work Callus's thing. We save his girl. That's
What, to blow up a foreman? Is that what we're doing?
I mean, unless Callus all of a sudden doesn't care and wants to go do something else, I think.
No, you gotta pass my loyalty mission for me to wear a cool suit
What?
at the end.
I don't want to get to. I don't want to get to the final mission, and then in that cutscene, Callus is just like
He dies in an event.
He doesn't. No, he
Miranda,
not
go
even
in
that.
the
He dies in that like, oh, everyone else is gonna stand here
Off-screen.
and hold them off, and then you find out all these characters died off screen because they weren't.
Have you seen how Tali dies if she's not fucking?
What? How?
They're like running from some collectors shooting at you, and then she like you run through a door that's closing, and then she like turns to look in the door
Oh, she
to
gets
do
blown
covering
up.
fire, and they get just shot in the head.
Are these like? Is this like looters,
You have to play Mass Effect. It's basically
collectors,
the whole game.
looters,
Yeah, the collectors basically.
gatherers?
You're basically blowing up their main hub. Basically,
I'm not gonna play it. I'm not.
They're aliens.
They're aliens and they collect slaves, and you have to go blow up their hive.
Wasn't the ending
I am
about
assuming
children?
control.
Saints or something?
They were harvesting people to make the proto-humanoid Reaper too. So
Proto
Proto-Reaper.
Proto adults or whatever.
No, it's
fucking-
proto-adults, Stan, please.
Yeah. I said.
Yeah, well,
No, just a teenager.
yeah, but that it
That was
seems
the
like
meme from the
it
other
seems
week.
like a thing that some people, a map would use, so to speak.
Uh,
The way I see it,
It's proto-adult.
after that, I don't know if we want to go Dragon after that. At least we'll reach out to Summerwatch and get some data, and then we have to decide how we want to prioritize because we
Right,
have-
so we're not using the necromancer to take out the shipment. Is that an agreed upon thing?
Yeah.
I was never 100% on board with that.
Okay, so that means we then need to utilize dread pirates or the
We have to get
submarine, the
Archangel.
submarine sea goddess, or god in Sugon, to fucking eradicate this shipment. So
But is she?
or I can
is
go
she
we
a
don't know.
Dragon
Well, I don't know.
spirit.
I don't know if it's a woman. I don't know. It's they're using a skiff as like a
Are we
submarine,
gonna
and
keep going, or is this the end of the session?
I think we're gonna
but like,
talk
yeah,
out
like,
pretty soon. If you
that's
want to just plan for next week.
that's the options we have. So Zen obviously has some sway. I've got a sway with Valdo in the sense that I'm marked by them, so I could be used as bait or to further servitude and stuff like that. As a chip, we don't mind doing. And then there's the other dread pirate in the Dominus seas,
Roberts.
which we don't know. I don't know. There's nothing known on them.
I am
Yeah, you do only know half of the pirates, so. Alright, so that means that is it safe to assume that next week we're going to
we're gonna save the
uh,
princess from the
free the lady who's tied to the train tracks over a vat of acid, and there's an anvil above her head?
And their phone is on low battery.
And And there's a knife right there, so she can cut herself free. But it's just like
Just
an
out of reach,
inch
right?
away.
Yeah.
And there's a
Ah.
person at the other end who has the trolley.
And it makes a really cool sound if you go over that one. So they're like the
No,
more
the one-
enticed to target.
No, the trolley thing was like if you don't pull the lever, it hits 5 people, but if you do pull the lever, it only hits 1.
But they're on
But
both. They're on both of them, right?
Yeah, it's a loop.
Yeah, it's just a slight detour, then still gets them.
I think there was another trolley predicament that I really liked was it's on the trolley it's there's no actual people in danger, but if you pull the lever, it makes it so that the people pass by you and you can wave at them. That's the only predicament. All right, so
next week then will be what? So you've been gifted a load of items to use, Henry, as
Yes.
Kalos,
Yeah.
and then you need to figure out how we will aid you in that endeavor, and like
Yeah.
what the specifics of that will be. Like, is it just rescuing them, but like, or killing the puppeteer, as Adam explained it?
Oh no, it's a whole bunch of like ooey type of shit.
And he's a 4-man.
And he's a 4-man.
Might also be psychic enough that like